Hello, 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 and welcome to night two, round two, and round three of the NFL draft. I'm your host, as always, at Javanaugh87, Jack Kavanaugh, joined by the marvelous at Steve Bonham, and at _Mike_Manning. How's it going, my friends? Are we pumped for the second round?
I mean, I just got up from a nap, so that's how pumped I am. I was too pumped last night, so carrying over into today.
Too excited about Marquise Brown going to your favorite team, Steve?
That's right. I was too excited to get Hollywood in Arizona, and he's that much closer to Hollywood. So, I mean, good for him. He's almost there. Now he just needs that trade to LA.
Yeah, the Cardinals are just going to wait until something goes wrong in either LA team. And just be like, here, there's your deep threat.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm excited. I mean, this is where a lot of fantasy relevant players that if you're in the back half of rookie drafts, back half of the first round, these are the guys you're going to be looking at. So the landing spot's going to be big.
It is. Yeah. It is, especially for those top names at wide receiver and at running back. Truly.
Well, let's go back through just to kind of set the stage for where we are. So we had night one, top 10, mostly defense. The whole first round, mostly defense.
Defense and offensive linemen.
Yeah, specifically fantasy relevant players is kind of what we're talking about, looking at here. So just from the top 10, you of course had Drake London going to the Falcons at 8, and you had Garrett Wilson going to the Jets at 10. Of the two of those, I'm way more interested in Drake London, but that was the same going into the draft. So the landing spot didn't change that a ton. For me, it hurt Wilson's stock, which already I was kind of low on. So I feel like he's going to get kind of overhyped for what he actually accomplishes and what he actually does. What about you guys? Are you still in on Wilson, or does the Jets kind of hurt that for you?
Love him in Dynasty because he has that super high floor. He is going to be super consistent. However, keep him away in redraft because it's going to be an absolute headache between him and Corey Davis and Elijah Moore and Braxton Berrios, all trying to figure out if Zach Wilson is actually any good or not. So at wide receiver, Drake London, absolutely love him to the Falcons. And I also quite enjoy, we'll get to it later, but Treylon Burks to the Titans, going to soak up a ton of targets.
Yeah, they're building a basketball team, the epitome of a basketball team down in Atlanta with Pitts, who is basically a wide receiver at 6'6". You got London at 6'5".
Right.
Auden
also
Tate.
Also a former basketball player. Yep.
Yeah, Auden Tate is sitting there at, I think he's 6'3" or 6'4". So, Mariota is going to have plenty of options to throw to. It's just depending on if the offense can actually move down the field enough to get these touchdown opportunities for the big, wide receiver and tight end down there. Wilson was my wide receiver 1 going into the draft because I liked his after the catchability, his contested catchability for his size. I think it was Derek Brown of, I think, Fantasy Pros that comped him to Santonio Holmes, which is a pretty fitting comp. He's a good, not amazing route runner, but he's a very good route runner. So he's able to make plays. I just don't think that this Jets offense, who had an offense that had trouble supporting one fantasy option last year, is going to be able to support two in just the second season for Wilson. Yeah. So we're just going to take a big step for Garrett Wilson to actually have much value this season.
Well, especially with the fact that they signed CJ Uzomah. They signed Tyler Conklin because they want to run those heavy packages that the 49ers run in San Francisco. So with that in mind, Garrett Wilson might not even be on the field every down right away because he could be that wide receiver 3 in those 21 and 12 personnel sets. So long way from certain production from Garrett Wilson this year coming up. but Drake London is going to be fed, and I'm excited about that. What about this next set of guys?
Yeah, and this is where a majority of it went. That run on wide receiver was really that 8 to 13 or 8 to 12, really. Olave is interesting in New Orleans, but we haven't seen anyone other than Michael Thomas thrive in the slot there. Otherwise, anybody on the outside has really struggled to be fantasy relevant. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can kind of break that trend.
Well,
he
instantly becomes the wide receiver too, which is cool.
Right.
But at the same time,
does it mean anything, right? That's the
how
question.
much did they throw last year?
Yeah. So yeah, like you're saying, he jumps up to the number 2 spot. He takes over behind Michael Thomas for the long haul here this year. But again, even with that, that's 70 targets for me. So for him to have not that much production, be not that involved, not that used, it's not going to be that much that I'm interested in. And then same thing for Williams coming off the injury. Like, he's going to a situation in Detroit, we're sure they're going to throw, but at the same time, he's going to have to get healthy. He's going to come back about halfway through. And then they've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was the breakout star of the second half last season. They signed DJ Chark in the offseason. They brought in Josh Reynolds last season and have carried him over to this year. So all of a sudden, you've got TJ Hawkinson healthy again. There's a ton of mouths to feed all of a sudden in Detroit, and Jameson Williams is just another one of them. So to me, I think it's a great long-term play. Yes. I think ultimately he could be the best, wide receiver prospect of the class. However, for this year specifically, he's probably not the one I'm most interested in. I think he's one of those guys where he's going to struggle in year one, and he could be had possibly for cheap next offseason in a deal with whoever drafts him this year and wants out. But I think long-term, he may be the guy you actually want.
You had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit worried when you said he's just another mouth to feed, because I believe long-term, he very well could be the best wide receiver here. He's probably better than Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was the alpha last year. Jameson Williams, though, can command those targets. And in the long term, love the fit in Detroit, but agreed. He's going to get way overdrafted once he is healthy for camp, which is something we're hearing. He's going to take some time to adjust coming off the ACL. And then maybe he has that late season breakout, but don't bother with a draft pick for quite a while.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at it, like you said for Olave, I think that he's a perfect complement to Michael Thomas as a amazing route runner, great deep threat. But we don't know what this Saints offense is going to look like under their new coaching staff when it comes to play calling, because a defensive head coach coming in, Dennis Allen, and he's already leaning towards how he's speaking that this is going to be a run-heavy offense.
Right.
Even if Kamara, ends up being suspended or something along those lines, I don't think he's going to be afraid to feed Mark Ingram and Tony Jones. That's what it's looking at. Williams is a great compliment as well to St. Brown. I don't think it really hurts St. Brown majorly, but it's going to be a good 1-2 punch with them. St. Brown in the slot with the short to intermediate. His doesn't really change much, because I didn't even like him past season a lot because of the fact that Hawkinson and Swift will be returning. And when those guys are healthy, I do believe those are 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So the big one, Jahan Dawson, I don't like where he went. I don't think I would have liked any player going to Washington when it comes to the wide receiver position. Because
then Dotson is a very specific guy. Like, what he does is he's going to be their field stretcher. They already have Curtis Samuel coming back as their slot guy. So Dotson's going to be a possession guy on the outside who's going to be their, quote unquote, burner, but he's not even a speed guy. So he's just going to be the complement to Terry McLaurin, who I think is going to be the one that's fed. And we saw last year that Wentz zones in on one guy, and that's basically it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's someone I was never really that excited about from a fantasy perspective.
Mhm.
I know he's very talented. He's fast with a 4.43, but that's not elite speed. And he just never really popped to me. He's a very good receiver. He's never going to be a great fantasy asset, especially with Carson Wentz.
Right.
Now, there's rumors that Washington takes a quarterback here, but there's rumors that everyone takes a quarterback here because only Kenny Pickett off the
Has
board so
gone,
far.
yeah.
Kenny Pickett is the only non-wide receiver that is fantasy relevant to go round one.
Right.
And we'll open the floor to Mike Manning to talk about Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I've gone through the stages that you go through
Stages of
whenever.
grief.
Yeah, and we're at the I don't know which one it is on the
Bargaining,
steps, but bargaining,
compromise.
acceptance, whichever one label you want to throw onto it. I think that the Steelers are going to want Kenny Pickett to be early career Ben Roethlisberger because he's a mobile in the pocket type guy. He can move around. He's going to be able to make plays later in the play clock or in the time to throw. He had a 3.19 time to throw for seconds, which was insanely long in the college. So then just last season, Big Ben last season was 2.25, which was by far the lowest and fastest. So it's going to be a huge transition from old Big Ben to new Kenny or younger Kenny Pickett. But early on in Big Ben's career, they sat there and ran the ball a lot, played great defense, allowed his pass catchers to make plays after the catch, and then catch the occasional deep ball. That's, I'm guessing, what they're wanting out of Kenny Pickett. Don't make that many mistakes. Be accurate. If you need to throw it away, throw it away. Let the running game and the defense do what they're supposed to do with the talent that you have, except for the offensive line, obviously.
And the Bucks are on the clock, just so everyone knows. There is a good chance that once again, we will be getting the picks before they are announced on the actual draft, which is the advantage to watching important nonsense instead of all that ESPN, NFL. You don't want to listen to them. You want the groundbreaking analysis that is importantnonsense.com. And final picks.
We could skip past this because this really is.
I was just bringing it up to show it.
Just for the
there
sake
was
of it. It's
nothing fantasy relevant unless you are a big IDP fan. And with the 33rd overall pick in the NFL draft, the Buccaneers select defensive tackle Logan Hall.
All right.
This was the betting favorite. Everyone was kind of expecting it at this point. On a lot of betting sites, you couldn't even place a wager because it was so certain.
Yeah.
I would have thought maybe the interior defender Jones out of Connecticut, but I just personally liked him more. So
I agree.
I guess they didn't.
But they have plenty of nose tackles there. What they don't have is the 3 to 5 tech. And so that's what Ndamukong Suh was. That's what they need again. Yeah,
I thought Jones could maybe move out, but it'll be interesting this early on if Willis is going to be in this first 10 or so picks.
Right. I agree.
Especially now, Minnesota on the clock. We'll see.
Well, Minnesota, Seattle coming up in a little bit.
Yeah.
And the Vikings have traded back with the Green Bay Packers.
Ooh.
A lot of interdivisional trades in the draft here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I think specifically interdivisional with the Vikings trade.
Yeah,
the Lions and now the Packers.
So they just have to wait. And
willing to help everyone in the division but themselves, it seems like.
This has got to be George Pickens, Skye Moore, or Christian Watson, right?
After all the flack, right? You would think.
Aaron Rodgers spent
it's
a
another
lot
defensive
of time
player.
Trash talking. Not trash talking, actually.
Well, that brings us to the best available. So these are my best fantasy players available. Of course, you got Breece Hall. I'm much higher on Rachaad White than many people. He's one of my sleepers in rookie drafts, depending on where he lands. So I feel like he's got the all-around tool set to be the number 2 running back, which is why I have him ranked there. Then Isaiah Pillar, you mentioned, or Spiller, you already mentioned George Pickens, the wide receiver out of Georgia. He's the best available there, but I love me some Skye Moore. I talked about that last night, about how I'm higher on him than most other places as well. Just the pure athleticism. Always love me some action whenever I get the opportunity. So Skye Moore, absolutely. And then John Mechie, Tyler Algier.
The Green Bay Packers have selected wide receiver, North Dakota State, Christian Watson.
Was not on my best available. Jason
There's
will love
reason
the
for
pick,
that.
though. Yeah.
I love Christian Watson.
I don't mind Christian Watson, but he gets extremely overhyped and has been in this whole process, and we'll see here in a second. But he was already, in my opinion, being overdrafted and over-talked about in rookie drafts. The fact that he's now going to Green Bay to be essentially the de facto wide receiver 1 is going to just blow that completely through the roof. You could see Christian Watson go as the top 5 pick now in rookie drafts just because he's landed in Green Bay. And
Which I think would be ridiculous.
The hype is going to get out of control on this kid. And again, he's not bad. Like, he has good athleticism. But the biggest knock against him is he played in North Dakota State. The competition that he played against, most people are going to look good if you're the star wide receiver at North Dakota State. I mean, it's just, can he translate that to the NFL? And there's the player comp, just the style. Denzel Mims, like, we've seen this before. We know that he's okay. He's in this Modge Podge of guys, but he's an older rookie. He didn't have eye-popping numbers when he really should have, given the situation.
I will counter that with COVID and the shortened schedule, because remember, North Dakota State didn't even play one season because of COVID. Trey Lance suffered because of it, but a lot of the hype that Trey Lance generated was throwing to Christian Watson.
Right.
I mean, I think that, as you can see on the screen, with the biggest weakness, his ball skills is a big problem. Being 6'4" and over 200 pounds, he should be a lot better. And we saw it at the Senior Bowl. He should be a lot better at going up and getting the ball, especially whenever the defenders are way smaller than him, almost 6 to 10 inches shorter than him, give or take. And he's still not able to go up and it was a very low contested catch rate at conversion. And as you can see, his stats are fine. He's an athlete, that's for sure, but his route running needs to be refined a bit more. So you're looking at an older rookie that needs a lot of things to work on, that's going to an offense of a quarterback that doesn't like to throw the rookies.
Right.
I think you get one older wide receiver a class to have faith in. Christian Watson is mine.
Which is fine. I mean, we saw the hype. The hype was going really high just during the pre-draft or the.
Well, that's my point.
Process.
I'm not even saying he's a complete bust and he's not going to be good at all. I'm saying for the price you're going to have to pay to acquire Christian Watson,
especially now. And the best thing I think about this, Alan Lazard will continue to be an absolute value.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he's still the most likely to benefit from Adams leaving. So,
and he benefits from Christian Watson too because of that speed.
Right. Again, he goes, he fits back into that number 2 role where he has thrived so well.
Opens the field up, and Tennessee Titans select cornerback Roger McCreary with the 35th pick.
Go down a little bit. Well, welcome in, Neil.
Howdy, gentlemen.
How's it going, Neil?
So out here in the non-Eastern time zones, I'm like a lot of people coming in off work. I don't know what's going on. And I walk in, and the Packers finally stopped spitting on Aaron Rodgers, at least temporarily, and actually managed to pick up a wide receiver. How about that? What else have I missed?
You missed the fact that the Jets just traded up with the Giants.
Oh, wow.
Offensive
Interstate
tackle
trade now?
for sure.
Raymond's still there, and he would be a good selection here. If that's, if the Jets go offensive tackle, it would make a lot of sense to go with Raymond. With all the Mekhi Becton talk that's been going on and the rumors of he ballooned up to 400 pounds over the season, they aren't happy with this, they aren't happy with that, the injuries that have happened and all that stuff. It's not crazy.
No, not crazy at all. I think the Jets had a couple key needs, and they've come out and filled most of them to this point.
Mm-hmm. They had one of the best days yesterday, easy.
The Jets are quietly having a very nice draft.
Mm-hmm.
There hasn't been enough comedy in this for me. Gettleman's gone. The Raiders don't have a pick. The Jets are being intelligent. There's not enough insanity here. The most questionable pick was the Patriots Belichick one of all of yesterday.
That's because Belichick the GM and Belichick the coach are two very different careers.
I will say, though, Belichick is good with offensive linemen. That is the one thing he excels at. He sucks at wide receivers. He sucks at defensive backs. Sorry, corners. Good at safeties. What
That's
an
also
oddly specific skill set.
Right.
That's also just looking at the fact, though, that one of the biggest things was the value. Like, I get that some of these players that you pick in the first round, you reach for, end up being solid to good players. But if you take them 2 rounds before when they're projected to go, it's still a head scratcher. It still makes it not make a whole lot of sense because you could have waited and still gotten that player and added a whole nother, solid to above average player with a first round pick.
Ho, ho, ho! Fantasy relevance! The Jets have traded up for running back Breece Hall.
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay.
Michael Carter is dead.
Yep.
Well, Howell retires, and they had to do something. Signs that 1-day contract. They had to fill a hole.
Well, that is very interesting.
Fantastic.
So now does this change the narrative on Breece Hall? Like, he was still the best player in the class, but now that he's landed in the Jets in a horrible situation, does that change it at all? I don't think so.
Situation at all. I think it's a fantastic situation. There's no competition. Way better than Michael Carter. They've made many investments in the offensive line this year and the past couple years. I think this is a fantastic situation for Breece Hall. I hope that people downplay it because they shouldn't. Breece Hall to the moon.
I think the big thing will be if his coaching staff that came from San Fran is going to buck that, still using a committee type thing. And which I think they will if you're going to go up and get your guy. Although
they only moved up 2 spots, so
we saw that
they just jumped ahead of the Texans. That's all they really did. So
Texans were rumored to be taking a running back. Oh, Breece
I think
Hall.
the offense in general is a great spot.
Yeah,
the offensive line is being
Breece
built
Hall's
up.
a monster. I mean, top to bottom. He was the best running back in the class. It wasn't really close. Michael Carter, I have been completely outspoken about how I'm not a big Michael Carter fan, how I don't think he could handle the workload, how the best he looked all season long is when his quarterback wasn't playing, is when he was playing with Mike White. So I feel like Breece Hall is an immediate upgrade. He's the instant RB1 on that roster. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the situation. Running backs in New York never really succeed. But, again, talent over situation.
And the talent is supreme because guess how many running backs at 215 pounds or above have run a sub 4.40 in the past decade? 2.
I don't know.
Jonathan Taylor and Breece Hall.
Well, that explains the comp, right?
Yep.
It's like the numbers work.
It's like that's why they're there.
Yeah.
The one difference between Jonathan Taylor and Breece Hall caught a lot more passes at Iowa State.
That was what I was just going to get into.
He put
Is
a lot more tape on in college receiving the
here's
ball.
here's what I would want to look at as it relates to Breece Hall. How many dump off passes do you think the Jets are going to throw? Because that's really what I care about as it pertains to Breece Hall more than anything. Is he should have plenty of work doing that job, catching dump offs. Because do we really think the Jets are going to suddenly be that? They're going to be. Steve clearly doesn't think they're going to be great. I think there'll be plenty of opportunity for him to catch short and intermediate stuff over the field, which he did really well in college. That's the thing that I'm most interested in.
I think it's not actually going to be when you're looking at the receiving game. I don't think that Wilson's great for him. The Jets offense in general did not. Right. Whenever Wilson was at under center, they did not ever drop the ball off. That's
true. Mike White was the one doing most of the ball dumping off down the stretch.
Even Josh Johnson did more.
Yeah.
In the one game that he did, it was basically anybody but Zach Wilson was willing to drop the ball off. But Zach Wilson's going to hold the ball for as long as possible and chuck it deep.
Yeah. Do you think that might change due to the fact he was hurt and after a year of experience?
If the only thing it would do would be for the experience. If he feels more comfortable in the pocket and realizes just after playing the game for a year in the NFL and seeing the speed, because that's one of the big things is, rookie quarterbacks coming in, usually the clock takes a little bit longer in their minds for when their first season.
Yeah.
If they can slow that clock down, and that's when they progress into becoming, more solid starting quarterbacks, which is what you're hoping for. That's why with Pickett, that's what people are worried about because of his long time just in college. And Justin Fields did the same thing, but he had enough athleticism and a good enough arm when on the run to be able to make up for it. Zach Wilson had struggled sometimes whenever he was on the run and throwing.
Yeah.
And so we do have some news. The Houston Texans have made a non-fantasy relevant move, selecting safety Jalen Petre. Another trade, though. Falcons are on the clock.
Get another wide receiver, Atlanta. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
It's one of the few teams where you would be like, yeah, go ahead and just.
They need. They could do anything, and I wouldn't really be that surprised because they kind of need everything. They're in that boat. Unless they took a tight end.
That's why I don't like them trading up, honestly, because you just have so many needs. Why?
They trade. So the Giants had 36. They traded back with the Jets 2 spots to gain pick 146 and 38, and now they've just traded 38 to the Falcons. So they're just
for 43 and 114.
Yeah, so they're just restocking here as guys move up. And look, the Falcons are moving up. We talked about them jumping. Is this Malik Willis?
Maybe.
Yeah.
While we wait for the answer to that question, let's not get too far away from Breece Hall. Let's try to put a bow on that conversation real quick. So let me ask you this. Questions about quarterback play and landing spot and all that stuff aside, would that situation be bad enough to put you off the idea that he's still the 1.1 in dynasty drafts that'll be happening next weekend?
No.
Zero.
Me either. Okay. So really then the conversation is about where he would go in redraft, right? We all agree on that? That's the conversation?
Yeah,
really?
But that's way too early to tell.
That's what I'm saying. So the Breece Hall thing is kind of cool, but I wanted to get it out in the open that it's like, warts aside, it's not enough to dethrone him as the 1.1 in your rookie draft that is probably happening next weekend.
Well, unfortunately, friends, the Falcons did not trade up for a fantasy relevant player. They traded up for Penn State defensive end Arnold Ebiketie.
That's fine. At least they got a defensive. They need every defensive player.
Yeah.
TJ Watt had more sacks than the Atlanta Falcons defense.
Yes. That's right.
So makes a lot of sense to get up and get a pass rusher.
How many games did Watt play last year, too? That is
10.
15-ish, because if you want to count, I think he had 2 games he left at like halftime, if not earlier. So kind of like 13, but 13.5.
So it's like 15 starts, but actually, as far as
The
like games
Bears are on
finished,
the
it's
clock.
13.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, Bears wide receiver prime territory.
George Pickens. This would be a great George Pickens spot, let me tell you.
It would. That would get me very excited.
Got to do something.
They have to help Fields at some point.
Yeah, you got to
They've
do
done
something.
nothing to help him.
So just to put a bow on it real quick here. Christian Watson, who we got away from for a little bit there. He went at round 2, pick 34. He finished with a 7.66 post-draft score for me. That puts him in the same neighborhood as McCole Hardman, Josh Palmer, and Michael Pittman. It's the exact same pick that Indy took Michael Pittman at 2 years ago. So that's probably...
I really like the Pittman comparison.
That's probably your closest comparable right there. But again, that plays into exactly what I was talking about with 1 full year, essentially, of Michael Pittman being meh.
Yeah.
Doing nothing in Indy, and then came back with a vengeance in year 2. Christian Watson transitioning into the NFL is going to need that time, even with Aaron Rodgers as his quarterback. I don't want Watson.
Oh, I just don't think Rodgers will
year
throw
one.
it to him unless he catches fire
I
pretty
agree.
quickly out of the gate.
I don't want him in year 1 for what it's going to cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally fine with that. No argument whatsoever, as long as we acknowledge that Allen Lazard is a fantastic value.
Continues to be fantastic.
He already was, and he's going to be
even
better. I know he already was, but it's going to get even better for Allen Lazard, the cheapest wide receiver 1 in fantasy football.
All right, and then to put again the bow on Breece Hall there, finished with a 10.57 in the post-draft model, so that puts him just behind the grade of J.K. Dobbins from 2 years ago, slightly better than Josh Jacobs from 2019, and a little better than Cam Akers. So right in that neighborhood. That's basically what we're looking at.
And I think even in redraft, most of those players along those lines you saw around, I think 4 to 6 round type players is when they were usually, by the time the preseason came around, that was their ADPs.
Right.
And I would expect probably 4-ish is what we can expect from Breece because of the hype that he has from his athleticism.
Well, because that's the real question. Like, does this put Breece Hall into the top 20? And I don't think so.
No.
Is it Sammy Watkins season, as Philip White would like to say?
Sammy
I thought that
Watkins
was from
season last
yesterday.
4 quarters.
Yeah.
He's back
Most
again.
6.
That's all about Sammy Watkins season.
Also, completely lost it. I had something to say, something of value, and it completely...
It's good. Sammy Watkins threw you off.
Sammy Watkins
He
season.
does that for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember now, and it's also something that is going to throw all of the Jets fans off, because not only do they have Michael Carter and Michael Carter II, but they also have Breece Hall and Bryce Hall. And the Bears now have cornerback Kyler Gordon from Washington.
Okay.
They needed corner, I will say.
Secondary was probably their biggest weakness. So
Kindle Vildor could not start again. Seahawks, back-to-back picks here.
Yep.
I've heard they love Desmond Ridder.
I mean, you would expect one of these two to be a quarterback. I'm not sure, it could be Ridder, it could be Willis, but you would think that you might as well take the chance here if you're Seattle and get somebody to battle with the likes of Drew Lock and Geno Smith, which, isn't really the most exciting battle in the world.
Well, they're the ones too. Like, we were talking about the Giants and playing out with Daniel Jones and the idea that what if they're too good, get themselves out of position for a decent QB, right? Isn't Seattle in the exact same spot? What happens if their team, their defense, and their players are just too good for them to lose more than 9 games?
Do you really think that's a risk, though, with Seattle? Because I'm the depth chart guy. I've seen often how terrible this team is.
I mean, I know they're not great, but you think they're going to finish worse than 7-10?
Absolutely. Undoubtedly. I think they are finishing with about 5 wins this year. They are terrible.
All right.
No offensive line.
I don't know if they're a top 5 team next year in the draft is my point.
Oh, I think they are. I really do. I think them and the Falcons might be competing for the top pick.
Wow. You think they're that aggressively brutal?
Yes, absolutely.
Very interesting.
They have 2 starting caliber offensive linemen. They have
That's
Well, I think we're going to
long
find out
time.
real quick here.
yeah.
Because if they also believe that they're that bad, then these next 2 picks are going to be defenders. And they're going to rebuild that defense on the back end. But if they think, like I do, that they're going to be outside of the top 10 picking in next year's draft, then they go with a quarterback here because they're not going to have a shot at a good one next year without trading up.
I am excited to see these 2 picks come in.
But there's no way you use one of these 2 picks on a quarterback and then don't play him.
Oh, no, absolutely.
And don't think he has a shot to be your guy for the future. So if you don't buy into Ritter or into Willis and you're just going to play out this year and hope for the best next year, then they'll skip on quarterback here.
This is a big one, honestly. This is a franchise-changing pick. This is a quarterback resetting pick because we don't know if Kenny Pickett's going to start right away. We don't know if this quarterback will start right away. But honestly, I think Mitchell Trubisky's better competition for Kenny Pickett than Geno Smith and Drew Lock are for QBX.
Sure.
Yeah, won't argue there.
Pete Carroll, what are you doing?
So he
then the
broke
other
his
thing-
phone after Breece Hall got
Exactly.
he smashed that on the ground.
So then the other thing was we were talking about the biggest difference. So after everything that happened yesterday, all the trades and all the craziness and all that, biggest impact basically on overall projections for me, AJ Green got completely murdered. He just his fantasy career is essentially over.
For the second time, actually. That's twice now.
Yeah, he was already pretty low on my rankings, but yeah. Hold on.
So,
The questions.
I'm
yeah,
nervous. Honestly, I'm sweating a little bit here.
This is taking a little too long, right? It's taking
Well,
a
yeah.
little too long for that.
No, the thing, they have the back-to-back picks, so they can take their time and make sure they're getting the 2 players that they want, or they're trying to trade out.
Yeah.
Either
If
way.
they can run the whole clock down and then let it expire and then be like, oh, well, guess we're going to jump ourselves.
Well, and see, that's the thing here is I don't care about the Seahawks. I am sweating over the pick because I got to know who it's going to be.
Well, so I had AJ Green is dead. Quez Watkins also died.
Yes,
that
did
fell off aggressively.
That did happen.
Marquez Callaway, who we kind of talked about, he fell out of that number 2 spot. He's now the number 3 in New Orleans. If you thought the number 2 spot was bad to have in New Orleans, number 3 is even worse.
No, sorry to interrupt though, but Joe Schoen, the Giants GM, he has already traded back as many times as Dave Gettleman did in 4 years.
That sounds right.
Yep, that sounds accurate.
That sounds right.
Pathetic.
I would
Right?
be surprised if
Just-
Gettleman did it at all.
I think the first time he did it was last year, right?
Yep, he did it twice last year.
It is such a shame that he's not here to entertain us by making picks and running a team. That is.
Let's see. Corey Davis also died. Dropped off a huge cliff. He dropped out of the top 200.
Whew.
They can get rid of his contract, I think, pretty easily, either after this year or next year.
This is his last season with the Jets.
Yeah.
And then what was left of Jalen Reagor also fell off. Same thing with Mims. Those guys didn't super matter. What was an interesting one was what we had kind of talked about yesterday after the trade. Hollywood Brown went from 74 overall for me, dropped 50 spots out of the top 100, going from being the primary target in Baltimore to being essentially the second in target share in Arizona. So big drop for him. And then Rondale Moore moved down slightly, as we talked about as well, but still decent. Amon-Ra St. Brown lost some of his target share with that getting redistributed a little bit with Jameson Williams coming in. But otherwise, for the most part, it all stayed relatively the same. A.J. Brown was basically right
Was
on
that a
course
lateral
where he
move,
was.
basically?
Yeah. He moved down slightly, just in terms of overall like yardage and points.
Volume, possibly a little bit.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question because I didn't. Maybe I just missed it. What did you do with Davonte Smith?
That's a great question. I had him.
Curious which way you line up on this because
Where
I
was
think
it?
there's two schools of thought on what's
So-
going to happen here.
So the difference was Davonte Smith was already at 113 overall for me.
Yeah, okay,
He only
yeah.
dropped 20 spots.
But he
So
dropped 20 spots.
Yes,
Okay,
but
okay.
it's in overall, not at what just wide receiver.
Not obviously,
So, yeah.
obviously we're talking about overall. But the reason I bring it up is because I think you could go one of two ways on
Mhm.
how you want to skin that cat, which is Davonte Smith either drops because of the addition of superior talent, or you take the converse side of that logic puzzle and you say, well, maybe he actually just performs better with what he does get because now he's not going up against the number one coverage anymore, which he was kind of struggling with last year.
Right.
I think it's chicken and the egg type of deal. I was curious. That's why, but you dropped him, so I think you went with option A.
So what?
I'm not
yeah.
here to tell you you're right or wrong. I'm just
No,
throwing out
essentially what
ideas.
happened was like what you're talking about is he lost the volume, less targets, but the quality of target went up.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
A.J. Brown came in. So he's got more yardage, but less receptions, less targets.
There you go.
Potentially more touchdowns too, because the
Right.
offense will be better.
Right.
Right.
Kind of balancing it out a little
Yeah.
bit.
But it
Probably-
still nets him a drop.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair
Just
enough.
barely. He's roughly in
Yeah.
the same spot I had him before.
Probably keeps in the same tier, drops down in that tier. You know
Yeah,
what
so
I mean?
Like-
when it would translate to a fantasy draft, he'd maybe go half a round later or something
For me,
like that.
and that's kind of part of it too, is like for me coming into this, before this all happened, he was already my wide receiver 55.
Mhm. Right.
And that's
Right.
that's with him as the number one wide receiver on that team. So for him to stay in basically the same neighborhood, bringing in A.J. Brown, that kind of just tells you how I felt about him and that offense in general.
And
This will be
so
interesting.
my least favorite comment from today. AJ Brown is not a top 15 wide receiver, period. Talent wise, we're not talking fantasy. We're
Mhm.
talking in the real NFL. AJ Brown outside the top 15.
I'd love to know who the 15
Absurd.
guys that are better are.
They gave them to me. They were.
Oh, did
boy.
they?
Okay.
were
They were-
incredible.
Oh, can we go through them? We got a minute. You want to go through them? Like
I'll have to find it, but Deontay Johnson is one of them.
on pure talent, not
No.
fantasy or opportunity.
Nope, pure talent.
Nope.
Okay.
He's sitting right behind me, and no.
Mike Williams was one of them.
Mike
Williams.
really. The
Okay.
4
That's-
games a year he's healthy. Mike
Is this
Williams?
individual a
Wow.
Chargers fan? Was this Jason?
Possibly. It could have been Jason.
This was Jason's alt account.
So here. Oh, I thought I had it. I did not. Darn it. I will find it. I'm trying to remember off
It's
the
off
top
to
of
a
my
roaring
head.
start.
Right.
Oh, and of course, the Seahawks select defensive end Boye Mafe.
I mean, that's a good player.
Great player, fantastic athlete,
Yeah.
total Seahawks pick. Not a
But now-
quarterback.
Now is it a quarterback on the next pick? It's the only way it's going to pull Jack out of his spiral.
Oh no, I'm fine with whatever it is. I'm just stressed because it's such a pivotal moment. I just need to know.
Mhm.
It's true. It is a franchise-defining thing for them because that has been broadly the same team for how many years?
Since
Right.
2012?
Long time. Something like that,
Yeah.
right? It's
Mhm.
something like that. It's been basically the
2013 was when they
same.
drafted Russ, I believe. So
Yeah.
since
gonna say-
Matt Hasselbeck, yeah.
So this is big. I mean, their
And then
identity
it's-
is basically being taken from them.
So then, flip side of the coin, all the guys that I said got murdered, guys that were helped out yesterday significantly. Devin Duvernay, all of a sudden, the wide receiver 2 in Baltimore. And now that doesn't mean he's fantasy relevant.
Not dead yet. Though.
It just
Yeah.
means that he's suddenly alive again.
He was granted a stay of execution.
Well, and
I mean,
remember, they did draft a center.
Mhm.
What could that imply? That
Going
they're
back
going
to running the ball.
more.
Mm-hmm. That's right, which is why they're so furious that Breece Hall's off the board. But don't worry, when they get Kenneth Walker, they are going to be.
They'll
running
champagne
Dobbins
bottles will
too.
get popped. Like there'll be champagne everywhere.
Of course, my guy Rashad Bateman made a huge leap.
Yeah.
And then Mitchell Trubisky took a dive because, why wouldn't he? And then Robert Woods also moving up as well because, here he moves into a situation. He was already the number 2, but he was the number 2 to A.J. Brown. Now he's the number 2 to a young rookie in Burks, where he's going to probably get more opportunity near the beginning of the season, at least, than he otherwise would have.
Yeah.
So
one for me, based on yesterday, I sat down and roughed this out after we were done.
And everybody else basically said the same.
I was curious, Steve, how that would translate to, because obviously we have rookie drafts next weekend. Well, just about everybody. And I'm curious to how any of that translates to your rookie overall, because I have mine right here. So I jotted all. This didn't take as long as it normally does because there were like 8 offensive players off the board last night. But given who we have landing spots for, I think Breece Hall, we all talked about it earlier. He's got to be the 1.1. There's no question about that. Yeah. But for me, based on yesterday, Treylon Burks.
Oh my God! Running back, Kenneth Walker, Seattle Seahawks.
Thank you, Pete, for the comedy. You're always there for me.
Oh my God!
Cut to the champagne.
Well, Chris Carson's career is officially over.
We knew that already.
Poor
Rashad Penny, after he finally was going to get the chance to be the guy.
Oh my God!
Here's that 1-year deal. Let us get another rookie to replace you in less than a year.
Right?
Said it for years.
Oh my God, Seattle, you are the worst team in the NFL. Now do you believe me?
Now I believe you, 100%.
You were saying, Neil, about having some entertainment in the draft.
I just said it again.
He put it out there in the universe.
Pete always helps me out when I need a helping hand over the years. He always has my back.
The Seahawks are the most predictably bad drafting team in the NFL.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Steve, let's talk about it while we have the video up, obviously. From yesterday, this is your dad's running back. Really solid between the tackles, runner, runs through contact, pretty good balance. No catching of football ability from what we've actually seen.
When I put these together, Kenneth Walker, this image of this is the fantasy community looking at Kenneth Walker all off season long. Like, oh my God, it's Kenneth Walker. Oh my God, I can't even believe it. This is exactly what I have been listening to and dealing with. In the ECR, he is the 5th overall player, RB2 pre-draft. He goes to a situation in Seattle where, like we said, Drew Lock is the guy they want because all they want is a quarterback who can turn around and hand off the ball because that's all they want to do. Here you go. This is exactly it, just coming to fruition right here. Kenneth Walker. So Melvin Gordon is the comp. He had no opportunity.
Yeah, he plays a lot like Melvin Gordon.
He had no opportunity to catch the ball in college. Can he? Maybe.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Like he's never been given the chance. He has. So this is Chris Carson in this offense. Like Jack said, Chris Carson's dead. This is what Chris Carson was doing. He was the bruiser. And now you're going back to Rashad Penny, who can handle the workload, just being the 3rd down back, catching the ball occasionally. So he goes from significant value to once again, virtually no value unless Kenneth Walker gets hurt. It's just going to be a car wash in Seattle. I want no part of this. This is going to be way too expensive again.
Melvin Gordon is a great comp. My comp is J.K. Dobbins. But either way, players
J.K. Dobbins can catch. That's the problem.
But he never did in college. So he can now. We know that. We know Melvin Gordon can now. But coming out, J.K. Dobbins. In theory, he could have caught the ball, and he proved it. But that is what you are getting from Kenneth Walker. An RB2, probably not an RB1.
He does go to a very good situation in terms of usage in future.
Terms of volume, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's going to be the guy in a run-heavy offense for years to come, at least, injuries and such aside. So it does do well for his fantasy value eventually. I don't think year one is going to be massive for him because I do think that they're going to use Penny as more of the whenever Chris Carson would go out and Penny wasn't there, they did kind of a 3-headed, 4-headed, whoever happened to be healthy, they threw out there. And I think it's going to start off like that until Kenneth Walker sets himself apart.
When you plug him into the model,
Or Penny
Kenneth
Pittsburgh.
Walker, who just does not analytically test out well. He didn't do much in the passing game. He
Another
comes in right
trade.
around Javonte Williams, Darrell Henderson, and Lynn Bowden. Those are the comparables. There.
Another trade. The Vikings have moved up to the Colts pick.
What the hell?
Well,
are
maybe
the
now
Vikings
it's
doing?
quarterback time. Maybe now it's quarterback time. Finally.
Seriously, someone tell me what the hell the Vikings are doing in this draft. Move
I
back,
mean,
move back, and then just spend all that move back capital to move up. What?
Well, they didn't move up too far. Let's see what it is. Because if they move back, acquire assets, and then land Malik Willis, come on. Tell me that's not a W.
I mean, but are they that smart? Who knows?
Well, it's
Their
a new
GM is
Moving up for a defender.
You mean I was going to say historically no. But I will say I'm once again proven right. Pete Carroll has never met a running back that he wasn't trying to send you up text to. He got what he wanted. He gets a new shiny new toy for his dream offense of running the ball 3 yards at a time, hopefully in a cloud of dust, and then throwing a 2-yard dump off pass on third down. It's fantastic. I think it's going to be entirely too expensive for redraft. However, for dynasty, not the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. If you're looking at it as a dynasty prospect, he actually came up a couple spots based on his landing spot here. But I agree with the price point in redraft. I think is going to be absolutely absurd.
You know who it's going to be here? It's going to be James Cook. Oh, wait. We do have the pick. Oh, it is a cornerback, Andrew Booth. So that does make sense. It is a position of need for the Vikings. They are loading up on defense here, really rebuilding it quickly.
And I get jumping the Giants for that. Because if the Giants are going to get rid of Bradbury, they were going to look quarterback too.
Yeah, definitely. And they gave up, Colts get 53 and 190 something.
All right.
And
Well, that's not
77.
too bad then.
They get a 3rd rounder and a 6th rounder.
Yeah.
We're going to have a couple teams coming up with their first pick of the entire draft.
Oh, 53, 77, and 192 for and they get a pick back too. All confusing.
So confusing.
Especially when it comes in quickly and you only have like half a second to read it.
I'm sure the Vipers really help.
The Vipers are fine.
All right, here.
That's
Oh,
my
here we go.
memory.
We've been working on this special treat. We've got live from the draft, Paschall.
What?
Wow.
Yeah,
Kind of.
Paschall live on location. in Vegas.
Selection. Please welcome. How's it going, guys?
How's it going, Paschall? How's Vegas?
It's going good. It's very hot. It's very loud, but it's amazing out here. This is crazy.
You're looking good, my friend. You are looking
Thank
good.
you so much.
Was there a lot of hype for the Kenneth Walker pick? We were all
No, I heard a lot of boos and a lot of cheers from non-Seahawks fans. It was quite funny. Every time the Seahawks come on, though, all the Cleveland fans shout Baker, Baker, Baker. So that's been pretty great.
Excellent.
Give the people what they want.
Yes. So what's been getting the biggest fan reaction so far?
The Raiders, obviously, anytime anything Raiders related comes on, people go crazy. Booing Roger, that's always a fun tradition, no matter what's going on.
Sure,
So that's always getting the biggest cheers out here for sure.
I know what you're thinking. I look pretty good for my
And Vishal, what is your personal favorite pick? Oh, breaking news. The Giants are drafting Wan'Dale Robinson, gadget player, which means Kadarius Toney is out in New York.
Very confusing.
It is.
They're getting rid of Kadarius Toney. That's what it is.
Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate you checking in. We'll let you get back to it out there.
Thank you, Vishal.
All right, sounds good. Have a great show,
Have a
guys.
good one, guys.
Have fun,
Have
bud.
fun.
Excellent. Thank you, Vishal, for checking in with us. All right, Wan'Dale.
Wan'Dale Robinson ahead.
You know, when I was putting all these together, I was telling Neil in the background, like, it's real difficult to find good footage of Kentucky football. It's just real rough. But Wan'Dale, again, like you said, gadget player. He is, Kadarius Toney with a work ethic. So that's what they're that's what they're looking for, basically. There's nothing on the tape that pops for me. He's all right. He's not spectacular. I don't think he's terrible, but he's not somebody that I'm going to be overly interested in.
He is going to be good. I don't think there is any risk.
He's very raw. Is the thing with him.
I don't think there's any risk of him being a full bust. He'll be fine, but that's not moving the needle for fantasy when you're 5'8", 179.
Right.
I mean, if you're looking back at the past few years at the wide receivers that were drafted early in the second round to the middle of the second round, this is not going to join that list of the greats and the goods.
Well, especially with Skye Moore still on the board. That is what blows my mind.
And Pickens. Like, I don't...
Well, I
Pickens, we at least
understand
had a
Pickens.
reason.
Pickens is a different type of receiver. He's a clasher. He's an X. He's a big guy on the outside. Skye Moore does everything Wan'Dale does, but better. It's just not in the SEC.
Yeah. Let's see. So Wan'Dale Robinson, putting him in the model, gets a 10.35. That puts him right behind A.J. Brown, puts him right at the same level, though, with Henry Ruggs, and that's won't deal with the off-field stuff, but Henry Ruggs on the field wasn't spectacular. Jalen Reagor, Tutu Atwell. Those are the comps. That's the area that we're looking at for Wan'Dale Robinson.
I'm not gonna lie, Tutu Atwell was kind of the pick that came to mind to me.
Yep.
Of confusion, going to a team that didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Second round.
Being tiny.
It was a similar size.
Yeah. So that's very fitting.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is not something that I'm going to be super interested in either in a dynasty.
Well, that's the
scenario
weirdest part of it. Is like for how he was used at Kentucky and how he's really probably going to be used in the NFL. Like it's so contradictory, right? Like his biggest strength is being a vertical slot threat. How can you be a vertical threat and your biggest weakness is your speed? I don't understand how the way you use him as a gadget player and his biggest weakness is he's not fast. So he's a slow gadget player. He's going to get you like 10 yards on every play. That's not something that's going to be overly interesting.
Especially with, again, Skye Moore on the board. And also even Calvin Austin from Memphis, I would rather have, does the exact same things.
Doing the same thing, but better.
He's fast. He's actually fast.
I'd even like Khalil Shakir better.
Yep.
It's just this wide receiver room for the Giants is the most confusing I have probably ever seen when you look at all the players together and how much they're, the money that's put out, the draft capital that's put out, with Kenny Golladay being paid crazy, Sterling Shepard getting the huge pay cut, but still sticking around. Then you got Darius Slayton, who might be on the way out. We don't know, as the deep threat. Then you got Kadarius Toney, who's maybe out, maybe staying. We don't know. And now you're adding Wan'Dale Robinson. It just none of it makes sense.
None of it makes sense. And apparently they had to drag whoever was announcing the pick off the stage. because they just went on and on, made it all about themselves. And that's why you listen to Important Nonsense, because we don't make it about ourselves. As much as we love to talk, it's all about nerdy stuff.
I would rather have listened to Paschall with the
Live
we
from
were about to get
Vegas.
a copy. We were about to get a copyright claim. That was the issue. The song playing through the speaker. God, it was more than 20 seconds. Can't have that on here, fortunately.
Right. That was
I don't
the
make the
problem.
rules. It's an FCC thing. Hey, I don't own Sony. I tell you what, Gettleman may be gone, so they delayed the ridiculousness by a round and made a reasonable selection last night. But the
stench is
stink of
still there.
Gettleman clings on. That feels like a Gettleman pick. It's got a Giants logo on it. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's probably at least a round too early. It's got all the markers.
And it looks like Houston traded up. Which I don't understand why Houston would trade up in any situation, considering all the talent they need to get.
Everything they need.
I'll say,
yeah.
if I'm Houston, I would never trade up under hardly any circumstances, unless this is where you feel like you're going to grab the quarterback. But
And I
I was going to say this would just be the ultimate slap in Jason's face, Davis Mills.
oh yeah,
Just
no,
go
somewhere Jason
trade up and get
screaming.
Malik Willis.
We may get a special live shout out Vishal style from Jason, actually, if that happens.
just crying in his pillow.
He'll be upset.
Traded with-
Yeah,
okay,
it says
Cleveland, that makes
They
sense.
traded up with Cleveland and the pick is in.
Okay.
So they traded with Cleveland again. Again, it's just he goes to that speed dial, Casario. He just knows who he wants to
true.
deal with.
Well, I know you know who to call. You know who your sucker is.
Everybody's got a Huckleberry.
Yeah. Well, or it's the other way around. Cleveland might just be fleecing him over and over again at this point, and given where the both.
Yeah, I
teams
say
are.
everybody's got their
Yeah.
Huckleberry.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot more teams are going to start calling Arizona nowadays.
Maybe they're drunk. See if you can catch them doing something stupid.
I mean, you saw where Cliff Kingsbury does the draft or whatever last year, whatever it was.
Oh, that house.
Whenever, that crazy
Yeah,
house.
That house. Yeah.
So yeah, maybe he is having a few drinks there that he shouldn't be.
I wouldn't get any work done if I.
Well,
lived in
the
house. I
pick
don't know
is
what you're
in.
talking
John Mechie to the Houston
Ooh.
Texans.
Well, they did want a wide receiver, so
They did. And he fills
not
in
the
an
wide
instant
receiver I would
need.
take for them. That's
Well, they do need a slot. They have Brandon Cooks as the Z. They have the big X on the outside, Nico Collins. So Mechie fills that role.
still not
as-
sold on Nico, but that's
I'm not either, but that's okay. They are.
Yeah, and John Mechie provides an explosive threat in the slot. But again, Skye Moore, come on.
Also, Mechie's coming off of a torn ACL as well.
He
I'm a
is.
little surprised he used this early.
Yeah, I agree.
especially trading up.
Yeah,
Get him this early.
It's the Texans, though, right? And they do have that connection to Alabama. Nick Casario loves his Alabama players.
yeah. So did the Baltimore Ravens because of Newsom, but they actually drafted the good ones.
Yeah, well, and Ozzie Newsome is actually good at his job.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
I will say, I'd rather have John Mechie than Wan'Dale Robinson for sure.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
But in terms of fantasy, no. Let someone else draft John Mechie.
Just given the situation.
By the way,
too.
this is going around the internet right now. Greg Cosell of the NFL, working for NFL Films, he did his scouting reports in the pre-draft process, and his player comparable for Christian Watson was MVS. So that's getting a lot of hype right now that they just replaced Davonte Adams with MVS 2.0.
Oh my God.
Well, you know who else is like MVS is Equanimous St. Brown, who they drafted.
Uh-huh.
Packers just have a type.
Right?
Yeah, bad.
Tall
bad.
and fast. With
But
limited
yeah,
production.
I got distracted. So Mechie, he was my number 10 overall, wide receiver 7. I was higher on him than the consensus. And again, that was mainly because he tested out really well. But the injury, coming off the ACL. How quickly can he get healthy? But the Texans are another team where they're not in a hurry to be good. So they're willing to wait. And solid route runner when he can get back on the field. Russell Gage is the comparable. So, again, I don't hate John Mechie. There was just better guys out there, in my opinion, on the board.
Agreed. Definitely agreed there. However, when Wan'Dale Robinson's going second round.
Yeah.
Look, well, we've been talking most of this offseason about how this wide receiver class is a cluster. And there's no one that really, like, other than like Burks at the top, there's no one that really sets themselves apart. So it's really just pick your poison. It's take whatever guy you're most comfortable with. We've been talking about that from a fantasy perspective, but clearly the NFL feels the same way.
Yeah.
Like, it's all just the same. Take whatever guy you want the most.
I will say to Jack's point, if the Texans felt like they needed a slot, John Mechie is a fine choice. Like,
Yeah.
if that's what they're looking for, and they feel like they're okay, which I could get behind this logic train. You love Brandon Cooks, you pay him like you love him, and you take him out to dinner and you wine him and dine him, and they did all that. You're 1 year into the Nico Collins experiment. I really don't think they're going to cut bait on that quickly, even though I personally am not a believer in it. So if you're going in that sequential order, what would you need next? You would need an actual
By the way, it
slot
looks
player.
like they traded pick 68 and 2 4th-rounders to Cleveland to move up to 44.
So yeah, I think it'll be fine. Now, for Dynasty, is anybody super interested in John Mechie? Like, I don't know if I'm super interested in it from a Dynasty perspective.
He was.
Oh, also, we forgot to mention Canadian connection.
Sorry,
Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
He was going as there was some times you'd see him in rookie drafts going in late second, and I think that's crazy. I wouldn't touch him until probably mid third.
Yep,
So,
that's perfect. That's
yeah.
exactly where you want them in rookie drafts. There's so many running backs I would just rather have in terms of dynasty.
Given how much harder they are to replace and what it takes to actually get good ones, yeah.
And
whereas wide
given
receiver,
where Rashad White's going to go in drafts, he's going to go way too low, and Steve and I are going to be gobbling that up.
I am interested in Rashad White and then even Damian Pierce as well. I think their landing spots are going to be very telling.
The Lions have moved up to 46.
Interesting. So
With
are we
the
going to lose you
Texans.
here?
probably.
Well, I have to go pretty soon anyway, so I'll stay on a little bit after the Lions pick.
The Lions have
Oh, the Ravens! Wow! Ravens select defensive end David Ajabo, coming off the torn Achilles, but when he gets healthy, my word, that is going to be scary.
Every time a great pick comes in for the Ravens, just the look on Mike's face.
I told you, Mike. You just got to accept it, that they know what they're doing.
I know.
You just got to begrudgingly accept it, like I have, that it's a quality-run organization that knows what it's doing.
Yeah.
They consistently make good choices. Like, it's just what they do. They know what they're doing.
Jack, I already had the Lions at 46.
Yeah.
46, they gave up 46 in that trade with the Vikings. Oh, wait. Yeah,
they got it from the Vikings.
They got it.
Is what I'm showing here.
Yeah, it's showing.
They dropped 20 places.
Yeah, no, they just re-announced it that they did a weird thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't panic me.
I was going to say the Lions are moving up.
We already had
again.
that trade on here.
The Lions are having such a nice draft, like quality draft so far. Like,
I got a little
doing
stressed that
crazy.
they were moving up, and
I've got the Lions, the Commanders, and then the Bears.
Yep.
So I'll definitely stay through the Bears pick, and then we'll see after that. My goodness, though, David Ajabo,
Great pick.
he and Odafe Owe are going to be a terrorizing duo for years to come.
Ojabo and Owe.
Mike looks so upset just by all of the things that are happening.
Just seeing great Ojabo highlights on the TV, being like, "Oh, that's nice."
What could have been? Now I have to deal with it twice a year.
Yeah.
Well, and he gets to reunite with his former defensive coordinator, who is now running the defense of the Ravens, Mike McDonald.
Mm-hmm. I think the Steelers need to upgrade on tackle. Not with this next pick, but in general.
What are the Lions going to do here? Could the Lions take Malik Willis?
I would not blame them in any way.
I would. Yeah, I wouldn't.
You're the
I wouldn't hold
Lions
it against
expert.
them.
Yeah.
Why
You
are
got
you
the
asking
finger in
us?
the.
See, because they don't really tip their cap as to what they want to do, what their type is. The Lions are very much a close to the chest organization, which is great in terms of not getting sniped. Not great in terms of speculating.
I would like it to be the Malik Willis pick. I think
All
it's
right,
really, it would be fitting.
interesting. The Lions are drafting Josh Paschall, Kentucky defensive end.
Get another big boy in there.
Is there much? I don't know how Okwara's contract is going because they just paid him
They did.
prior to last season.
He is coming off the torn Achilles as well, so they could be looking
from,
for someone to
Pitt.
groom.
Got it.
And they also have Charles Harris on a 2-year deal, who is not particularly special. So, interesting pick. Not someone I thought was going to go in the second round, but
I mean, they addressed the interior of the D-line last year heavy. Looks like they're doing the edge this year. They're taking the trenches outward very literally.
yep. And I can't blame them for that. I just didn't expect it to be this soon for this player.
He's a good pass rusher. I don't blame them, but that's just I didn't expect them to go for another pass rusher already.
Yeah. And pulling up Josh Paschall here. He is I'm just trying to find size and everything. He is 6'3", 270, so he's likely going to end up playing that interior defensive tackle. So that I understand a lot more. I thought they were drafting him as a pure edge. Instead, I see him as that 3 to 5 tech. That I'm okay with.
So they now feel comfortable with their 3 down linemen for years to come.
Yeah, they've already got Michael Brockers, who Malik Willis's name came up on my feed, but it's just a speculation. Dressed me out. I'm a very stressable person, clearly, but
Really?
yes, it does solve.
It.
It solves a long-term issue. Michael Brockers, yes, he's the veteran, but outside of him and last year's second-round pick Levi Onwuzurike, they really don't have much. So it does make sense. What'll the Bears do though? And will a quarterback go to the Saints in the second round?
Will a fantasy relevant player actually be
Well,
picked?
I mean, here's what we haven't discussed at all. So the Commanders are currently on the clock. Willis is still there. They've got Wentz.
Commanders with the reach of Fedarius Mathis.
There you go. Okay. See,
Right,
that's
the
the right way to report that, by the way. That is the correct way to report that. That's
starting
how
with the scoff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. You laugh at it, and then
If he doesn't go to Alabama, Fedarian Mathis is a fourth, fifth round pick. He's fine. He'll be a productive starter, or not. He'll be a rotational player in the NFL, but Commanders. What are you
Commanders in reach is correct. They're good for at least 2 a draft. They'll do something that's like, what were you thinking?
doing? Yeah. Yeah, 6'3", 278 is what Paschall is listed at. So I'm understanding this a lot more. The versatility, he can play on the edge. I'm talking myself into this. We're good.
I'm glad you've talked yourself into it.
Coming around.
Been there.
It's one of those when you first read it, it's surprising, but then when you analyze it a bit further, it hits the needs of the Lions. Something I've talked about for a while. They need that 3 to 5 tech, and so they get it.
I'm surprised that they haven't looked at. I mean, what would you think? Safety would be the next big need.
I would say linebacker personally, but safety is also a need. It's just they do at least have Deshaun Elliott, who is good, even if he hasn't been particularly healthy in his career.
Who's even left at linebacker at this point that you'd be super excited about?
Oh, lots of people. We're in the sweet spot of linebackers.
All right.
We've got Troy Anderson from Montana State. We've who is from Wyoming? There's a guy from Wyoming. We like Nakobe. Yeah, Muma from Wyoming. Chad Muma. Nakobe Dean still on the board. This is the time to draft linebackers if you need one.
Dean would have made sense.
Yeah,
because it would have been hard to believe that he would have dropped to this pre-draft, really. Although he has a niche. There's no doubt about that.
Undersized, which a lot of teams are not going to be thrilled with. But a lot of teams also overrate athleticism.
5 of the next 6 picks could use a wide receiver very much. No, 4 of the next 6, sorry. Chicago, KC, Pittsburgh, and Indy.
Well, historically, this is where the Bears will do something heartbreaking. But Ryan Pace isn't there anymore to try and take a tight end and then go out and sign 3 more free agent tight ends.
Could take the phenom punter.
We might be
Take the
historically speaking, that is pretty close to what would happen here.
Didn't he have a perfect RES score?
They'll trade this away for a bag of sand and some magic beans, as opposed to taking some sort of athletic wide receiver that they will then ultimately get into a contract dispute with 3 years from now. But that's just how that'll work.
Well, because even Pringle might not even be on the team much longer after his legal issues now.
Well, you would argue that they need a wide receiver, but I don't want to get any kind of like I don't want to live in the world of hope that they go with Skye here. I can't bring myself to believe that they're that smart. Frankly,
historically, the Bears do love action.
I do love some action.
I want them to take George Pickens. He would be absolutely perfect as that X receiver.
That would also be a quality choice.
Yep.
So it won't be that.
I was going to say, based on everything that you've been saying up to this point, probably not going to be the pick.
Yeah. Also, tweet to reflect Mike Manning's mood right now. Ravens do a great job not overthinking things and just picking good players that fall to them. Watching their front office draft every year, and then it's Jesse Pinkman. He can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, that's a yearly tradition for me watching the draft. But it's okay. For years, I was able to have the Browns and Bengals help me out with being, laughable in terms of drafting.
Now they've just traded away all their picks for good players, so they can't help you out.
They've gotten really smart. Yeah. I'm really bad at drafting, so what should we not do? Draft. Just use these as lottery tickets to get veteran players to come play for me. That's all we got to do here. I should say that's not totally fair. The Bengals have actually gotten incrementally better at drafting.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns are a tragedy when it comes to drafting. They have no capability in that department.
Best comparable for Josh Paschall, Emmanuel Ogbah. We like to see that. Just rounding things out with our Lions talk. Saints pick at 49. Is that...
Yeah, that's correct.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Saints, then Chiefs.
Saints will probably be the end of my time on the stream tonight, but I don't think I can leave before we see what they do. Because how are all these
the Bears are back, baby? I mean, we've been through this.
Well, we
have been through this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bears. I gotta be there for the Bears, but I gotta see if the Saints take a quarterback.
Oh man, if they got Malik to go behind Jameis for a year, Oh man,
Does Malik
They're
need
just-
laser eye surgery too?
they're just hanging out, having some crab legs.
Oh,
Eating
yeah.
W's.
I mean, it's not a wide receiver, but it's not a
Well, then
bad
it's
pick
not a
either.
good pick.
The Bears select safety from Penn State, Jaquan Brisker, which
Okay.
is a good.
That's
pick.
actually
Yeah, right.
significantly.
He
less
was the number
heartbreaking
2 guy on the
than what I'm
board
used to.
at safety for me.
Yeah.
For the whole like draft. So
Yeah. No, he is.
he was right
a
behind Hamilton.
Quality
so he-
player.
yeah.
That's a reasonable
And
pick.
again, they needed help in the secondary. That's
Yes.
their number 1 priority. Even
That's
though
why
they
you go-
desperately need wide receivers, secondary was their.
That's why you go corner and safety here. It does make a certain logical sense if that's your focus.
Especially with the fall that these wide receivers are taking, because everyone was just so randy for the top receivers, and they really cooled down on the rest of these guys.
This is the group that a lot of the fantasy community was bigger on than it seems like the NFL is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Which will be interesting in terms of landing spots because this is happening. Some of these guys may wind up in interesting situations with much better teams than you would have thought otherwise. But then you have competition, so it'll be interesting to see how some of the they'll call it.
You know what? That's
2.5,
fair.
tier
I did
3
say
wide
the
receivers
Bears
go.
love Maction, Neil, but they do also love the Big Ten. So
They do,
I
and
should
Penn
have seen this
State.
coming.
Yeah.
should have
Yep.
seen this coming.
Yeah. Well, this is actually significantly less heartbreaking than what I'm used to.
They
Steve.
don't like
Normally,
to scout outside their backyard. That's-
Normally, this is where I get my heart pulled out of my chest and shown to me
Uh-huh.
once a year, and they actually made a reasonable couple picks here so far.
Yeah.
So it's tough to be all doom and gloom about it, as per normal.
Sounds as though Baker Mayfield to the Carolina Panthers is heating up as we speak.
which isn't surprising.
I
We
mean, they
talked
can't
about
give
that
up
last
high
night.
draft capital for him. They don't have any high draft capital.
Do you really want to give up high draft capital for Baker?
Do they really need high
See, but
draft
the Panthers
capital?
can't.
Right, yeah.
No, I wouldn't give up more than
You want him out of the locker room.
Sixth.
Your only thing was like your only stipulation if you were Cleveland was we can't cut him.
Right.
We can't
Right.
let him just go somewhere for free. We have to
To
get
the
something
Steelers for free.
Yeah.
Not
right
anymore,
to the Steelers for free.
because they do have their next up and coming star, but
back. Well,
Do they?
they have their next something. I don't know.
we will see.
Their next Mason Rudolph.
I'm trying to be nice to Mike after
I got a lot of texts yesterday about how excited everyone was, and I responded with, "Well, I'm glad you're happy."
Oh, jeez.
Good for you.
Good for you.
I'm
I
in glass
disagree.
case of emotion.
I disagree, but I am there with you in hope.
of course they're making us wait on this Saints pick.
There's really not been anything going on fantasy wise for a long time.
No, it's been the theme of this. We got our Brees Hall and our Kenneth Walker and our little bit of Christian Walker, and that's really the rest of it doesn't matter. Like I've been trying to expand the conversation to Dynasty where it might actually fringe matter, and I'm still struggling to come up with a reason why you should care about Joe Mechie, even in Dynasty. Third round was about right, Mike. That's kind of what I had. It was well, where it's like, yeah, third rounder, maybe you get lucky. Throw a dart, like
I mean, Brees Hall has established himself with his landing spot as the 101, guaranteed for any format, especially
there's
with
no
this
debate
drop
about
in Willis. It's going to be interesting because now we're in the no man's land of quarterbacks that generally and historically, if they get drafted beyond here, it's a crapshoot at best if they
Yeah.
succeed.
Yeah.
There's no concern for the team to continue playing them or surround them with anything spectacular. If they fail, they're just going to cut bait.
Yep. Because
So
they're
I'll be
invested for so
surprised.
little.
right. It makes no difference.
I'll be surprised if 2 quarterbacks go in rookie drafts in the first round.
Oh, and even for me, Pickett, even in Dynasty, is like, I don't care. Someone else can deal with that.
I mean, I would assume a similar mentality to Mac Jones when he went to New England. Not even because of the talent level comparison, because I do think Mac Jones was better coming out
Well,
than
and
Kenny
it depends
Pickett.
if you're talking to about standard or super flex. That's the,
That also
Yeah.
does make it. That does make a material difference.
Yeah, no, there won't be a single quarterback going in standard. Superflex, you're going to have Pickett's gonna
Superflex
go.
is always there. You'll absolutely
like
have
last year. Trevor Lawrence was generally the first guy off the board at like 13.
Yeah.
And
So
the Superflex, if the quarterbacks will never be cheaper than they are in the rookie draft.
Well, you need in Superflex is a different thing. Kenny Pickett absolutely has value in Superflex because every quarterback has value in Superflex. It's mandatory. So I tend to take that caveat out. But in standard, it's like he's like what, a mid-second round pick,
Sure, yeah.
something like that. Maybe you get lucky.
I'd say early to mid.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know that I would be willing to go much higher than 16. In a
I mean, we also
12-team
don't
league,
know where a lot
17.
of these
Well, it
early
depends on
second
team
round
need,
picks
but yeah.
are
Right,
going.
depending on team need.
Because
Yeah, we're still waiting on a bunch of these.
Pickens and Skye Moore. These are some of the guys that were going at the end of the first in standard drafts. David Bell. There's a lot of guys that it's going to depend on where they go.
Yeah, there's still a smattering of running backs that'll matter at some level at least. The big two are off the board, but there's still a filing in that'll happen of kind of that kind of thing, and that'll chop it up. But for me, it's Breece Hall, and then it's Treylon Burks, and I think that's your tier. Those top two. I don't see any way Treylon Burks can't be the 1.2.
I think you can have a conversation for London.
You want to have a conversation for London there?
Mhm.
I
We
think
can
you
do
can have a
that if you
conversation.
like.
for
You
London.
can do it.
I'd like to have a conversation about the fact that the Saints did not take a quarterback. They took a corner back, Alontae Taylor from Tennessee.
Nice.
Well, again, another team that needed secondary. So
Yep.
Behind Lattimore, it was scary.
I saw
Well,
him play at Tennessee. He was pretty good.
They had Paulson Adebo, who performed well last year as a 4th-round pick, but
For his
the
draft
Saints
capital,
are
yeah.
one of those teams where one injury is going to tank their entire season to a key position. So the fact that it's not cornerback anymore makes sense.
yeah,
I mean, that's what they thought whenever they had their cap situation, and they've just continued to prolong it and keep pushing it, kicking the can down the street.
And the Saints won't pick again until round 5, so they will not
Wow,
be getting a quarterback.
that makes this a very big pick. So they felt like cornerback, they just needed to get somebody to help with that depth there.
Yeah, I
So they did
suppose so.
offensive tackle, wide receiver, and then cornerback.
Wow. And looking at the picks coming up, Colts pick at 53. That might be an offensive player, but Kansas City, I guess, could take a wide receiver here.
If they were so inclined, I think they're probably going to be focused on trying to fix their terrible defense. If there's anything that could possibly help them do that, I think this is probably what it'll be.
I would lean secondary.
If there's anything that could even remotely help you, it's what it should be.
It wouldn't be surprised if they doubled down on cornerback.
Their
Based on
secondary,
Gabriel Davis torching them 4 touchdowns.
right? their secondary is atrocious. Like, it's so bad.
I mean, they don't have a major amount of needs. There's no glaring ones other than mostly the secondary, and they wanted some more pass rush help. The linebackers are set. Their defensive interior is looking pretty good.
Well, the Eagles are up after that, and they're probably looking defense as well, based on everything else that's gone down. I don't know what else you would want. I can't imagine that you would want a running back. You already just invested so much at wide receiver yesterday. I don't know that they're going back to the well on that. If they are, I have to imagine that's the absolute end of Jalen Reagor, as in he is not on that team anymore. Like, they have to trade him or something. So I don't know.
Trade alert. The Patriots are on the clock.
Oh, okay.
that's weird.
Okay.
Instead of KC,
Yeah. so I gotta wait for this Patriots pick.
You just keep talking yourself into staying longer. That's what just keeps happening.
It's gonna be
Well,
here. Until the end of the
I
second
was gonna
round.
wait until the Saints pick because I needed to see the quarterback, and then one pick later, I may as well stay.
Just one more. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I can't imagine the Patriots are going quarterback here.
No, but they could be going wide receiver, which is
It's possible. It's possible.
I mean, they got the stud Davonte Parker to be able to fill in. It's going to be a running back. It's another team that just loves their running backs.
Just burn it down, Mike. Just burn everything. I don't know. The
White's
Patriots
old.
have been having a weird draft, so you might be right. They've
James
been
White's getting up
going
there.
off the luck.
They're going to want somebody that can actually catch the ball from the backfield. Rashad White to New England.
oh goodness.
Don't you put that evil on me.
Oddly enough, I think they should go like cornerback, but there's been
Looks
such a
like
run that
54 and 158 to the Chiefs for pick 50. So they moved up 4 spots.
well, New England had such a strange first pick that I'm not sure which way they're going to go in the second round.
A reach.
Good
Let's
job
see.
with the Jordan McDonald pun there. The strange pick. And with that 50th pick, the New England Patriots will select wide receiver Taekwon Thornton, the fastest receiver in the draft.
Okay.
Because the Raiders aren't here?
Yeah, somebody have to
Right.
take over.
What's going on? Like,
That surprises me.
It surprises you. He wasn't in my top 50 fantasy relevant players.
We don't
I've
have a
got
clip.
no video package.
we don't even have a
That's
clip.
how surprising that pick is.
It's I can't say.
Are they drunk? What's been going on with
You
this?
know what? I know what it is.
Yeah, he's not even listed on the top 20 wide receivers in the draft class. So
Belichick's dog's back at the front.
Oh, that's gotta
Hey,
be
hey, sir, how dare you put that evil on Nike?
He doesn't
I
have any
demand
thumbs.
an
He can't make
apology.
the right pick.
he's just slapping the
it.
keyboard.
Was it
Yeah,
Nike
nothing-
I'm assuming Nike can't read. He's
It's
just
nothing against
like-
Nike. Nike's
yeah.
a wonderful dog, and
Nike
it's just
is a
that
very good boy.
He is a saint.
it's just very
Wow,
difficult
I'm
to train a
glad I
dog to
stayed
read.
for that.
All right, I'm going to need more information here. Where did he even go to school? I've
I
got
believe he
literally
went to school
nothing
at
on Taekwon
Baylor.
Thornton.
Yeah, he went to Baylor.
Oh, these are always quality selections. Get players from Baylor.
Yeah,
Denzel
get
Mims.
players that I've never heard of after researching the draft for 2 months.
Well, you wouldn't have heard of
So-
him. He played at Baylor. No one watched.
4-2.
Yeah, he
8.
went up
No
the
one watched
road.
any of that. It's like
Unofficially was a 4-2-1, ended up being adjusted to a 4-2-8. He's tall, he's skinny, very skinny, to be honest. He is a slender man.
Listen to Jack body shaming people.
I did not shame him. Did I say there's anything wrong with being very
He's
skinny?
too skinny.
He is a
needs
slender
some
man.
meat on
I
his
said
bone.
very, not
He's
too.
a slenderman.
What's wrong with being a
which is
slender
disrespectful because you can't call people slender man.
man? I don't understand why.
Never seen the movie Slender Man? No idea what I'm talking about.
I know the scary thing that you're talking about. I just didn't see the movie.
I
The
didn't
movie
see
isn't good. Don't see the movie. And anyone out who happens to be watching this, don't see that movie. It's terrible.
But I know the myth.
It's an urban legend. Yeah.
Right.
Jack, it would be tantamount to calling someone a murderer.
That's your opinion.
Did I?
So,
Oh,
On
Messi,
that
that's
note.
what it was. Well, thanks, Jack. Thanks for your time.
thank you for having me, my friends. It was a pleasure as always, even if the picks at wide receiver and other fantasy relevant positions
Did we even
were not
review-
plentiful.
I don't even remember talking about the score for John Mechie. Did that come up at all? I don't even know if I put that in the system.
No, I don't
know
think
if you
so.
did. But follow me at Javanaugh87. Check out all of the shows this summer for Jack Knows Best. And until then, I will see you next time.
All right, let's see. I think, I didn't even put it in there.
Did you do Kenneth Walker as well?
Yeah.
Okay, we did Kenneth Walker, but did we do that
We
Robinson
did Wandale
guy?
Robinson right before Mechie,
Okay.
and then I got distracted apparently.
That happens with
So
most Houston players.
yeah, Mechie 9.91 was his final grade, almost identical to the grade on Garrett Wilson taken at 10. Like
Wow.
I said, I was good at I was good on Mechie. He was in my top 10 players, so I'm not surprised by that. He actually grades out slightly better than DK Metcalf, ahead of Tylan Wallace, better than Dotson, who was taken at 16. Same neighborhood as Olave and Wilson that were taken last night. So it's just the situation. I'm not Jason Draven. I don't love Davis Mills, so not a huge fan.
I mean, there were even reports that the Texans are in on one of the veteran quarterbacks that are on available for trade, which I don't understand why.
I don't know if I believe that, to be perfectly honest, but anything is technically possible.
Looks like the
With how-
Eagles took Cam Jurgens, 51.
Cam Jurgens.
It would be 51. Who is?
Let's see.
I mean, okay.
Sure.
That's that hard-hitting analysis right there, folks. That's what you tune in for.
He's from Nebraska and can't say much more about him. He's there.
He is a guy that exists.
Back-to-back picks. We've got no clue what's going on. Again, I don't even know what he plays. What is he?
He's an interior lineman from Nebraska. He was a junior.
Another lineman. Okay.
He grades out in the NFL's top 150 at around 60 overall. So
I mean, we're getting to where he would go, but
we're
still.
getting close, but it does feel like a little bit of a reach. He grades out. He was six. He's actually from Nebraska. Went to college in Nebraska. He's 6'3", 300 pounds. He's a big dude. To be over, and he played center, technically, for Nebraska. So there you go. That's what we can say about him so far. This is not fantasy relevant, and
that's
Won't
the
even be
last
for
we ever
IDP.
talked about him.
Yeah.
he has a wicked mustache. There
Well,
you
that's
go.
good.
There you go.
Jackal, love him.
He looks like your dad drunk on a cruise.
My dad doesn't have a mustache.
How dare you imply that my
I had a retort to that, but I don't know Mike well enough. I don't-
All right, next year's draft.
Mike, hold on to your seat.
Oh boy.
At 52, the Steelers take wide receiver George Pickens.
No
Yes.
way.
I like it. I like it.
Hey.
There
I like
it
it.
is. A pick
I
I
actually
can get behind.
I wanted Skye Moore, but I'm okay with George Pickens.
This is a great
But I did
pick for
think they
them.
needed to pick a wide receiver.
You got to
based on
replace
the depth.
Juju.
The Steelers actually sat there and worked him out at the Georgia Pro Day with their wide receiver coach running the drills. This makes a lot of sense. I was high coming into this draft process on Pickens because of the pedigree, the talent. They set themselves up with another trio of above average wide receivers at least.
And there it is. He was number 7 for me overall, wide receiver 4, number 8 in the ECR. Again, another Jerry Jeudy comp. We don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's really still too early to kind of.
He
say
is a
one way or the
Steelers
other.
type wide receiver, that's for sure.
Right.
He's a
But the other
much-
comparables are Deshaun Hamilton, Marvin Jones, Justin Jefferson, De'Ami Brown. Just
He's the
that
same
build and
size as
type
those
of player.
individuals. Yeah, he's
Mhm.
the same size as them too.
Right. Biggest concern for him, obviously, is health, which is the reason that he slid this far down. being able to stay on the field. But yeah, he's played a majority on the outside. So I would assume this means he's going to be probably one of their outside receivers with Claypool, and then you're going to shift your pass catching guy Johnson into the slot more often.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really how you build that offense out. But yeah, I mean, it just depends. With Trubisky under center, if Pickens is on the right side, woof, you love it. If he's on the left, don't know.
Well, don't worry. When it gets to Pickett to Pickens,
Oh
it'll
God,
be a little bit better.
it's going to be so hard to say that at speed on a broadcast. Like,
Well, thankfully, I'm not going to be doing that.
yeah, I know. That's why I don't get paid the big bucks. I don't know if I got that kind of linguistic skills. That's I actually really enjoy it. This is a really quality Steelers style pick. You find something that everyone else inexplicably doesn't want, and you get a good deal on it.
Their biggest needs coming in were going to be quarterback, wide receiver, and interior defender. And this is a very reasonable and expected way that the draft is going to go. There has been going for them.
Yeah.
Because I think they're happy with their offensive line. I don't think they'll address it till later in the draft.
Yeah, Pickens with a 10.06 score for me. So again, like we just talked about, that now puts him ahead of Garrett Wilson. So moves him ahead there and puts him just behind Chris Olave, same neighborhood as like Jalen Waddle from last year. But I dig it. I like it. Even with the QB change, I like it for him.
I'm actually more excited about it.
Oh no, the nerd is going to be so upset that they missed out. The Colts at pick 53 take Alec Pierce.
Oh no.
So there you go. They needed a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And Alec Pierce, not the best guy on the board. He's, for me, was pretty overrated for what he does. So he's not terrible, but again, he's just one of those guys who I think is just a guy.
He's just a physical freak.
Yeah, I don't think this threatens Michael Pittman that much.
He was Ritter's only guy.
Right.
So all of Ritter's beneficial, like targets and everything else, they were going to Pierce. I think he can turn into something. I don't think he's something right now.
I think what this would do in reality, I don't think this does anything to Michael Pittman, but it puts further doubt on the Paris Campbells and the Ashton Dullins of the world. This little move where it's like, do you have any confidence left in anything that isn't Michael Pittman on the Colts? And for me, that's easy. I never did. It was Michael Pittman or bust anyway. So this might actually just has a path to having some kind of value.
I think this will jump him up dynasty rookie drafts.
Probably.
We'll
he
see.
was going, mid to late second.
Yeah. Me and the ECR saw him basically the same way here. Like he was going sometimes either late second or mid third.
Mm-hmm.
But good vertical runner, doesn't have a full route tree. He's not a great route runner in general. Cody Latimer is the player comp here on Pierce. Like he's like you said, Mike, he's a physical freak, but other than that, like he's nothing to write home about, really.
And to your point, Neil, about which wide receiver you would worry more, obviously this is looking more at Doolin than it is Paris Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's going to play on the outside as the X, you would think, given what he did in college. It seems to be what his job is. Run down the field with your arm up and shove that guy down in the process when you catch the ball.
And, I mean, Doolin made enough plays to be relevant because of his just pass interferences he drove, or drew.
Teams that have a type, right? Alec Pierce, a 6.82. That's gross. That is a
bad.
Very low score.
Very bad.
Like I said, analytically, he does not grade out very well, which is why I wasn't very high on him. Guys in the same neighborhood with that score, Tyler Johnson, Darius Slayton, Amari Rogers, and with almost an identical score, Paris Campbell. So tell me teams don't have a type.
This just isn't a good type to have.
Yeah, in 2019, in the second round, pick 59, the Colts took Paris Campbell, and now pick 53, they take Alec Pierce 3 years later to essentially replace him.
Well, the stream of the NFL Network is comparing Alec Pierce to Jordy Nelson,
Yikes.
and I don't think so.
It's a stretch.
I disagree.
I think the closest thing is they look kind of similar.
I was gonna say they're similar shades.
Yeah.
That's there you go. Like,
I knew Jordy was an athlete, but I didn't think he was a freak athlete.
Jordy's athletic, and he was at one point he was a really good one. But here's the thing: Alec Pierce is actually significantly faster than Jordy Nelson, and he's taller. So it's like, I don't know how I feel about Jordy Nelson. Actually weighed a little bit more, but that won't matter. It's not by enough. So it's like, if you're looking for a pure athlete,
shit. And now we have a run going, boys.
oh, okay.
And now here it is. This is good. Oh, man. As much as I hate them, the Chiefs have taken Skye Moore.
Oh,
Here we go.
Oh, God.
Here we go. I told you this. If Skye Moore landed in Kansas City, I told you at the end of the first round, it was going to be so much. And now here we are. Boy, oh boy. Man, this is going to be interesting. Talk about an athletic freak. Hey, look at some NIU footage. Any chance I can get to throw some NIU getting destroyed, I'll throw that in there. But he's just so good off the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm. He's one of those guys that can get open in a phone booth.
Yep. Unbelievable route runner. Golden Tate is the player comp here. Again, he can play inside or outside. He's done some of both. Great hands, good speed. It's just, he's not a vertical threat, and you don't need him to be. He's elusive. He's great with the ball in his hands. He's going to fill in that Tyreek Hill role really well. And now with that open, I mean, sky is the limit for Skye Moore. I've been waiting 2 days to say that.
It's been written down on a note right next to the computer.
Skye Moore, no matter what. That's what's been written.
I have moderator privileges. Computer. I'm going to remove him, Mike.
I do like the Golden Tate comp a lot. I think he's a phenomenal route runner. A phenomenal off the line, like you said. His hands were the biggest hands at the combine, behind only, I think, one tight end, even when it comes to any pass catchers. He was a lot faster even than most thought. So he checks all the boxes except for big school. And even when he went against big schools like Pitt this year, it was domination still.
Well, he's going to fly up the ECR and all of that, because we all talk about this. We talk about this every year. Anyone who plays for the Chiefs gets inflated typically in any kind of sample or ranking or anything like that.
Yeah, but the problem is now I'm going to be in on that. So
I know you're going to have to betray everything you've ever believed.
It's so weird.
Yeah, the world is fun like that. See, you live long enough, the world will make you question your own belief system. Yeah. And that's what that's doing right now to Steve in real time. He has to now make a choice between.
Another big thing here is whenever they signed all these wide receivers in the offseason, MVS got the 3 or 4 year deal. Wow. Juju got the 1 year.
All right. So very quickly, Skye Moore is going to fit right into all this. 10.02 for his grade. So he goes right in there, right behind George Pickens, ahead of Garrett Wilson again. So he's going to be borderline top 5 for me. And the run continues here, boys, because at 55, the Cardinals have taken Trey McBride, the number 1 tight end on the board.
Okay.
So fantasy relevant players continue, and Zach Ertz continues to get pushed out of the NFL no matter what team he is on.
I mean, I get this because Trey McBride's a phenomenal tight end, I think.
Again, it's rookie tight end, so you don't really care in year one. It's just an interesting note because of how involved Ertz was the second half of the year last year. And look, once again, they're going back to they traded away their first round pick to get Hollywood Brown, and now they've spent their second round pick on getting a tight end in McBride. They're determined to get more weapons for Kyler Murray, even though they already had a bunch of weapons for Kyler Murray.
And even though the defense, like the secondary,
it's terrible,
is questionable,
absolutely terrible. Yeah. So they're just determined to outscore teams. That's basically what they're going for. But there you go, your guy Big Heath. That's the comparable for Trey McBride.
That's a reasonable comparison. He's not going to be a burner by any means, even as a tight end, but his route running's great, and him at the catch point, phenomenal.
He was the best player on Colorado State, like all of last year. It wasn't really close.
Low bar. It's Colorado.
I was saying low bar, but Colorado State does turn out pro wide receivers at least usually. He was better than any of. This is about the vast majority of them that have come out in the last few years. So this makes a lot of sense as far as the Cardinals roster construction goes, because if something was that you got to have some kind of plan that isn't Zach Ertz long term. You know what I mean? Like. Because you're not going to, realistically, I think even they know they're probably not going to get much out of their rookie tight end in year one. Mm-hmm. So this is like the long play. So that when Zach, in 2 years, when it's time for Ertz to move on, because we're done with him, by then McBride will be completely up to speed.
How far do you want me to go back on the tight end model here? Because just when I go last tight end model 4 years,
tight end is a nightmare.
Well, yeah, but when I go back the last 4 years, there's not many good options, you know what I mean?
You got Pat Freiermuth, basically.
I was going to say, last year with Pitts and Freiermuth, it was kind of an anomaly, to say the least.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go back to 2015, let's say. Okay? So since 2015, McBride has a 7.68 on my tight end scale. To give you perspective, since 2015, the best scores have been an 8.57 for Evan Ingram, an 8.42 for Kyle Pitts, 7.72 for David Njoku, and then a 7.68 today for Trey McBride.
Yeah, okay.
So
that makes sense. I would put him behind, even coming
he's in
out.
that class. So it puts him just ahead of Dallas Goedert, a good step ahead of Adam Shaheen, OJ Howard, TJ Hawkinson, Mark Andrews. So
coming full circle with Dallas Goedert, sitting behind Zach Ertz.
Right.
Only to have somebody else sit right behind Zach Ertz.
Oh, beautiful.
I believe there was a game last year for Colorado State that they had he had either 101 or 109 receiving yards, and Colorado State had 111 passing yards.
Yeah, this all tracks. This all tracks. That sounds right. I believe that.
That's how bad it was.
I believe that. Well, they're showing the highlights now of where they're playing Hawaii, and it was that play where he broke away from 8 people trying to tackle him. They're trying to hold him down, and he just runs through them all. So it's
the Cowboys are taking defensive end Sam Williams from Ole Miss.
Okay.
Does Buffalo go wide receiver? We're kind of running out of receivers that matter now, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. So now I got to update my best available list here because we've had a decent run. All right, so Pickens gone, Moore is gone. So David Bell would be my number 1 wide receiver available.
Yeah, now you're getting very specific.
Niche. Yeah.
Style wide receivers. I mean,
scroll a while to get to Alec Pierce. There, I can take him off the best available list. I'm so disappointed in Chris Ballard. I mean, come on, man.
You're disappointed in Chris Ballard. Where's Jordan? Has anybody checked in on Jordan?
Oh, we'll check in on him tomorrow during the broadcast.
You okay?
I mean, Ballard started off so great when it came to drafting. He had one of the best drafts.
And then, he's done for 2 franchises now, Carson Wentz just turned all of that sideways.
The curse of Carson Wentz.
The curse of Carson Wentz. All right, so we got Buffalo on the clock.
So much of what Buffalo needs is just ancillary pieces.
They are the epitome of a team that's just they could go anywhere and for a good reason.
Yeah, they have the opposite problem.
Not like Houston and Atlanta.
Yeah. That's why I was surprised why Jack was saying that he thought that Seattle would be down with Atlanta, and I'm like, I don't know if they're going to be that bad. Like,
No. And
their
that's
strategy, they're going to be bad, but they're not. I don't know if they're going to be that bad.
I think that's the biggest question mark when it comes to Treylon Burks versus Drake London is the touchdown possibility is going to be so much higher for Treylon Burks than it's for Drake London, because I don't have much confidence in this offense really moving the ball.
That's why I have
rate.
Treylon Burks as my 1.2, and I have Drake London just a little bit lower, because it's like, to me, it's like you could I think you could have the conversation and make the argument that Drake London could be your 1.2, just based on the idea that I'm also very enamored of the idea of him playing in that offense with Kyle Pitts and having two guys that size and trusting the Falcons to be able to scheme that out and make it work. But when you're talking about things that you can use now, and just like the Treylon Burks walking into that AJ Brown role. I mean, I take it. I get it. It's going to take him a little while to get acclimated, but I think you got to just take the shot on the opportunity at that point, because the opportunity is so much higher for Treylon Burks to actually get that job than what Drake London could achieve. At least, I would take Drake London only if I was really sure that the Falcons were going to fix their quarterback situation and in such a way that it's not going to be Marcus Mariota for at least more than this year.
I think dynasty talent wise, they're comparable. I think you can't go wrong either way. I think having Pitts there long term as well kind of, to me, puts a cap on what you can get out of London long term. Whereas right now there's no real long term competition for Burks in Tennessee. And for short term this season, spoiler alert, I've got Burks in the top 30 right now in redraft. So he just purely on volume, he should have enough work this year to have some kind of value. Whereas London, again, should also have value, but I have him at, what is this, 61?
Right, in redraft. Season. Where do you have London? I have London at 4 on like my rookie board as far as drafts coming up for Dynasty this weekend.
I can double check. I have to go back a page here real quick.
I'd probably be okay with putting him at 4. Overall player, not.
Yeah, 4, like 1.4.
Yeah.
Like that's where I have but
so
I have Treylon Burks at 1.2.
Yeah, I've got him at 3. So
3. And who's at 1.3?
Jamison Williams. And I'll tell you my rationale here, because there's a tier. It's Breece Hall, Treylon Burks. That's your tier. Next tier: Jamison Williams, Drake London, Garrett Wilson. Order it however you want. I tell you what, and it gets into the idea of team strategy. If my team is either really good and I'm somehow picking there, or my team is really bad, which is probably more of a reality, I'll take Jamison Williams, because I'll sit. If he didn't tear his ACL, he would have been the number 1 receiver off the board for a good reason. Yeah. So for me, it's like if I can deal, if my team sucks anyway, and it probably does if I'm picking at 3 in Dynasty, I don't care if I have to wait a year to have Jamison Williams. And it's so wide open in Detroit that's why I give the slight edge to him. However, flip side of that, if my team is actually loosely competitive and I'm somehow picking there because of a trade, I don't want to deal with that. And if I need a starter, give me Drake London. If I need a guy that I can roll out there and feel good at some point this year and feel like I'm going to get something, that's Drake London or slightly lesser Garrett Wilson. That's the way that I would evaluate it.
I'll even throw Kenneth Walker in that same tier.
Oh yeah, well I didn't have that. Was just I did this last night. I still
that was just me thinking, at the top of my head.
Kenneth Walker will also go in there because of the position he plays, and especially in Dynasty.
I think it'll be really big for teams to have anybody that have like a top 5 pick is like the big cutoff.
Yeah.
A big teardrop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because once you get past there, you go immediately. Once you get past Breece Hall, Treylon Burks, Jamison Williams, Drake London, Garrett Wilson, and Kenneth Walker III. Once you get to there, you're immediately going into the Chris Olaves.
Yeah, that's when honestly Olave, Pickett will come to mind in Superflex for teams.
Pickett, yeah. But that's a whole teardrop. Like you have like 6 guys right at the top, and then anything underneath that is like. Now we're getting into
debate on trading to like 2023.
Yeah, possibly. Figure out a way to get out. If you don't have a top 6 pick, figure out a way to get out of it. Might be the
So it
advice
looks
to do this
like
year.
the Bucks have moved up 3 spots to take Central Michigan guard Luke Gadecki.
Well, that answers what the Bills were going to do. They weren't going to draft at all, which makes sense because you don't need anything.
Yeah.
And I'll
San
give
Fran
you-
about to have their first pick. And Denver.
But yeah, to answer your question, Neil, my number 1 is still Brees Hall. And then after that, it's Burks 2, London 3. And then as of right now, I've got Skye Moore would probably
I haven't
be 4.
adjusted yet for that, but yeah, Skye Moore I figured would be really up there.
Pickens 5. And then just positionally, it would probably have to be Walker, but I hate it. I absolutely don't want it.
That's what Mike and I were talking about while you stepped away for a moment there. It's like there's like 6 guys in this draft, and Kenneth Walker is like the 6th guy. And if you have anything that isn't a top 6 pick, it almost feels like start thinking about
Just
maybe
because of
having a trade.
position scarcity, it feels like he kind of has to.
Right.
But to me, he's not even a first round consideration. So
Scarcity along with the landing spot being such a dependable run offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, knowing concretely that is what they're going to do. You know what I mean? Like that is absolutely they've been telegraphing that pass, like that pass they telegraphed in Super Bowl. That Super Bowl days gone by, like we know what they're about to do. Like, and it is a shame that because I do have to tip my. It is a shame that Chris Carson's career is pretty much done. Well, I don't know if it's his whole career is done, but his career in Seattle is definitely done. Because I believe they have an out on him this year, don't they? Going into 2022, I think they have the ability to cut him for like $3 million.
I think it was a 2-year that was like a fake 2-year deal type.
Yeah, that's
thing.
what I mean. I think it was a 2-year, and I think they have a gap. I think they have a positional out in this contract for this season, even if they want it. So he might stick around. But
58, Atlanta takes Montana State linebacker Troy Anderson.
Athletic freak that just showed up at the combine.
they need every defensive player that could possibly exist. So,
I mean, him and Deion Jones are going to be a nice pair if he can get up to speed eventually. Because I wouldn't expect him to be, a day one starter by any means, but just point him towards the ball and he's going to get there quickly.
Yeah.
So now we're going back to Green Bay here.
Says Minnesota.
Yeah, it's Minnesota at 59.
Oh, okay.
Minnesota, Buffalo, and then San Fran with their first pick.
This is one of the picks that Green Bay traded to move up and get Watson.
That's right. Okay.
This quarterback fall is interesting. I know that the over-under coming into the day was coming into round one was talks of the, I think 1.5 was it, and I mean I expected 2, certainly by the end of the second round.
You would think, right? Typically with the NFL.
It's
let's see. Minnesota is taking Ed Ingram from LSU, guard.
They could take as many offensive linemen as they could think of. Other than Brian O'Neill, it's pretty scarce up there.
I still have not seen the official details on that Tampa Bay trade with Buffalo, but I gotta assume that this is now the Bills on the clock.
I wouldn't blame them to go wide receiver by any means. Jalen Tolbert Calvin Austin, Khalil Shakir, and then we said David Bell even.
Yeah.
Or some guys that come to mind. Because Jamison Crowder's on just that 1-year deal. And we know how much they love the slot producing. I also heard they were looking at tight end throughout the pre-draft process.
But that might have just gotten skunked.
I don't remember if it was McBride or I can't remember the other name who it was. Maybe it was Jelani Woods.
I would say that if they needed anything, it might be your running back. But this feels like a huge reach to try and do that here.
I don't think any of the current running backs available are going to be much different than their stable.
I don't know that any of the current running backs that are available will even go tonight. They might all go tomorrow. Like, it's entirely possible. I also wouldn't be shocked, by the way, if the Bills found a way to trade down again.
I'm really upset that nobody has these trade details for me.
We have much
Come
more
on,
important
what
things.
are you people doing?
I think it'll be really telling if San Francisco's wide receiver.
Right?
You get like one pick in the second round and you use it on a wide receiver. Yeah, that would be a bit of a
Whenever
tell.
Deebo Samuel's having a whole discussion about needing to be traded because he doesn't want to be a halfback anymore.
Well, you can use him as a halfback, but you got to pay him to play halfback and wide receiver, I think is his conversation, where it's like, you got to pay me for both jobs or at least increase my salary of one for me to want to do this.
Yeah, the Bills are on the clock.
I mean, would you pay Deebo more than what AJ Brown got? The 25.
No, they want the same deal.
No,
they want
that's what they
$25
want, the
million
same
per,
deal.
and that's I think the max you could even realistically pay somebody to do the job, like, and then have enough money to pay everybody else.
So does Deebo want more than 25?
No, Deebo wanted 25. He wanted what AJ Brown got. They wanted the same contract because they share an agent. So that was what was reported. They both wanted more than 20, and then the details got released later that they really wanted 25 because that's what they thought they were worth. Deebo specifically said it because part of his agent's thing was, well, you got him playing two positions for you, so you got to pay him a little bit more. And the
then, Bills have traded out again. Cincinnati now on the clock.
Fucking called it. But yeah, that's what happened. That's why. And then when AJ Brown now goes and gets his $25 million, because apparently they were literally having a conversation about it. Like they were having a FaceTime. AJ Brown, like, and so AJ Brown got his $25 million. So now I have to imagine Deebo has got to be sitting there like, it's minimum 25. Like that's.
I mean, if you're looking at both of their careers, like outside viewpoint type thing, and you're looking at their statistics, AJ Brown I think has had a better overall career.
I agree with you. And you're asking me, if you're asking me, would Neil Smith pay Deebo Samuel $25 million? And the answer to that is no.
But he means a lot to that San Fran offense.
Oh, I understand. I'm saying, is he worth? You want to have the conversation about what would I do versus like what is right? They should pay him 25 because they need him.
Yeah,
I understand why they don't want to, because it's a lot of money, and also not last year, but the year prior he was hurt. So they're going to make the argument, well, you played really well last year, but the whole year before that you were hurt. Why don't you just take the 20? And his argument's going to be a word I can't say on a stream. Pay me.
His has been the most out in the open with all the videos that come out and the things like that. That are like
Steve's
him
got
in
his
the club.
trade details. Hold on.
Finally. So the Bills had 57. They traded it to the Bucks for 60 and 180, and then they just traded 60 to the Bengals for 63 and 209.
Okay.
So to this point, they have turned pick 57 into pick 63, 180, and 209.
Sure.
I mean,
that's interesting.
If you don't have anybody up there that you thought,
right,
we got to get
there's
this
nothing
guy,
of
why
need
not?
for you.
What would you need? So yeah.
And again, you
you
moved back 3 spots, and now you've moved back 3 spots again.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just look ahead. Who's 3 spots behind that? The Vikings. Oh yeah, they're definitely going to move back to the Vikings for sure.
Well, we might get a fantasy relevant player finally. But yeah, Mike, should the 49ers pay him Probably. I can imagine that they really want to retain him because of how much he means to their offense. I just don't know if they can financially swing it.
Yeah.
But if you're asking me, I would pay AJ Brown $25 million. But I've
I
been
think
AJ Brown supporter from day one. So
I think the confusion with the reports coming out is starting to become if it's the money anymore or if it's the fact that they still are going to likely use him as the wide back. And he's like, that's going to cut my career in by 5 years. Cut 5 years off of my career, basically.
the concern that I have is that given the tape he's put out, I think anywhere he goes, there's a realistic chance that they're going to ask him to do that. And maybe he knows that, which is why he's saying, well, if I'm going to go do that, then you all got to pay me more.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what it is. I also know that he's from the other side of the country, and that's where his family and kids are. And he would very much like to go back to like Carolina, where I believe he's from.
It looks like the Bengals at 60 are taking Nebraska corner Cam Taylor-Britt.
Another good choice. Needed to fix that secondary. Needed to fix the back end of that team. It was their major defensive Achilles heel.
Well, the selection of Daxton Hill is going to be insurance for if Jesse Bates leaves, which it's seeming like they just don't want to pay him. So that's why they're taking Daxton Hill. They needed an outside cornerback bad.
Yeah, there's nobody really available in free agency anymore that was going to be worth it. So this makes sense.
Because even Daxton Hill can move into the slot until the end of this season's over and Jesse Bates leaves. And him and Hilton would be a phenomenal pair in the slot. You can go 4 wide and Bengals won't care.
Right.
I certainly don't see a quarterback going anytime soon, though.
Right.
Not unless Minnesota's going to get froggy here and actually do the plan that Steve was talking about.
Yeah.
Figure out a way to trade back up to take that Bills pick, but I don't know.
I was going to say, there's no reason for Minnesota to come up anymore.
No.
It's Jacksonville, Denver, Buffalo, KC, and San Fran. No quarterback needs there.
Oh, we're joined now by our guy, Phil White, who absolutely hates Jalen Hurts.
I do. I hate Jalen Hurts so much. And I mean, not as a player, not as even a fantasy player, just as the quarterback for the receivers on my fantasy team. I wrote how many articles last year? 16, 17 articles. And every week I said Jalen Hurts is a good play, but I wouldn't stack him with anybody. And I am a guy that exclusively stacks my wide receiver with my quarterback. I stacked Jalen Hurts with Eagles pass catchers 0 times. He was just out there solo, just doing it. And I don't know why you guys think that anything is going to change this.
Not even Goddard? Didn't even stack him with Goddard.
Didn't even. I mean, sometimes Goddard was there, but I mean, it was just because of, I mean, Goddard was there, but I wasn't excited about it. Like, I'm never happy about playing an Eagles pass catcher. You guys know how many times Jalen Hurts passed for over 200 yards last season?
Ooh, it's not a lot.
3.
6. Yeah. 6 times. 6 times. So every other game, he's under 200 yards. Meanwhile, Kyler Murray plays 14 games and only one of them he passes for under 200 yards. So there is a lot more opportunity, even as the second best or the second target for Hollywood Brown than A.J. Brown. Not to mention, Hollywood Brown and Kyler Murray are best friends. And I am a big proponent of drafting the best friend of your quarterback. So I am really bullish on Hollywood Brown and very bearish on A.J. Brown. I don't understand why you guys just love him so much.
At 61, by the way, the Niners are taking edge rusher Drake Jackson from USC.
Okay.
It's a good pick.
Great. I love seeing some edge rushers. I was hoping to see a safety for the Niners, but it was just a real run of safeties earlier.
That's right. Bill is a Niners fan, so to get him on here just in time for their first involvement in this draft, you had to be stoked they didn't give away Debo for the 10 pick, right?
Yeah. And the rumor was they were trying to fleece us. They were trying to trade the 10th pick for plus a 5th round pick for Debo and a 2nd round pick. So
Yeah, I could see why you would turn that down.
Yeah, I don't want to do
Sounds
that.
terrible.
That's a terrible deal.
That was just like one of the trades you send in fantasy where you hope the guy accepts just accidentally. You guys play in those Wild West no veto leagues?
Right.
Anything goes?
No.
No, well, we do play in our Dynasty Orphans that we pick up, and periodically, yeah, you'll see that happen.
Well, you play in a common sense league. That's what it's not just anything goes. It's technically there's no like voting veto period, but if it's something ridiculous, then yeah, it gets overturned.
I don't know. That guy gave me all of his picks, and
yeah, but that wasn't ridiculous because everybody was high on Brandon Ayuk. So,
oh god. Either way, you do see some weird stuff like that. But Phil, I had a question for you, just about. We were talking about Deebo Samuel, just before you came on. So out of curiosity, the conversation had kind of turned to, if AJ Brown gets $25 million and does one job, what is Deebo Samuel's theoretical worth if he's going to do two jobs? Out of curiosity, what's your take on that?
I mean, the rumor has it he doesn't want to do two jobs anymore.
Right, and that's why he wants out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like the AJ Brown contract is a fair deal, and I would probably just try to model after that, especially with the amount of guaranteed money. But I mean, it's hard because he has a very small sample size. Like he was hurt pretty much his entire second year, and then his third season, he went off all pro, but like half of the season he was a running back, half of it he was like a wide receiver, just all weapons. So it's kind of it's hard to get a gauge of his overall skill set as a pure receiver. But I do think that the AJ Brown deal is a fair starting point. I mean, if I'm John Lynch, I'm doing whatever it takes, but I would probably go closer to that than like a Davonte or Tyreek for Deebo.
Well, reportedly because they share an agent, they were talking about it, and that's what he said he wanted. He wanted $25 million a year. I just don't know. Do you think that even if they gave him the $25 million a year, that would be enough to mend the fences at this point and keep him in a 49er uniform, or is the damage already done?
I don't think that it's personal or anything. From what I've seen on Twitter, from what Deebo has posted, and from what, like, it doesn't sound like it's like a personal thing. But I mean, it could be. But I mean, he doesn't really have a choice. So, it's NFL. Like players, like they don't have as much like leeway as like NBA. They can't like just demand things. It's like you can just be franchised, and if he sits out, I think if he sits out, misses to start a training camp, he like loses a year of his like time served or whatever.
That is correct.
Right.
Your service time eligibility calculation for your contract doesn't work the way that it used to under the current CBA. Back in the day, that's why holdouts used to happen, and that's why the ownership managed to negotiate that change, because they wanted to end the holdout wars that were culminated with the Le'Veon Bell circus that they all thought was really embarrassing. And they were right. It was really embarrassing.
Yeah. I mean, and that really ruined his career. But as a Niners fan, I'm happy I get to see Deebo for at least 2 more years because he's not going to be traded, it looks like. And next year he will be franchised if he's not re-signed. So, 2 years is good. I can deal with that. Maybe I'll just order the Deebo Samuel jersey right now.
Get your use out of it before.
Yeah, I need to. I need to hurry up before the season starts.
You going with the black alternate jersey?
Those are
not a fan.
Abominations. Those are the worst things ever. Black for black sake Niners jersey. Those are the worst. I can't believe this.
KC
They're
going
just
with a
trying to-
safety. Safety Brian Cook out of Cincinnati.
There you go.
That's actually
That's who I liked for the Niners
You beat me to
later
one.
in the draft. He is a very good tackler. He hits hard legally, and he played on a really good. Like he's very good at separating the ball from the player without using his head too much. A lot of guys are kind of just torpedoes, don't see anything. What do you expect from defensive backs, right?
Maybe Buffalo will actually pick this time.
no.
Nah. not.
No, we trade down again. This is what you do. This is the smartest thing I've ever seen.
Turn
You just
one
keep
pick
trading
into
down.
7. That's
Yeah,
what you do.
just keep doing
They're
this.
all 7th rounders, but you
You
get
don't need
7
it. You don't need
picks.
anything, and then take all the 7 rounders and get your Chuck E. Cheese tickets at the end. Wait, that's not how that works. Oh,
Wasn't didn't Minnesota do that 2 years ago when they had like 6 picks in the
I'm
last
sure
2
Minnesota
rounds,
tried to do that on several occasions. So.
and it ended up being like 13 total picks by the end of it. And obviously that was dumb because not many players in the 6th and 7th round are even going to do anything.
right. They kind of really doesn't matter. Phil, by the way, the reason why we love Jalen Hurts is nothing to do with the fact that he could or could not throw more than 200 yards. It's the rushing and the rushing touchdowns and the rushing.
Yeah, so I don't know why you would be excited about one of his receiving options. I love Jalen Hurts because he can run too, but running doesn't help the receivers.
Look, they're going to change the whole offense, throw a million dump offs to AJ Brown.
And he's gonna miss half of those passes, overthrown.
Or they'll actually get him killed would be the more likely thing that would
I
happen.
would like AJ Brown more if Gardner Minshew was the starting quarterback.
Wow. As a Gardner
glowing
Minshew
endorsement.
truther, I can't say anything negative.
I was going
but
to say, Steve's not allowed to have an
Pleading the
opinion on that.
I'm contractually obligated to not say anything negative.
Steve is wearing cutoff jean shorts in honor of Gardner
Yes.
Minshew. Yeah, pretty much at all times. So
I'm streaming this live from the back of my RV, so it's a good setup I've got going on here.
Looks good. You're fitting a lot in the RV.
Thanks.
It's very hopeful that the Niners second round pick plays a snap this season. That would be great.
That's usually the goal.
You know, it feels like a low bar, but
I mean, next season, the bank statement coming through, but last season it was real sad seeing how banged up our offensive line was, and not seeing Aaron Bates get a single snap. Hurts.
Yeah, I think what the top 3 rounds didn't even spend more than like 2 games on the field. Because Lance obviously didn't do much.
yeah, Lance
Lance got us to the playoffs. I don't know what you're talking about. He delivered when he needed to.
Situational perfection.
Delivered. He was out there. He showed those Texans what was up.
And then that guard from Notre Dame.
Yeah, Aaron Banks. That's what I was talking about. The bank
Yeah.
statement. I'm not ashamed for giving him the finishing move of a female wrestler as a nickname. That's just how I feel right now. I just
here
Well, I
we
was
go.
gonna say, play better and you get a better nickname.
yeah. And I like Sasha Banks a lot. I might have to take it away from him.
The Bills have finally made a selection, and it is Georgia running back James Cook.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So Dalvin's younger brother has made it to the show, and he's playing with Josh Allen and the Bills. And again, it's ironic because he's coming from a Georgia situation where he was in a timeshare, and now he will go to Buffalo on a championship contender in a timeshare. So really, it's status quo for him. But he's a better
be
pass
nice.
catcher than Devin Singletary. I think he's probably similar in between the tackles usage, but I wasn't as high on James Cook as others have been. I think he gets a lot of hype because of the fact that he's Dalvin Cook's younger brother. And so I think eventually he could have a role, but yeah, to me, he's not a 3-down back. This is going to be a car wash situation once again in Buffalo. It just kills Zach Moss if you had any kind of hope in that.
It
still
kills
being
what
a
was
thing.
left of Zach Moss, and it makes things like Matt Breida not necessary anymore.
I don't think Matt Breida
Breida
was
is on
there
the
anymore.
job.
I know, but there was a role for that. I know it's not Matt Breida anymore, but they had a guy for the longest time that they would put in as like their 3rd-down
Yeah.
running back exclusively to catch passes. That's now going to be James Cook
Well, they still have Singletary, Duke Johnson, who they signed this offseason,
to do the
and
Matt
Zach
Breida
Moss.
job. Yeah.
So Moss is effectively dead. Duke Johnson is still theoretically their 3rd-down back / pass catcher, and Cook is now going to mix in with Singletary as the between the tackles guy and get more usage in the passing game. So any kind of hype or hope you had on Devin Singletary, who was ranked in the top 30 for me prior to this, will now die.
Yeah, it's going to be a just headache in terms of fantasy because I think that they're going to be comfortable using all three of those running backs in any situation, really. It's just each one will have more of a strength in certain scenarios. Obviously, Duke's his biggest strength is receiving. James Cook's biggest strength is the big playability, and then Devin Singletary can make people miss. There's what sets them apart from the other two.
Well, I mean, we say that Duke's biggest is the receiving, and it really is. But at the same time, look at how he was used in Miami last year at the end of the season. Like he dominated all three downs. So it's not like he can't do it. It's just that nobody uses him that way. And I feel like we're going to have another hot hand situation where it's just whoever's playing well is going to end up on the field the most, and you just have no idea who it is each week.
Yeah, they're all solid at all of that stuff, running, receiving, and everything else. They're all solid at it, but some have, their strengths.
Yeah.
It's going to make it very difficult to know how will they all eventually just kind of get ranked right near each other eventually. That's kind of the way that it almost has worked previously.
Like we did last year.
Yeah, like we did last year. You just stack them on top of each other because you have no idea.
It's going to be a plant your flag scenario.
Right. Just pick your poison type seal.
Yep.
And Josh Allen's just so active in the run game, especially near the red zone. It's hard to like any of them.
Right.
I feel like none of them are valuable.
I think that's why that by the end of it, James Cook will probably be the favorite running back to select in fantasy, because if he's going to get his touchdown or something along those lines, it's going to be through a long run. It's not going to come as much when it comes to the red zone or inside the 10 or the 5. So Cook will at least have the ability, because Singletary's getting tracked down from behind.
The Broncos at 64 take edge rusher Nick Bonito from Oklahoma.
Hey, all right.
Good pick.
That's a good pick.
I mean, he's a stud situational pass rusher. And with their offense now, they're going to be ahead a lot.
Meanwhile, the hate on Nakobe Dean continues.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy to me.
I knew the size would be a concern, and some teams would take him off their board. I didn't think every team would take him off their board, or at least drop him this far.
We knew some teams wouldn't be interested, just not every single team in the NFL wouldn't be.
Yeah. 32 is a wide number to have options.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I feel like one of these good teams will come up and get them. Like one of these playoff teams that have a lot.
Look, I mean,
have a lot of third round.
We've seen it from the expressions on his face the last two nights. We already know what team is going to end up taking Nakobe Dean. We already know. The Ravens are going to find a way.
Yep. It's Baltimore.
Ravens will find a way to make this happen for an extreme value.
Especially because I'm pretty sure they have like 6 fourth-round picks or something.
Mm-hmm.
They could easily just be like,
yeah, just trade up and grab him. A player that had a first-round rating and was arguably the top available linebacker in the class.
Don't the Ravens pick again also, even if they wanted to, at 76?
Yeah, they're real close here.
Yeah.
Like, they could easily move up and make this happen because that's just how this has gone.
And
it's either them or somehow Detroit makes a good move again. I don't know.
Patrick Queen hasn't been what they wanted, and Harrison is just a spot filler at linebacker for them, so it seems like a Raven pick. And I honestly don't know about any team ahead of them that would be that concerned about picking another linebacker. And
we have transitioned now into the third round, and the Jags have kicked it off with center Luke Fortner from Kentucky. A lot of Kentucky football today, and I don't like it. Don't like any.
I mean, I'm not used to seeing this many Kentucky players in the first 2.5
There's a reason
rounds.
for that. There is a reason for that.
That's all right. At least the Steelers pawned their guy off on the Tennessee Titans when it came to Bud Dupree. Now you guys go pay him.
Yeah. Have fun with that.
Now you can't afford your star wide receiver because you paid 2 edge rushers crazy amount of money.
So now the Vikings are on the clock in the 3rd round, and we are still through 2 rounds of the draft and only 1 QB off the board.
I was going to say, if it was going to happen, is this Willis? They've waited till now. If they're going to take him, if they're going to take a quarterback,
Who the
is this
hell
where it
knows
finally
at this
happens?
point?
They just like Kirk Cousins so much. I said Christian Kirk. We're talking about free agency markets, and I just that Christian.
We were talking about Jags. It was all over the place. We were all in the
Jaguars.
We're
same
talking about
area.
people who are massively overpaid.
Yeah, exactly.
CSD. It's like, oh, now you can't pay, and this reminded me all the receivers that couldn't get paid because of Christian. Well, I think that the Vikings are just too enamored with Kirk Cousins. I don't understand. He has the best agent in sports. I don't know how he keeps getting these guaranteed deals.
He keeps coming to but also he gets to keep going back to the window. He's so good at getting back to the window. I was telling Steve privately, I was like, I want Kirk Cousins' agent to represent me in every contract negotiation I have for the rest of my life, because that guy is a machine. He gets you all the guaranteed money, and he gets you back to the window every 3 years. How many people can't get back to the window because of these contracts they sign? Kirk Cousins, like clockwork, right back to that window to get paid again.
Kirk Cousins, he's going to get another contract from some other team. It's already set in stone. Kirk Cousins is going to be a starting quarterback for the next 7 years in this league.
Yeah, probably Detroit,
how many
right?
check downs he throws, no matter how many games he loses, just because it seems like he's just not trying hard enough. He is just going to keep getting paid.
Well, because he signed so he has this year and 1 more year. Because he signed an extension for a 1-year extension.
Mm-hmm. And it's for a lot of money too, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's very difficult for them to get out of.
It was like it's close to 30, right?
It's something like that, I can tell you.
I think it's over 30.
Oh my God.
More towards like the 35.
The Vikings take Brian Asamoah, linebacker from Oklahoma. What is going on right now?
They just should.
Is there a tape of Nakobe Dean just like throwing babies off of a bridge or something that we don't know about yet?
Just a full Kareem Hunt, just drop kicking some woman in a hotel.
There's got to be something, right? Like, what the hell is happening?
Walk away and then come back and deliver a kick and then walk away.
Yeah.
So Kirk Cousins is under contract for this year and next. And yes, it is a ton of money. They're going to pay Kirk Cousins $36.5 million next season. And if they cut him, there's a dead cap of actually $48 million.
Oh,
So there's no way they're getting rid of Kirk Cousins. Like, he will be 35
this year. This season, he's making $40 million.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh my goodness!
He's making like 70-something million dollars over the next 2 years, and he's basically uncuttable. So you'd have to trade him, and he'll be 35 next season. So he's 34 now. But I agree with you. He's still got at least 5 years in the league after that, more than likely, given how he's held up, and he'll get at least one more giant contract before this whole saga is said and done.
It would not shock me if he was like top 5 in career earnings by the end of his career, easy.
What?
I mean, he already is right
Sam
now.
Bradford
Number
money.
1 over the last 10 years.
Yeah, but the rookie contracts before were insane.
Yeah.
For the top 2 picks and such.
The Giants take guard from North Carolina, Josh Eziju. And here was the back end of the second round. So what sticks out? Thornton. Who the hell has heard of Thornton to the Patriots?
Patriots are drinking bleach.
Their new gunner, Olofsky. That's.
I mean, yeah, obviously, there's 2 names that stick out major here, and it's Pickens and Skye Moore.
100%.
Both going to great situations. Obviously, Skye Moore's is better than Pickens. But
What? How do you figure?
I mean, that was a rhetorical. It was meant to be
Oh,
rhetorical.
sorry. Oh, excuse me.
But those two guys are. We thought they'd go higher. They were thought of as back end of the first round guys. Uber talented, good situations. They moved up rookie draft boards and even redraft.
I also like the McBride pick.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter immediately right now, but
I think
it
that
will in about a
solidifies
year.
him as a second round rookie pick.
yeah, it will in about a year. So for redraft, I literally don't care about the McBride thing, but for dynasty, it is mildly interesting.
And James Cook is going to be dynasty as well as redraft. Also, he's going to be he's going to have the opportunity.
I want no part of Cook for redraft, but for dynasty, because of the position he plays.
Mhm. Well, it's position scarcity. So does Cook end up as a top first round pick?
For me,
Because of this.
no, but for somebody else, probably.
I think he'd have to end up
In a
in the back
dynasty
end of
rookie?
the first round. Yeah.
It's entirely possible because he's positional scarcity. You only have two.
Right now
running
he's the
backs.
third running back off the board. He
Right.
has to.
Yeah, so he'd probably have to at 8, 10, depending on where
So-
you want to.
Second round draft capital for a running back is huge. So I could see people doing it. I won't personally be looking to in any of mine, but I can definitely see people looking at Cook and saying, this is worth the dart throw at the end of the first round.
Possibly because it will get less crowded. So for dynasty purposes, it will thin out. Zach Moss won't be there forever, right? Neither will Duke Johnson.
Yeah,
so
Singletary is actually the older one too, so his
Right.
contract is going to expire before anybody else's. So
Mhm.
So they won't. Cook does have the inside line at this point, so there I could see an argument for that being made. I don't know that I personally will go there. There are a lot of wide receivers that are much more talented by my
But again,
evaluation. It's all position
roster
scarcity.
construction and need.
Right, and everybody needs running backs, and there aren't very many good ones.
Yeah,
So-
and you got to get in young on RBs in Dynasty, or you don't get them at all.
Yeah. Otherwise,
I think Alec Pierce is being a little bit overlooked here. I feel like he was one of my favorite receivers coming out, and going to a situation with Matt Ryan, who has shown that he's able to carry multiple receivers in a week-by-week basis. I think that's a great spot for him on a receiving core that is looking to be one of the worst in the NFL. But
That's
with him,
true. Matt Ryan
probably-
coming in does help that significantly for his value there.
Mhm.
But
he's
again,
not-
to me, he's a
Carson
back end
anymore.
guy at this point, as opposed to in the top 5 or 10 conversation.
I think he's the biggest situation versus talent person that has been drafted so far, especially at the wide receiver position.
well, I also do like the idea that I don't believe in any of his competition except for Michael
Sure.
Pittman, and that to me is not really relevant. Like anyone else that's not named Michael Pittman, I have no faith in. So he does have that upside as well, where it's like there's a job for you to take in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Browns take cornerback Martin Emerson at 68. Titans are on the clock.
But yeah, I go back to my original premise as well that the Patriots, something's in the water, or it's Nike doing the draft. It's got to be because the Patriots are just all over the board here last night
I
and
mean,
tonight.
I'd prefer if it was Nike. That would be better.
I'd like the video of that. Actually, that's the
Yeah,
thing I want.
That's the point of it. I mean, if you're
Yeah.
going to have Nike drafting, you better put them on like a live feed.
I don't know what's going on with the Patriots this year. They've got their own board that doesn't connect to anything else.
I'd never been huge whenever it comes to Belichick and drafting, other than I think he's good at defensive linemen,
Mhm.
and his biggest thing was he never seemed to really reach. Like he would do at most 30 slots or something like that, so it would be a slight reach, but you would never think 2 rounds or something. He's done that every pick today.
No, he's channeling his inner Al Davis. This is my guy. I don't care. Take your board, throw it in the trash. Just do what I want. Like I don't know about all this. A lot of reaches for a team that actually did have some legitimate needs. Wide receiver being one of them. I don't know about all that.
This is the time. I mean, obviously, Mac Jones being on his rookie contract, this is when you're supposed to not only surround him
Take those
with
swings.
yeah, you're supposed to go for the high upside guys that are at least in the same vicinity of where they're drafted.
The Titans take Nicholas Petit-Frere, offensive tackle from Ohio State. Jags back on the clock.
All these picks are making tomorrow seem a lot more interesting.
Well, that was yesterday.
You're going to have a lot of highlight clips to go through.
Like,
Tomorrow.
that was yesterday as well, where it's like we had 1, 2.
Malik is going tomorrow. It's looking like. I mean,
we had 7 offensive players yesterday total.
Yeah, these teams that are in tank mode, they just don't want to win. There's no way. They know if they draft Malik, it's going to be too many wins added, and they're not going to be able to get their guy. And also, a lot of them like Bryce Young too.
You got to give them credit here because we've talked about for years the fact that no matter how bad the QB class looks, they still go up and get their guy. All these teams still move up and take quarterbacks in the first, second round as early as possible. But we've been talking about the fact that next year's QB class is significantly better than this one. So
at the top,
these teams don't feel the need to take a pick on a quarterback this season. It looks like with next year's class coming through. So
because after Young and Stroud, there's a lot of question marks.
Mm-hmm.
Spencer Rattler season. That's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Making a comeback.
There's a lot of guys that could become a first round pick if they show out outright coming this season.
Let's see.
I was going to say we've got the Bears coming back up to do something else. Well, they haven't been heartbreaking yet, but there's not much at wide receiver left for them. I'm skipping Jacksonville mostly.
Well, I mean, it's got to be David Bell, right? Because
if you're going to do it,
guy.
If you're going to do it, right?
Oh,
it's true. He's a Big Ten guy.
He
is a Big Ten guy.
He's got Bears written all over it.
That does. All right, maybe that's how they solve that problem.
Plus, if they don't like him at wide receiver, they can just add him to the tight end room.
Yep.
That's what they would do.
Yep.
Ryan Pace is gone to try that little move, so I don't know. I don't know if that'll work.
Who knows? Maybe the stench is still there.
Just like Gettleman, you can fire Gettleman, but you can't get the stink completely out of the room.
But it takes at least a year or two to get the stench out.
Yeah, they got to fumigate the whole.
Fumigate
offense.
it properly.
Yeah, you got to fumigate. You got to steam clean it, deep clean
a few
everything.
rounds, going through it.
You got to fire all of his old assistants and personnel, cleaning everybody. You got to hire the cleaning people, have them clean it, and then fire the cleaning people because they will also
re-clean it. Yes.
Yeah, and then re-clean it. Yeah.
So put James Cook into the model. Got a little sidetracked from that one. Final grade comes out as an 8.6. So grades almost identical to that's funny, to Keyshawn Vaughn, just behind Devin Singletary. But what's amusing is he has almost the exact grade out as Alexander Madison. So not exactly the Minnesota Vikings running back that they were all looking for.
But Alexander Madison is
right backfield,
a quality player. Like
not terrible, but just not the one you were hoping for.
Not quite as explosive.
If I told you that James Cook was just like a running back in Minnesota, you would say, all right, it's got to be his brother, right? Try again.
Nope, skipped a generation.
Mm-hmm. Like Baldwin.
Can't see I knew that was a fact.
It's not.
It is. Come on. Everybody knows that. That's.
Then tell that to my entire family where everyone's ball. Like...
See, no, you're just misunderstanding because it hit every generation. So it did skip a generation. It's just two different iterations hitting the same thing.
Oh, I see. So they're just cursed. Okay. That's your stance. All right.
So
did you go to upstairs Hollywood Medical College too?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay.
Doug Peterson has gone from the Philadelphia Eagles, who would never draft a linebacker before like round 5, to the Jacksonville Jaguars that has selected 2 linebackers within the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, Chad Muma from Wyoming was their pick at 70 with the Bears on the clock.
Golly, and N'Kobe Dean is just
And
like,
N'Kobe still just hanging out in the green room, pissed, breaking stuff.
Golly.
Just making new tapes of
I was
them
gonna say,
come out.
you got him, you got Malik Willis and Matt Corral still sitting back in the green room.
Playing poker.
It's a
sad game of poker.
Right.
One of the
They don't have any money to bet with you.
It's a sad card game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and everyone felt bad for Aaron Rodgers. Just sitting there, and Brady Quinn. These guys. Round 3. They really need to
I got to tell you, it's been like 20 years. I've never once felt bad for Aaron Rodgers.
No.
I felt bad the Niners didn't draft Aaron Rodgers.
See, you would.
Okay.
You would. We don't.
There's an MO.
That's not
over
feeling
here.
bad for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Feeling bad for a different version of Aaron Rodgers.
Right. Okay.
Childhood Aaron Rodgers I feel bad for. Just wanted to be a Niner so bad.
You feel remorse for Aaron Rodgers' inner child. Okay, I got it. I understand. That does make a certain amount of sense. I make it a point to really try to go out of my way to not feel bad for rich people. But if you're gonna go for that,
If you're following along with that, then Tom Brady was a huge Niners fan when he was a kid too.
I felt bad for him 2 years ago. Almost like, man. In this offseason too.
We traded for the wrong New England quarterback.
We should have just traded him back.
Polo, what's up, buddy?
hey,
Good
Polo.
to see you. We're getting the regulars back in here, and the
All
Jets
right.
are having a great draft.
You are correct.
Congratulations.
A little too good, if you ask me. I feel like something bad has to happen.
Phil looking at everything through the lens of a Niners fan. How dare they have a
dare
good
they.
draft?
Well, I thought you were gonna where you were gonna go is like maybe the fix is in.
Yeah.
Like the Jets are on the take. They're getting the signals flashed to them. They know what's
I
happening.
mean, the Jets are just Niners East right now, along with the Dolphins. Everyone in the AFC East is basically Niners East right now. So I'm not happy for them, but I'm glad they're not as bad as they were.
Just such a
What are the
half.
Bears going to do?
Really?
Here?
They went wide receiver and they go with just Velus Jones Jr., one of the smallest guys again.
Are you kidding me with that?
Wow.
He's a kick return, like a return
Yeah,
specialist.
he's a kick
and
returner. I got it here.
Yeah.
Hold on. This one I actually do have a highlight reel for because it's not a Patriots pick, so we can go into this one. So yes, as Mike mentioned, like his biggest usage and threat is in the kick and punt return game. Like he's a special teams guy, and here it is. You want some highlights of punt returns? This is your guy right here. And look at the highlight reel on it too. He's making a lot of people miss and then goes down 20 yards later. That is Velus Jones Jr. He can make you miss for a little while, but he's not going to score. You got to be close enough for him to wiggle his way in there.
That's basically what he did the entire time was get the ball short.
Yeah, he's
Work
got
after the
no
catch.
acceleration, but he's got decent speed once he gets going.
Mm-hmm.
And hands are meh. He's okay. Okay, not great. And because of the draft capital here the Bears have put in him, he's probably going to move up higher on boards, but I would still say he's no more than like a third round pick at most. Not something I'm super interested in.
This is
I
a
wouldn't touch him.
project. This is
more of an NFL move than it is an actual fantasy move, despite the position.
Well, you see, they had Jakeem Grant last year,
Right.
who did phenomenal returning punts. So they let him go,
Because science.
obviously.
It's science, right? It's science.
And then they were like, oh, we should get a punt returner because he did great last year whenever we just couldn't move out on offense. We just let people punt to us eventually. And then that was our offense. Jakeem Grant running 90 yards to get to the end zone. So this is going to be that
strategy. Just playing poorly on offense and just getting kick return yards.
Well, there's a reason why that, Jones he's 25. Like he's already
I
up
didn't
there
even realize
for a
that.
rookie. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
25. Like he's
Yeah,
been
he's
been
an
around.
old rook. Yeah.
He's a very old rook, and it's going to be one of those
He's a project with not a lot of time left.
That's what I mean. He's a project coming into the league in the terms of the sense that he doesn't have much actual proper route running. He reminds me of like a less exciting Cordarrelle Patterson, who also played at Tennessee, and he did a lot of the same job. And it's like I'll echo what I said way back when. If Cordarrelle Patterson could learn how to run routes, he would have a real future in the NFL. And you know what's funny is he never learned how to run routes, and he was damn near out of the league. And then they switched him to running back, and he had a career resurgence because he doesn't need to know how to run routes. Like just run that way.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing here, where it's like he's a poor route runner. He's not a great traditional wide receiver, but the reason he hangs on is because he will do some stuff with the ball in his hand that will make you a believer. But this is not something that I'm super interested in. The only way I'd be interested in this is if you play in one of those weird fantasy leagues, whatever format, that factor in kick and punt return yards. Then I might be interested. But beyond that, very niche type of thing.
I just want to know where those people are. If you can just send me the info for your league so I can see what goes on in there. Because I've never heard of people playing with kick return yards.
I haven't played in one of those in years, but it was a thing that we used to do at one point. We played that league for about 5-6 years, but that was about 3 years ago that it folded, unfortunately. But I know it's still a thing out there in the universe. People still do that.
That is more obscure than like an individual defensive player.
At this point, probably.
Oh yeah.
The IDP market probably
definitely
crushes
jumping
that by this point. Yeah.
I remember thinking I was like really slick. One of the very first years I joined a friend of mine's league, and I was like, I'm gonna draft a bunch of kick return specialists at the end, and just hope one of them hits, like Josh Cribbs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And be like, yeah, Josh Cribbs, Devin Hester, let's get this. These are gonna be fly picks that nobody even realizes.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
No, never does. Polo wants to know our thoughts on the AJ Brown trade.
Let us tell you about the AJ.
Oh,
What nerve here.
First of all,
right.
you don't want Phil's thoughts on the AJ Brown trade.
Phil's gonna leave the room for a little bit.
Again, my immediate reaction and impact to it is it doesn't do a lot of difference for AJ Brown. I was always kind of low compared to everyone else. There's a lot of people that wanted to have AJ Brown in the top 10. I've never been one of those. I had him around 15, and he still stays right around 15 for me. So he doesn't move that much. He becomes the number one guy in Philadelphia, which doesn't mean much to Phil, but to me is still okay. It's still a decent amount of volume. And he should be okay in the touchdown department as well. The biggest impact there is I think it hurts Dallas Goedert more than anything else, because now you've got another big body at the goal line who's going to challenge him for touchdowns, and touchdowns are the only thing that make tight ends. So if anything, it may knock Goddard out of the top 10 at tight end, but that's about it. And then it brings up Treylon Burks, who comes into that situation in Tennessee. It brings up Robert Woods, who now is going to get more volume just by him not being there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the overall consensus, the general feedback is going to be up Hurts. Hurts has improved his stock based on the AJ Brown trade. AJ Brown, I slightly tick him down going from Tennessee because I think that Tannehill loved to target him when he was healthy and on the field. Mm-hmm. It's just, even though a low passing offense in general is still not going to amount to a huge amount of targets. Davonte Smith goes down and Dallas Goedert goes down. So, the only big beneficiary is Jalen Hurts and Treylon Burks and Robert Woods.
Right.
But those are even mild upticks for Woods. And then you're hoping for the high ceiling for Burks if he really hits the ground running, both actually and, figuratively.
And for me, honestly, it didn't do anything to Hurts. Like I already had Hurts in the top 5, but that was all because of rushing. So
The only thing that I want to talk about as it relates to Hurts is last year we were able to get Hurts for an extreme value because a lot of people were very scared off by this type of thing. And I think based on, and this is not a real football thing, it's more of like a fantasy football thing, obviously. I think based on how he did last year and where he finished, and then coupled with this improvement, I think the days of being able to pick up Jalen Hurts
that was
as a
never gonna
value.
happen.
I don't think it's ever going to happen again. I think that was a one-time deal that we got, so we're never going to get that again. And from my side, I did actually have to drop AJ Brown just a couple spots, mostly because he's dealing with Tennessee didn't have much in the way of competition because I was never sold on Julio Jones being able to stay healthy to actually cut into it enough. So for me, Philly does actually have a few other weapons that will probably cut into it. The biggest winner is Jalen Hurts, as it was covered. AJ Brown to me doesn't take too much of a hit. I will cede Phil's point about Jalen Hurts is nowhere near as accurate or prolific as a passer as Ryan Tannehill. I just think they're going to force feed him the ball. So that's part of it within a certain extent. And then on the other side of the trade, the big winners, obviously Robert Woods coming off the ACL tear. He's got a path to really picking this up. And then Treylon Burks is the 1.2 for me in Dynasty because of all this shifting around.
All right. Well, something
I
has
see you
happened.
saw
that
the Indianapolis pick.
No, I did not see the Indianapolis pick. What was the Indianapolis pick?
Tight end Jelani Woods, the athletic freak.
6'7",
okay.
what a guy.
He's 6'7",
Nice.
was one of the best
Giant.
athletes at the combine, but the route running's not exactly polished by any means, but he's got the tools.
No, I did not see that. What I did see is at pick 74, the Falcons are taking Cincinnati quarterback Desmond Ridder.
Oh, we
That's
have
actually
two
a-
highlight
that's a good
packages we have
fit.
to get through.
So we only have the one. I don't have the.
Oh, there was no. Okay.
There's
Got
no,
it, got it,
there's
got
no
it.
highlight package. But I've got Ridder.
I mean, if you look at him compared to Marcus Mariota, that's a very comparable player.
Right.
He's extremely pro-ready. Biggest thing is, I'd say, ball placement, that you have to have him work on. He wasn't used much in the run game, like to actually, to have him run the ball, but he is completely capable of doing it.
And he was a project. So he gets a year to essentially sit behind Mariota. We'll see how bad they are in Atlanta and how long he actually sits there. But yeah, the player comp is Alex Smith for his play style coming out of college. And yeah, he's 23. He had flashes at Cincinnati. It's an interesting fit, like you said. So I'm curious to see how it goes.
And this again doesn't. Sorry, go ahead. Neil.
I think the best thing about this is the fact that as far as landing spots go, I'm not a huge fan, to be honest, of Desmond Ridder, to be perfectly blunt about it. But as far as landing spots goes, this is a good one because he does get to sit behind Marcus Mariota and hold a clipboard. I was mostly concerned that somebody might be foolish enough to try and draft him and then stuff him out there week one. And I'm like, that's a recipe for getting killed. So this is a decent landing spot.
I feel like you guys are giving a lot of credit to Marcus Mariota. I haven't seen anything from him to make me think that he can hold on to a starting job
for more than 4 games.
Well, I think the credit we're giving him is just that he got paid to essentially be the starter. They didn't take anyone ahead of the 3rd round, and their goal is to be bad. So they're trying to be the number 1 pick next year. I think Marcus Mariota is what gets them there.
This in no way.
Do they even want to be the number 1 pick if they just drafted Desmond Ridder?
Yeah, third round yes.
would not mean anything.
Yeah, 3rd round doesn't mean anything.
This is a NFL Network just bullishly compared Desmond Ridder to Dak Prescott. Seems
Right,
a little
because
bit strong.
Dak Prescott is the only QB that hit late. That's why they make that.
That's true.
Comparison.
That's true.
Little
they could make the
strong.
Russell Wilson comparison because that was technically 3rd round as well if they wanted to.
I talked about it yesterday, but my QB model has 4 tiers: sure thing, coin flip, below average, and long shot. Sure thing, it's a slam dunk that they get 2+ top 12 fantasy seasons. Coin flip, it's a 50-50 that they have 2+ top 12 seasons. below average, there's about a 40% chance that they have one and a 30% that they have two or more. Long shot, there have only been the two QBs that have landed in the long shot category, Russell Wilson and Dak Prescott, out of 40 guys that have actually had at least one top 12 season, and Ritter lands in that long shot category.
I remember
all
the
about draft
explanation yesterday
capital.
with Pickett.
Yeah.
Pickett
Pickett
not
landed in
terrible.
below average, and he's going to end up being the best rated in this class because of draft capital. So there you go.
You were listening
right.
to that, Mike? I thought you were just having like a not a post traumatic
An
stress
out-of-body
episode, like a
experience,
real current traumatic stress.
Oh, it's multitasking. I could set aside the fandom that's depressed at this, at the one end, and then I
the
can
Texans
listen.
have now traded up to 75.
Okay.
Uh-oh. So
Well, while we wait for that, I would like to
Roll
real
calls.
quick, because Polo wasn't here at the beginning, and you heard three people give three variations on what is effectively the same opinion. I'd like to have Phil state his case on why he thought the Hollywood Brown deal was more impactful and better than the AJ Brown deal, because we didn't get it. We got it a while ago.
I mean, AJ Brown is all the way off of my board. I would not draft AJ Brown at all, no matter what pick it was, what round. If he was there, I am passing him and going on to someone else. Just when it comes to Eagles pass catchers, the receivers especially, there is going to be a lot of weeks where you don't get anything from them. So if you're playing a redraft, that's not something that you're going to want to spend a lot of draft capital on, like second, third round pick, if you're not going to be able to get those points from them. Daily fantasy, sure, there might be some times where I put AJ Brown in there, but when you look last year, Davonte Smith only had 2 top 15 weeks at all, like the whole season. He had 2 of them. And you look at Kyler Murray and what he's doing, the Cardinals had several weeks when they had multiple receivers in the top 15. So it's just the offenses, Kyler Murray versus Jalen Hurts, like one's very good at passing, the other is not very good at passing. One team likes to throw a lot, the other team likes to sit on the ball, run a lot. And I'm just not a big fan of Jalen Hurts as a passer. I think he's a good fantasy quarterback. I would draft him on my team, but I just don't like any of his receiving options. It's just not enough consistency for me. And I don't know. It's a hard pill to swallow playing drafting AJ Brown in the third round on the turn or something like that. That sounds miserable. I would never put myself in that.
Well, good news. The Texans did trade up to get a linebacker. Bad news, it's not Nakobe Dean.
Wow.
It is Christian Harris, linebacker from Alabama.
Because
they really need to get some more info on who to put in these green rooms. Because if they would,
But you know who's on the clock right now at 76?
It's time. It's time.
It's time.
Can we go full screen on Mike? Let's
wait till after it's actually picked.
This is 1,000% going to happen now.
It's gonna happen.
No,
It's been happening all
Just accept
yesterday and today.
Just accept the fate.
I'm just gonna go grab a beer real quick.
No, it's a good idea.
Mhm.
That's a good call. Let's mute your phone.
The Broncos traded 75 to the Texans for 80 and 162. So they moved up 5 spots to get not Nakobe Dean.
The Ravens got Nakobe Dean.
Well, while we wait,
I feel like this is the type of thing that makes people say that sports are fake. Because,
Right?
because
Like it's
this
all
is
rigged
like
because
movie scripts,
there's no way this would actually happen in reality, right?
Yeah.
If this
you're
was-
watching that, oh
If-
man.
If this pick is Malik Willis, then they'll say, "Oh, this is fake."
Imagine going into the season next year with 3 quarterbacks that you want to
I mean,
play.
Lamar Jackson doesn't have a contract extension yet.
I mean, Lamar Jackson needs to not be his own agent. I don't know what he's doing, who he's getting information from. Or
It works out well for some players and not well for others.
This is just there's so much money on the table. I feel like he
Damn.
needs to go hire Kirk Cousins.
I don't think it happened. I think they went with somebody else. I think
Defensive lineman Travis Jones.
Yeah.
Damn it, that's still a really good pick. He's like he was at the back end of the first round, early second round type guy out of Connecticut. He's a nose tackle that can play probably a 3 to a 5. You know, he can play along the defensive line anywhere you really want. Very athletic, great get off. Yay.
Good for them. They did it.
Yeah, good for them.
And then the Browns draft Nakobe Dean.
It's going to be someone in the division.
It's coming up too. It's like 2 picks away.
It's
Let's
picks away.
At least the Browns, I know, can have the chance.
Could
of
you
shooting
imagine if
themselves
the
in foot.
Chargers had Nakobe Dean slip to them and the Nerds' reaction to that?
That would make sense.
It would make up for his not getting sauce, his pipe dream of sauce somehow
Yeah.
falling all the way.
How did he ever think that was even a remote possibility?
Oh no, he was drinking Beefeater before we even started. So I think that might have something to do with it.
What a beef eater. Oh man. That is-
It's an odd name for it.
that's a bold decision.
It is a bold decision.
Just straight beef eater? Just like
No,
a
he was
full
mixing it
British
with stuff.
chop?
He was.
Oh.
It was. He wasn't just drinking, pulling out of a straight bottle of Beefeater. If he was doing that, I'd have had a lot of respect for him. I'd have been
I
like,
thought he had a powdered wig on, just drinking gin straight, like they did in the olden days.
Steve, write that down. Let's get Jason a
Powdered
powdered
wig,
wig.
let's
Yeah.
get it.
I think that's a good idea for the
100%
Friday
thinking.
show. I like that for the idea for the Friday show. We'll make him do it in a powdered wig at least once. We'll make that the NSFW show where we're allowed to swear. 18 and over show. That's the show we'll do.
Good. Yes.
Wait, has Cleveland actually picked yet?
No.
They're in a few picks.
They're next. It's
I meant like
yeah.
even earlier in the draft. I thought they traded back.
Oh, I have no idea.
yeah, they took Emerson, the corner
Oh, right.
from Mississippi State at
Mhm.
68. Looks like the snag right now, by the way, between the Browns and Panthers is the Panthers want the Browns to pick up a majority of Baker's salary.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Did the Browns think they could? They would have to do a Brock Osweiler type deal.
But again, it's the same. Like it was the 5th-year option, so there was the guaranteed year, and they knew they were going to have to get out of it. And if you cut them, you eat it all anyway. So
Yeah.
why would you be upset about having to hold on to some of that cash, especially since you're paying Deshaun Watson $1 million?
It's 'cause
year?
the
I think
Browns
you
live
can
in a
afford it.
The Browns live in a delusional fantasy land. That's why.
Let's see, 12-team full PPR drafts in the 12 spot. Thinking about going RB. Thoughts?
Always.
Yeah, I mean, I generally,
Yeah,
yeah,
that sounds good.
Typically,
You're not going to get to see them. It's going to be what?
because
40
yeah,
something picks before you see running backs again?
Mhm.
No way.
23 picks later, you're not going to see a great running back situation.
yeah, the only wide receiver I'd consider is Cup, and there's no way he falls that far. So
Right.
I've seen people
I
that
mean,
do.
if crazy things happen, then sure. Yeah,
And I wouldn't play around with the Travis Kelce
That's what I was going to. Some people
thing there.
think to go
Some
with
people
Travis
would.
Kelce.
Some people would recommend that. I would prefer the traditional running back approach. Is
Yeah.
what I would do.
Yeah, if you skip out of running backs, you're going to end up with the Bills running back.
Right, you end up with James Cook.
Yeah.
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 Unless you want to be one of those folks that tries to play the zero RB strategy, and that's it. It can work. I'm not going to sit here and say it can't work, but it's just not for me. It's not.
What is that strategy? The zero RB strategy? I've never heard of this. Please enlighten me. This is the PFF strategy. Let's go.
I thought that was a troll. No, the zero RB thing is a is the idea that you just pass on running back entirely.
Is a troll. Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
I'm being trolled.
yeah, it is a troll.
Okay.
Bernard
I'm
Raymond,
sorry, I don't mean that.
offensive tackle for the Colts.
Which is a good. Yeah, I mean, they needed another tackle.
No, I thought that was a serious thing people did where they just didn't draft a running back and they just like filled it up. Like they just have the best receivers, the best.
It
tight
is.
ends.
That is a real thing.
It's a
That
real,
is
this
the
is
like
a real
100% a
thing.
real thing. That's why I feel like we're having two different conversations. That is an absolutely real strategy
We're
where
not
people
getting
will
the same.
completely pass on running back and then just take all the wide receivers and stack it up, and then you deal with having the Bills running back as your only like real running back. That's That's the actual philosophy. It's not one I subscribe to.
Yeah, generally waiting till around like round 5, 6 to even
Sometimes
draft
later.
your running. Yeah, to even draft.
Sometimes
a running
later. Yeah, you go.
If you go full
like
zero RB, it's typically like the 8th round. You take the best available quarterback, tight end, and wide receiver, and just build out those rooms. And then you just go nothing but running back for like rounds 8 through 13, and just take a whole bunch of dart throws and hope that 2 of them work out.
you take all the schlock and hope that you get lucky.
Mhm.
And this is an actual strategy that people proselytize on the internet, and I'm just sitting there like holding my head in my hands, like this is not a good idea.
It's like
Ideally-
watch the world burn. I mean, that's
I feel like in my leagues, I would not even get any running back. I would be drafting like I would have.
yeah. Every league I'm in, all the
Overall
running
pack.
backs are gone by the 5th round. So it's like I
Right.
don't understand how I could even do that.
Yeah, exactly. But then I think back and like all of these running backs that get picked up first week of waivers with offer. Someone picked up Elijah Mitchell, spent 100% of their fab week 1 on Elijah Mitchell, and it worked out. And I was just like, what a madman. And it just worked out. So, you know.
Living life on the edge.
We
I
play in a
mean-
league where someone else did that effectively, spent their entire fab budget on day 1 on Elijah Mitchell, and then that guy went on a deep playoff run because of it. So
I mean, I guess it's viable. I mean, there's always that, week 1 running back, I guess.
It- like I said, it can work. I've seen instances where the 0 RB strategy can work, and the people who talk about this, Steve knows, they're very vocal on Twitter. They like to bang the drum for this strategy, and it's like it can work if you get the right mix of wide receivers, but it also has this huge gaping possibility to completely blow up in your face, because if you pick wrong, like if you drafted Cooper Kupp last year, you loved your life probably, and as far as 0 RB, and it might have paid off for you. But if you drafted Allen Robinson,
Yeah.
you're never going to recover from this decision. There's no chance of recovering this team. It's just done.
Yeah.
So
My primary league is punishment league, so I would not be asked to do that.
No, I wouldn't do it.
The Browns
People-
are taking defensive end Alex Wright from UAB.
See, I don't have to worry about the Browns drafting as much.
No, see, Phil, it seems like you play in leagues with like smart people that don't get into fringe theories about 0 RB and playing kick and punt return crazy scenario.
Yeah, I mean, so I play in a league where the punishment is if you get last place. We have like a bracket, the playoff bracket, and like an anti-bracket where if you lose the last 3 games, you're just last place. And if you're last place, you got to eat a sock. And I just don't want to eat a sock ever.
You get to
Like,
have
Dirty sock or a clean
Well,
sock?
not a clean sock, but an actual sock. Like
I don't want to eat either, but I'm just trying
Like
to understand.
100%. Like
Who
Mike calls a
enforces
foul
this?
obstruction.
Who's making me
The
eat
league,
a sock? I
the
don't
league.
understand.
You don't need a sock, you can't play next season. You're kicked
Oh,
out.
wow.
And another person is ruthless. You got
All right, well, it looks like you're picking up someone else because I am not eating the sock. So
That is an
Okay.
ins-
That brings up 2 questions for me.
Yeah.
One, can you cut the sock up into pieces?
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
you can cook it.
You can cook it?
cut out.
Okay, you can cook
Yeah.
it. That was one of the
Alright.
questions.
I
But I was saying,
it's-
can you do
it's a
anything to
sock.
it?
It's a sock. It doesn't really do anything. Like you cook a sock, it just chars up, and it's still looks disgusting, and it's very inedible. But they just scarf it down. So one guy, he charred it up, put it on an egg McMuffin. It looked like black truffles, but it was just burnt sock. And he ate it. And
He's still in the league.
still in the league, No one, I feel like only one person has left because they didn't eat the sock.
I got
I
so
have
let-
never heard
so
of this before.
I haven't heard of that specific.
so you eat a
punishment.
sock, and then your reward for eating the sock is to continue to be in a league where they make you eat a sock. I feel like this is a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, and also if you eat the sock, that means that you were bad enough to eat the sock in the first place. So we have had multiple sock eaters, just like we've had multiple champions.
I
and,
feel like I'm most fascinated that you can continually find 12 people that want to eat a sock.
I think
the better
Yeah,
term is-
thank you. I was just going to do the same thing. Put that on there. I said, please put that on there, because
100%.
I'm
it's
blown
crazy.
away by that entire back and
You
forth
have to
right
be
there.
crazy.
That is.
So
Does this
people
league
take it
have a total
serious.
prize payout of several $1,000s?
No, it's $100 league. It's just you know,
Okay.
Winner gets all of it. So you make $1,100. But
Okay, so you do get $1,000. All right, that's a little
But
more
we're not
real.
in it for the money. We're in it to see the video of the person eating the sock. That's the
I get it.
That's
So the smart people are in the league
The sock. Yeah.
to see somebody eat a sock.
Yeah,
This league is
like,
insane.
real smart people, like some hedge fund guys, some like STEM guys, or like doctors and stuff like this. There's real analytic thinking people, and so all of the running backs are gone by round 3. So I would never risk going no running back.
See, I have a theory that everybody who actually purports the zero RB theory is like a giant internet troll that is just in it to cause chaos and sow dissent. That's
The
my.
way that works. I'm the opposite. I want all of the running backs. I would rather have 5 running backs and just be able to just control the trade market. Because that's where the leagues are won and lost, right? Not in the draft, but like the moves that you do. So if you have all of the pieces, then you get to
managing the team mid-season is how you win.
Well, because typically as well, when the running backs start to get hurt and everything thins out, if you have 4 or 5 of them, to your point, I can package that and fix my wide receiver problem in the season, and then we're good. Or I can get a quarterback if that's where I failed, or a tight end. I don't even care about tight end. That's usually not my thing. But it's like I would much rather play that way as well. It's kind of an old school, tried and true strategy where it's like risk mitigation, and having valuable trade pieces to try and fleece somebody, frankly, for lack of a better term.
Exactly.
I'd rather deal with that than have to be sitting there with Cooper Kupp and Stephon Diggs and whoever else, where it's like all good players, but the trade market for that is usually not typically as strong as the blue
It's hard
chip.
to trade a wide receiver. You always want a running back in return. So if you have all the running backs, then everyone has to come to you, right?
And even in today's NFL now, when there's very scarce workhorse running backs, it just even so, you still want the guys that have the upside. You want the dart throws, even in the early rounds, that are swift and guys Gibson. You're taking these guys that aren't the workhorse, but they're still a lot more valuable than almost 75 to 80% of the wide receivers, if not more.
Is the Eat a Sock League a PPR league?
Halfway.
Oh, okay.
It's even worse.
Halfway.
I want to be in that league just on principle.
We were waiting ahead of the curve before standard was switched to PPR. We were just like running backs are too good. Let's just bump it up a little bit. We don't want to go full degen with the PPR. And now PPR is just standard. So now we look like we're just in caveman era. But I'm a big fan of half point. I think that it's a good balance.
Yeah, the Chargers take JT Woods, safety from Baylor.
Yep.
Broncos on the clock.
Hasn't been a fantasy relevant player since Ritter, so
yeah, not for a while here.
This has been a heavily defensive draft.
Hey, you're going to have a lot to talk about tomorrow. Also, I don't know if I even talked about it because we went right into Ritter, but Velus Jones for the Bears, 5.48 tests right around Jalen Darden, Quintez Cephas, Riley Ridley, and who else? Kelvin Harmon. There you go. That's your neighborhood.
That's probably pretty fair.
Broncos take
well,
a very...
we all want better for Phil.
I don't deserve better.
He has the chance to leave the league. It's up to him.
Well, they're glad that you approve of it, okay, Mr. Nerd? They're all excited that they got your stamp of approval. I'm sure that the rest of the Chargers Reddit is just going crazy with bashing them right now. That's how that works.
You got to stay off of these team Reddits, man. It's just
don't go on there.
No, that's where you get the most accurate information.
No, it's never just completely toxic.
It's just so much information that some of it has to be accurate, right?
Exactly.
You get also the most inaccurate information.
If you throw enough spaghetti at the wall, some of it's going to stick, right?
Yeah, exactly. Some of it sticks, right?
Yeah.
There's also not a ton of like horribly toxic people on there or anything either. So don't worry about that. That's fine.
Yeah,
don't worry about your mental health in any way.
Don't worry about your mental health in any way.
It's just complete gentlemen.
Yes, everyone is Everyone is a higher educated individual that always has the most quality and humane takes. No one threatens each other at all. That never happens. No. For the longest time, the Browns subreddit was one that I was just like, this should be in quarantine. Like, this should be off on its own section behind a wall. Like, no one should go in here.
I mean, you can't really blame them being a fan base of the Browns. It's a tough one to be a fan of.
It's only about an hour and a half away, Mike.
I'm a Dodgers fan, and the Dodgers subreddit is pretty bad. But one of the local bar in LA said one bad thing about the Dodgers, and everyone on that Reddit got together like, about that bar.
Oh my god!
Close down.
All right,
Oh my god! Oh my god! Close the bar. Jeez.
Yeah, so it lost a whole bunch of business. So
That's nuts.
All right, we wanted fantasy relevant. Here we go. The Broncos are selecting tight end Greg Dulcich from UCLA.
Oh, we got a video for it.
Yes, see, this one I actually had video for it.
Because
You got hair like that, you got to get the video. Yeah.
I could find clips on this one.
He's one of the guys that rose a lot throughout the pre-draft process. There was some that thought about taking him over McBride even.
as a quarterback, I never understood why players like that work. You have one guy running the wrong direction, and somehow just deploy.
Well, what's unique about him is he can catch the ball, but he's also really good at pass pro. So
He'll
he's
be a good
with the ball
compliment
in
to
his
Alberto.
hands and run blocking. So there you go. Natural receiver, needs more muscle, but that's going to come with age. So there you go.
Colby Cleaner would
Not-
make sense.
Yeah. Not the greatest player comp, but I mean, just in terms of like, if that's what you think the ceiling is.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's
But-
more like build style, all that. So
But he gets he is an interesting thing for the Broncos because they need somebody besides Alberto. As much as they love Alberto, he has yet to prove that he can actually stay healthy. And you need some sort of backup plan / long-term game plan around that just to deal with the idea that you don't have Noah Fant to kick around anymore. And they never used Noah Fant right anyway, so it didn't matter. Like, perfectly fine to get rid of him. So that's
the 6.55, by the way,
oh wow.
for his final score, that puts him right around Irv Smith, Pat Freiermuth, Hayden Hurst. That's the territory he's in.
Wow.
That's a player I completely forgot about. Irv Smith.
That's what happens when you miss a year, right? Suddenly.
Yeah, I feel like he was really high on everyone's draft board, and now I feel like he's going to sneak in and be a really good pick this year.
I mean, he was a big sleeper last year prior to the injury.
Yeah, but Mike, you know how people are. They only remember the last thing that they saw, by and large.
Yeah, people are
so
goldfish.
being a year removed from it, people will absolutely forget about Irv Smith completely, and he'll be of value.
Yeah, exactly. The Chargers Discord would be a rough place to hang out tonight. I understand that.
That's just a live version of the Reddit.
That's just a live Reddit. Yeah, that's all that is.
Yeah.
That's all Discord is.
So basically, the
Not our
Chargers' entire
Discord,
fan
okay.
base is making it into a Discord. All 23 and a half of them.
Wow.
I mean,
It's easy to fire those shots when he's not here to defend himself.
Yeah.
But even when he is here to defend himself, it's pretty fun.
Well, they had trouble filling a soccer stadium. And as a soccer
they
player,
filled it with their Discord.
yeah, as a former,
They would've
soccer
done
player, I know
better,
it's not very
actually.
big.
Had they filled it with their Discord?
The I think the Giants picked, didn't they?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And the
Happy
Falcons have
with
also
them just
gotten
behind.
Yeah, and the Falcons have also grabbed an edge, it looks like. So I think we're
So Cordale Flott, cornerback
Cornerback.
from LSU for the Giants, and the Falcons got D'Angelo Malone, edge rusher from Western Kentucky. Eagles are on the clock, but the pick is in, so technically the Steelers are on the clock. I just brought up the video package, so it slowed me down a little bit here.
It can happen, Mike. There's still some good players left here.
There's still the best player available here. How is Nakobe Dean still on the board? What is happening?
Steelers aren't going to take Nakobe Dean.
I don't think he would be.
Watch the Patriots do it one pick later.
The Patriots turn their whole draft around.
Oh, man, the Raiders' first pick of the draft is in 3 spots. Imagine if that's their first pick.
Yeah, but a lot of the air is out of the balloon on that because the fastest wide receiver in the class was already drafted.
Oh, Polo, we believe you, sir.
Yeah, we do believe you.
They're all terrible.
I was going to say, the gist I'm getting is just every fan base, Discord, and
every
Reddit is
sports
terrible.
team Reddit. They just don't want to go there.
Yeah, Falcons are having all right. Not great.
They had a lot of places to go. Like they could have gone anywhere, and it would have been like, oh, it's better than what they had.
That's the problem. Like they could, there's no way they really could have had a bad draft, right? It's like they needed so many holes to fill.
I don't know. I've seen some of those Raiders drafts years gone by where they're reaching 3 rounds.
Statement retracted. I take it back.
Seen a lot of those Gettleman drafts too, where you're just sitting there like, what's going on?
See, there's still a couple you can go back to and be like, yeah, we still got some entertainment left.
All right, here we go. Front end of the 3rd round. Round recaps presented by Underdog. Remember, promo code NONSENSE. If you're a first-time depositor, they will double it for you. 65 through 80. What sticks out to you guys?
Nakobe Dean just went
Was
to
it the
Philadelphia.
Steelers?
No,
Ooh,
Philly.
to Philadelphia. Well, great pick for them. They're having a hell of a draft.
Yeah.
Wow.
Had to go at some point.
Yep. Shouldn't have taken this long, but
The rich get richer.
But
well,
even
they're not
that-
really rich at linebacker, but that was
That's
a hell
fair.
of a pick for
That's
somebody
fair.
to make.
this
If they
was
can
a-
actually play defense with that offense now, oh man, imagine. They made the playoffs as a bad team. What can they do if they're a good team?
Oh, man.
Yeah, there wasn't really much to talk about in the past since pick 65 otherwise.
Right? That's
I mean, other than so we got Ritter going to the Falcons, which is nice. We'll see how he pans out. I mean, it's a solid pickup to just see how he plays. If they have a horrible season and they're a top 2 pick next year, there is a perfectly good reason to just continue with drafting a quarterback. That will not stop them from doing so.
But yeah,
Also, JT Woods was a real good pick by the Chargers. That was just someone that was on my radar because the Niners were looking at him because we need a safety. And he's real tall, got pretty good range. A little slight, but I mean, I don't know. I like tall corner or tall safeties. I feel like that's a position where height is real valuable.
But yeah, in real terms, you had Ritter, 2 project tight ends, and a kick return specialist. As far as like fantasy wise, that's all you had.
100%.
Wasn't very
So
helpful.
now you're telling me that you've got Nakobe Dean, who is already arguably the best linebacker in the class, is now going with a chip on his shoulder to play for the Eagles. So good luck, everybody else. I just feel bad for Daniel Jones. I mean, he's just going to get eaten alive. So many. I can already see the highlight package in my head, just destroying Daniel Jones over.
Well, if he
and
doesn't
over
get there,
again,
Derek
knocking
Barnett
him out of the
will.
league.
I was like, Derek, if it's not him, it'll be Derek Barnett.
I was gonna say Jordan Davis in front, taking up all the blocks, or just getting through one of them since it's the Giants' offensive line.
Well, now it's time, Mike. What are you thinking for the Steelers?
I would think they would go defensive interior.
They've got, it looks like edge rusher DeMarvin Leal from Texas A&M.
Oh, he's an interior. That's actually a good pick. He's got some good size. He can play anywhere along the defensive front. He could be a third down pass rusher inside, or just stick solid run defender when on the field for every other down. Yeah, it's a good player.
And then the Patriots take corner Marcus Jones from Houston.
Actually, that's their first good pick of the draft.
They were due.
They were due eventually. I didn't know if it was going to
Right.
take till day 3 or not.
Right.
But Marcus
It seemed
Jones
like it was heading that direction, right?
Was it considered going uphill or downhill from the first 2?
I don't know. Picking up momentum, so I guess maybe until picking up speed. Is that the way you want to look at that?
I mean, both of them were at probably a 2-round reach.
Boy, I got to tell you, my spreadsheets had a whole lot of nothing to do over here recently. It's getting real sad.
I feel bad for you. You made all these clips. He made all these clips, and like we worked on all this stuff. And Steve stayed up for like.
Well, I've still got this
like
I've got this 1998 computer, so I've got the little spring on my board. It's like, you ready? You still there? You need help with anything? No, I'm good, Clippy. Thank you.
I'm here. It's just the draft isn't going as I
It's
planned.
just not going the way it should be. It's all right. Well, you know what? I take that back. It's going exactly the way we thought it would. It's all defense all the time. That's all there is in this draft class.
next year there will be a lot more to talk about because you'll have your usual slate of quarterback nonsense in the first round and people flipping around.
Yeah, I feel like quarterbacks take a lot of the time in these drafts, and we've only had 2 go. So, I mean, yeah.
This really makes all of the quarterbacks useless in rookie drafts for Dynasty. You're going to throw some darts at like the 3rd round at this point.
So in their home draft, the Raiders have now traded out of their pick with Tennessee. They have moved back. They refuse to take a pick in front of their fans.
Because they know it'll be a bad pick.
Yeah, they know they're going to get booed regardless. So,
well, the only player they would have wanted is the fastest wide receiver in the draft, and that ship's already sailed. So now they don't want anything else. It's all
they traded 86 to the Titans for 90 and 169. So the Titans moved up 4 spots.
I got a good feeling about this.
Molly.
Tennessee.
Is this the one? I feel like Malik Willis is more.
It's Malik Willis.
Is this
Tennessee?
Oh wow. Okay.
I was about to say. I feel like he's more likely he goes to a good team than a bad team. And mid-sentence, they took the rug from right underneath me.
And this makes a bunch of sense.
Confirmed? I didn't see that yet.
Tannehill has
for quarterbacks. Who do you guys think?
For what?
For quarterbacks, who's the next one off the board? Is it going to be Coral or Sam Howell, or you got a Carson Strong guy, or someone else that it's not mentioned?
I think Howell.
It is Willis. There it is.
Howell.
I would think Howell will be next
tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I feel like there's not going to be any more quarterbacks taken tonight. But
where'd he go?
Howell for the next one, I can see Howell.
There he is.
Over Cole.
I think that just based on his production in college and the athletic ability and everything.
Here's the kid, right? Fine.
Took long enough, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's got the mobility. He's got a cannon for an arm. Again, lack of competition playing at Liberty, but other than that, he's got all the tools. He needs time to develop in the NFL and understand the system, but playing behind Tannehill for a year should be good. Strong pocket presence is not actually there, but again, like I said, strong arm, rush ability, those are his main features. 23, So young and able to develop. Yeah, to me, he's the QB1 of this class pretty easily. Even with this going so late, obviously he's going to be out this season, but I would still probably be willing to take him over Pickett. It would be close because Pickett's actually going to play this year. He's on a better team, top to bottom, with more weapons and more options. But yeah, to me, overall, you want those Konami code guys, and that's what Willis brings to the table. So long-term super flex, I'd rather have Malik Willis. Even in standard, I'd rather have Malik Willis.
I mean, looking at it, the upside is just on another level. Because Tannehill has an out after this season. So there is a possibility that Willis plays as soon as next year.
Right.
It's not a guarantee, but
yep,
they have the possibility of that. They obviously Treylon Burks, so he has another young talent around him. Derrick Henry only has so much more left in the tank, I'm sure. I'm sure we say that basically every year, but
it feels like we do, right?
Yeah.
Eventually it has to be right.
Last year he showed it with the injury. Something had to happen.
When you have Robert Woods as a security blanket, possibly for a year or two, depending on how exactly this whole thing manifests, and they've got. I think that offense would be very interesting because they use Ryan Tannehill because Ryan Tannehill is pretty mobile in his own right. He's not as mobile as he used to be, obviously, but you put Willis in there, I think it would be a pretty natural transition, right? Because you got a guy who can run and throw on the run.
And this is my own fault. I made my spreadsheet made me eat my own words because I already said that based on draft capital, like Pickett was going to end up being the top rated QB in the draft. Pickett had a 12.77 getting drafted last night in the first round. Willis comes in at a 12.83. So just barely edged him out to finish as my QB1 in this class. Again, even with third round draft capital, which we know doesn't really pan out. But even still, a 12.83 puts him in the same category of below average, which would give him roughly a 40% chance to ever have a top 12 season and 25 to 30% chance to have 2 or more top 12 seasons.
And it's based on this, the fact that Kenny Pickett is a floor guy that isn't going to have much rushing involved. He's just going to be able to have good weapons around him and hopefully turn into a above average passer.
Yep.
Malik Willis is immediately just like Jalen Hurts, a couple years ago. As soon as he touched the field, even with a below average passing accuracy, was a viable fantasy option. Day one, because of his rushing ability and his willingness to run the ball. Willis forced, I think, the 5th most tackles on runs last year in college, including running backs. So he's a stud.
And the Cardinals take San Diego State defensive end Cameron Thomas at 87. Puts the Cowboys on the clock. Yeah, and we've talked about Willis a bunch. He was the number 1 guy in this class. Super flex, he's number 1 at QB, but I still think overall Breece Hall's the number 1 player. I still honestly think I'd take his wide receiver at this point. Burks number 2, and then it's probably Willis 3. Any pushback on that?
I don't think I would take Willis this high as 3.
Well, he's talking about in super flex.
Yeah.
Even then, I'd still be a little.
You want to go?
Wary.
You go in London at that point still?
I think that London would have the next up, and then I think that there'd be a conversation for Walker to be in there.
Don't want Walker.
Walker, wow. Okay.
Again, that's me, but I don't want Walker.
It's going to be because
position, but still.
Yeah.
Like Willis is a long-term project, but like you said, it's in super flex. It's all about getting quarterbacks in the draft because you can't get them later. It's impossible. You got to trade way too much. If I can get in on it early and I need it, then yeah, but he's not an immediate answer. He's a luxury pick for somebody.
If you're expecting your rebuild to take still several years,
Mhm.
then Willis is a good pick.
Or even
I thought you were going to say get rid of the team. I always thought you were going in a whole different way.
well, the other way to look at it too is if you're in a super flex situation where you've got like Tom Brady and Kirk Cousins. If you're
Mhm.
riding two guys in the back end, you're looking to start the rebuild later down the line, looking ahead, then yeah, that's maybe a mid first round pick. But I don't know. It's tough for me to think he gets out of the top 5, even with having to sit behind Tannehill. And we're assuming that he sits behind Tannehill too. Like if the Titans struggle, who knows? Maybe he comes in back half of this season.
It'll be interesting to see how Derrick Henry responds this season compared to the end last season, because he didn't actually look great in the playoffs. Granted,
he looked
just
bad.
coming off of injury and a major injury, so
He was not ready to come back.
No,
He was not the same.
his conditioning looked like it had gone completely out the window. Like, and I get why. It's not a knock on him. How can you work out? Like,
how can you
he's a
do
human
that?
being still.
yeah. How can you possibly be expected to work out?
Shut your mouth. He's not a human being. Freaking nature.
I'm sure that the more I think about it, that I can move up Willis.
I think it's going to
Just for the
happen.
upside alone.
I think it's going to happen in a super flex league, no matter what anybody says.
Mhm.
Similarly to how in the real NFL draft, quarterbacks always rise to the top, except for this year, which is the complete outlier. I think it's the same thing in Superflex, just because there's only so many, and then within that, there's only so many good ones, and in that format, you have to have 2 that you can play at all
I
times. You have
like
to have
this
them.
one.
Tolbert.
This is good. With pick 88, the Cowboys take Jalen Tolbert from South Alabama, wide receiver.
Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Jerry Jones fought out of that closet and got his phone back. Yeah.
Again, this is another one where like all of the tape is against horrible teams, so it's tough to really judge it accurately, but just his movement, his ball skills, his hands, like everything he does, contested catches, everything that he does on the field is pretty impressive.
But as
To
you're
me, I
seeing,
think-
a lot of this is deeper downfield.
Yeah.
And he showed out the best out of any receiver in the Senior Bowl.
Yeah. But yeah, good acceleration. And again, the biggest weakness on his profile is just the competition that he had.
Mhm.
But the player comp is Adam Thielen, coming from a smaller school, 6'1", 194. He's a little bit older at 23, but he's going into a situation with the Cowboys when they re-signed Michael Gallup. They got rid of Amari Cooper. They're looking for that other guy to go with CeeDee Lamb. He's going to be on the outside. He's going to be their field stretcher. So I feel like, Tolbert, it's a good fit there. I think he's a guy that people are going to sleep on and you can have later in your rookie drafts that could pan out for some solid production down the line.
You could have sneaky production early on based on when Gallup may or may not return.
That's the other thing too. Like he's never been able to stay on the field.
That's what I was going to say. That assumes that Gallup could actually get back and then remain on the field for an extended period of time, which has actually never been a thing he's ever been able to do. And he played. That's South Alabama. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's Conference USA, right?
I believe so.
Pretty sure.
I can't guarantee that or not.
Pretty sure. That's that's not great competition, but it's about MAC level competition. So I get why he kind of slipped, but
Sunbelt.
Oh, that actually is a significant downgrade. MAC.
Like I said, it's not good competition.
Yeah, that's not great. But I will say, the Cowboys have in the past been able to go to some of these smaller programs and pull in meaningful wide receivers that actually do turn into real NFL players. So much so that like Michael Gallup himself, like warts and all, he didn't play at a big school. He played at Colorado State. And they've done this before with other players that they've had. So this could actually be a sneaky value both in Dynasty and in redraft, depending. Because in redraft, I can't imagine that there will be any interest in this hardly at all.
No, and I don't think there should be.
Probably not, but it would be a name
He's a
to know
waiver
for the
wire
waiver
guy.
wire. Yeah, but it would be a name to
he's gonna
know
be on
for
the
the
waiver.
Yeah, it'd be a name to know for that, though, for sure.
Terrell Bernard, linebacker from Baylor, is the pick for the Bills at 89.
The Bills picked? Wow.
I know,
They're trying
right?
to trade down again. What are they doing?
And if you're even looking at for the Cowboys situation, they just signed James Washington, who is a solid player that didn't get a whole lot of chance up in Pittsburgh.
I disagree with the
Behind
first part of the statement. I'll agree with the second part.
Solid. I wasn't giving him too much. He's not going to come in and demand like 90 targets. But behind CeeDee Lamb, it gets bare quickly. It gets thin.
Yeah.
They lost Cedric Wilson and Amari Cooper. So I think next is Noah Brown or Simi Fehoko.
No, I think oh boy, that gets ugly in a hurry, doesn't it? Boy. I thought Noah Brown was going to be bad, and then it immediately got worse.
So depth at the position wasn't exactly a strength for them. So a third-round wide receiver, not hard to believe he impacts the season.
I guess they picked up James Washington.
Yeah.
So
Thanks to Des Bryant's tweet.
Right.
yes.
The Raiders, with their first pick of the draft, take Memphis guard Dylan Parham.
That don't excite
Solid.
the fans, right? Nothing like an offensive guard to get the hometown crowd going.
That'll get them revved up.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the bar tonight, baby.
Yeah.
It's Vegas. We were doing that anyway.
What did they say?
What?
Guard, is that the guy at the door?
Yeah.
That will wrapped up by now, right? They'll all be out gambling.
Yeah. Long term, putting butts in seats in Nashville.
My brother just moved down there, and he's texting me nonstop now.
About Will's first picket forever.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, hey,
let's see.
remember where
Bucks
you
are
were
on the
born?
clock? All right, so we've got 6 picks left in the traditional third round. And then we have 9 picks of the compensatory half of the third round.
Heck
We're getting
yeah.
there, boys. Got 15 picks left.
We're actually moving along pretty briskly here.
Yeah.
Not as fast as last night. But I guess we did go through 2 rounds today instead of 1.
I was going to say we're going to go through 2 rounds with compensatory picks in about the same time frame, probably, that we did in 1 round.
Well,
yesterday.
no,
Just
we're
the 1 hour
already
added.
20 minutes longer than yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
But the rounds are half as long today as they were yesterday.
Yesterday was
too,
a
so.
speed record, though.
Mhm.
Like that's never been that quick.
Yesterday, the first round was so fast the Raiders would have drafted it. But today, thank you. Thank you. That and the Skye Moore joke were the 2 that I had written down over here.
Now Steve's going to take his leave and be like,
Yep.
I'm going to
That's
end
it.
No,
all
I'm
my
removing.
guys.
If he makes the Skye Moore joke again, I'm removing him. He's not leaving. I'm cutting his microphone.
Sky's the limit.
That's
Go out on
Get out of here.
Going out on a high note.
Contenders.
I was expecting him to actually walk away when I removed him.
I wasn't sure either. I was like, is this on your end or his?
Oh, there he is. Hey, you get out.
Nearly hour 4 here, and we're gone off the rails. which is longer than usual. So that's good.
That's true. We're actually keeping it together better than normal. Normally, we would have devolved into another conversation about Jerry Jones drinking Johnny Walker Blue from a human skull by now, but they haven't done anything crazy enough to warrant it.
I got to think the Bucs are trying to trade back again.
Yeah, I don't understand why the Bucs would even be picking if they can
Well, the
avoid
pick's
it.
in, so they're not trying to trade back.
All right, then.
Well, they were probably trying to trade back and just couldn't. That's why it's taken so long.
It's got to be another.
Got to be more line, right?
Should be a quarterback.
Yeah, it's
But they got Kyle Trask. Why do they need a quarterback? What are you talking about?
they need some depth.
They were fully prepared for him to be the starter for a full month.
Yeah, they showed a lot of confidence
for a
in
full
that.
month.
Yeah.
For a full month.
For a full month, they were ready to go full-blown Kyle Trask on the NFL.
Didn't they bring back Gabbert before that? I thought they signed him before even Brady unretired.
That sounds accurate.
I mean,
It's probably in the same time frame.
has to be. Offensive line.
Brady told Gabbert, he was like, I'm going to come back. And he's like, okay, I should re-sign with them then. Try and get another Super Bowl ring.
You think Brady actually wasted his time talking to Blaine Gabbert? I think Blaine Gabbert would take any contract just about anybody would give him at this point to wear a baseball cap and a bulletin board.
You guys handing out them contracts?
Yeah.
It just shows up. With the overcoat and a beanie.
I saw a sign outside the stadium. It was taped up on the door.
You guys looking for the practice squad? Going on?
I'll bring orange slices.
I do a real good Sam Darnold impression when you're prepping for the Panthers twice a year.
Yeah, I can close my eyes and throw an interception too.
Oh, they did it.
Oh.
Oh, no. The Bucs have selected my number 2 running back on the board, Rashad White.
Oh, they did it.
Arizona
Oh
State.
my God.
The death of Keyshawn Vaughn was swift and painless.
I didn't
Was
think it was
he
very.
even alive? Or was he
No.
It wasn't very swift. It was pretty much just immediate.
It's instantaneous.
Well, like I said, he was my number 2 guy coming in. He does literally everything, unlike Kenneth Walker, who does one thing really good. Rashad White does it all pretty good. Bigger body, can catch the ball well, can block well. He's like Ronald Jones with talent, while he'll fit in Tampa Bay. But he's going to be playing behind Leonard Fournette for a season. I think he is the number 2 right now. They brought back Giovanni Bernard to be the number 3 back. But yeah, that it's definitely going to end Keyshawn Vaughn. So there you go. He's just go ahead.
In space is the key there. He is phenomenal once you get the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
And he's good at route running. He's good at receiving. Just get the ball and he's going to make a play.
If you watched Arizona State tape, it's impossible to not notice him because of how much of the offense was actually focused on just getting him the ball. Because Arizona State's not actually that good. So he was really their primary skill position guy. He put out a lot of really quality tape. I love the comparison to David Johnson, by the way, because that is very much what David Johnson did. Run these routes, catch these passes, and then make somebody miss. Just burn you. So I could, and also, given this landing spot, I understand he's going to play behind Leonard Fournette for a season, but also with Tom Brady coming back, even if it's just for a year or maybe 2, I think he's going to rocket up the actual ECR given what just happened here. So he was
no, I don't think so. I think he was 14 RB4 in the ECR already, and because of what you said, he's playing behind Fournette. He's playing in that system where it was a split timeshare with Rojo at best when he was there, and he's essentially just taking that job over. So it was a 1-year deal for Fournette to come back. I think White, for me, long-term in Dynasty is a good play, but for this season specifically, not so much. He's going to end up staying in the same back end.
Top of the second round.
Top
of the second round. All right. I think he might.
All of these wide receivers are going to.
I don't know. I think because of positional scarcity, he might creep into the back end. And with the lack of quarterbacks, I think he might creep into the back end of that first round here by the time we're all said and done.
So the difficult part here is actually Fournette has a 3-year deal that can be an opt-out after 2.
Mhm.
So, and also Tom Brady is only a 1-year deal right now.
Right.
So it might be jumping into the rebuild pretty quickly.
Right.
This
Or they're going to look at the quarterback position heavily.
how's
in
this
free
guy
agency.
ever seen the field? I mean, I feel like the Buccaneers. It's always difficult to project, what to do with their running backs. But I feel like last year they kind of just, if it's not Fournette, it's nobody. Like remember Fournette got hurt, and I wrote all about Keyshawn Vaughn because Rojo was hurt too, and Scotty Miller had 43 yards and a touchdown. Now there's just it just feels like they just don't love us as football fans and fantasy players.
Yeah, outside of significant injury, he's not going to see the field very much. So for me, it's a guy who's going to fall down boards to closer to the ECR, just not as high as where I would have wanted him to go or where I think he can go, just statistically what he was able to do and what I think he can do. Not a great landing spot for him, but I still think he's good enough that he's worth a back-end pick ahead of some of these back-end wide receivers. But yeah, I'd take all the wide receivers ahead of him.
And the 49ers select another running back.
They would.
Tyrion Davis-Price out of LSU.
Oh my goodness.
Out of LSU, I don't have any tape on that. So
That was real?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah. I mean, this actually is a solid player. I wouldn't have drafted him this high by any means.
By the way, the Packers did take an offensive lineman from UCLA, which no one cares about. But
That happened very quickly.
Just have so many
They
needs.
didn't want Aaron Rodgers to notice.
they got it over with quickly.
He can't be too
Yeah.
mad about having an O-line.
Well, the Niners have to be excited. I mean, LSU has a history of great running backs in the NFL. So
I don't understand why you would get another. Are you just totally done with Trey Sermon then?
Oh, I
Or
thought you just meant totally done. Yes,
Okay.
they're totally.
Totally
The
done?
answer is
Yeah.
yes.
maybe they
Well,
just
look, I mean, they
a
had to
special
draft
teams
somebody
guy.
to replace Debo, so
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
someone's got to take those carries.
maybe they're just
Oh.
trying to repeat last year's success, draft somebody in the 3rd, but then draft somebody in the 5th or 6th.
Then take someone undrafted and just give him all the workload.
Yeah. It's a
Bill,
whole
I'm
rinse,
sorry,
rinse
man.
repeat.
This is.
I mean, I don't like it. I mean, I'm used to them not drafting quarterbacks and safeties, and I just gotta go through it again. We just get torched, but we lose a game because our safety can't catch the ball, and then we just don't draft any defensive backs.
What I just want to know is
to get a 5th running back. Is that 5 running backs now? It's
if
I mean, I
If
just
you're
think that a lot
John
of-
Lynch, right, and you hate Trey Sermon, why did you draft him? I just don't like
Did they
if
didn't
also
know that
trade
they
up?
hated Trey Sermon
did.
until they got him. And
if
then
you
they're
had like a personal vendetta against a player,
Right.
why draft him just to make sure no other team could have him? I don't understand. Like, you drafted him to put him on the practice squad and give Elijah Mitchell the entire job, and then give Debo Samuel, your star wide receiver, carries over him. And now you've spent another 3rd-round pick on another running back because you hate the 3rd-round pick you had last year so much. I just don't understand the logic.
well, and then you also re-signed Jeff Wilson
Right.
just to complicate this even further.
You publicly talk about how great Juice is over and over again. I just don't understand. Whatever.
Well, Juice is great because he also plays tight end and he runs routes and stuff. So
He does
it's
it all.
Like,
So
you can send him out in the huddle. The defense doesn't really know what's going on, right?
oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Forget Baker Mayfield. The Panthers have traded up with the Patriots to pick 94 to take Matt Corral
I was right.
from Ole Miss.
Congrats.
They did it.
Cool. They did it.
Corral.
They did it. The OK Corral.
Yeah, this won't blow up in your face at all.
The big question will be, does he start over Sam Darnold in week 1?
God, I hope
Yes.
so.
Got to.
So now does this pick mean they're out on getting Baker Mayfield? Or did they just like wasting a third-round pick?
No,
It's hard to tell. Hard to
Based on
tell.
the
be
front
either
office,
way,
it's
right?
Kind of hard to tell.
Could be either way.
He's a very good athlete. He moves around the pocket great. Has good ball placement and a decent arm. It's just I don't see him to have enough accuracy to really stick in the NFL on a consistent basis.
Yeah. He's going to be one of those fantastic preseason quarterbacks. Like he's going to look really good against third teams.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to look even better in the USFL in 2 years.
Oh,
Sorry, XFL. I didn't realize you had
Thank you.
that against the USFL.
I was gonna say, are we having really a hierarchy here?
Either way.
as far as landing spot, I wasn't super huge on Matt Corral to begin with, but as far as landing spots go, this is
And this was the landing spot for a QB, right?
right. But it's
Yeah.
like it's also kind of the kiss of death, where
I
it's
just
like,
don't think this is the right QB to go there.
Right?
yeah,
Right spot, wrong quarterback.
I mean, honestly, if you sat there and thought that Sam Howell went here instead, I would feel more excited.
Probably.
Just because of one, I mean, local guy, that helps. Trust me, Pittsburgh knows that. But even the fact
Speaking from
that,
experience.
yeah. Even the fact that just Howell's even more athletic, I would say, or at least more willing to run the ball when it comes to not seeing his first read well. That was his biggest problem for Howell, is just not his progressions weren't great. But he also didn't have a whole lot of talent. His arm's a lot better. So I just think that this wasn't the right quarterback to go there, with the optimism of future starting potential.
So he comes in on my model with a 12.5, almost an identical grade to Jordan Love. It's right behind Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
He's a step ahead of Kellen Mond, but yeah, clearly the third quarterback in the class. There you go. Well, they finally did it. It should have been Baker.
right. I was gonna say if you wanted to talk about things that actually would have gotten me excited even a little bit, it's none of the remaining rookies. It would have been if they actually would have went and got Baker, and I don't think that much Baker. But
The trade, by the way, was the 137th pick of this year to the Patriots and a third-round pick next year. That's the swap for the Panthers to move up.
That's expensive.
I mean, is it? A
Seems
fourth
like it.
round pick this year and a third round pick. They moved up 40 spots, and they spent a third round pick next year to do it.
I guess that's not too bad, I guess. I don't know. Does Howell go in the third? With only 3 teams left that have a chance at drafting a quarterback.
The Bengals take defensive tackle Zachary Carter from Florida.
I did look this up to confirm because I was trying to, not to twist the knife, but I was trying to go through the 49ers running back room in my head. I thought that was number 5, and I'm correct. It's Elijah Mitchell, Jeff Wilson, Trey Sermon, and JaMychal Hasty was the one that I couldn't remember.
Michael Hasty won't make the team.
I know, but they re-signed him for some reason. So they're going to
It
roll
was a
into
one-year
training
deal.
camp with
He won't-
5.
he won't
It-
make
for-
Great that they're
it
putting
was-
Jeff Wilson over Trey Sermon still.
I have
Yeah.
no idea. It's the both of them could easily get cut. I just think it's interesting they're going to roll into camp with 5 guys on the roster at this point.
I think that's just a yearly tradition.
So we'll play special teams.
Yep.
Booster was a special teams guy. So, I mean, they do like having a lot of running backs on the roster. So,
I think Davis Price right now is probably your best bet to be the special teamer, and Hasty just doesn't make it.
They could also technically probably put Hasty on the practice squad, couldn't they? And then bring him back up if they needed to. Something like that.
What is he in year 3? I think he's too old.
They
Or-
changed
or
that
did they-
rule.
did
They
they-
changed that rule during
During that
COVID,
thing.
so now I think that's just a permanent rule change. I don't think that was a temporary thing.
So we're waiting on the Broncos to finish out the back end of the legit third round. And then we have the compensatory picks.
Just say it says Indy's up and has the pick in.
They make a trade.
We have Indy, Detroit, and Washington right now.
That would mean that
I-
Denver traded the
Yeah, I
30s.
still have the
Yeah.
Broncos on the NFL website.
Yeah, that would mean Denver would have made a
So
trade.
the Broncos
Indy.
must have traded the pick with Indy.
Is this gonna be Howell?
It makes sense. Denver's trying to stack up later stuff. They don't.
Nope. Nick Cross, safety out of Maryland.
Yep, they traded 96 to get 179 from the Colts, and again a 2023 third round pick.
Mhm.
So that's pretty standard, apparently.
They took a much worse deal though. Like the Panthers gave up 137 and a 2023. The Colts gave up 179. Broncos way back on this one. But clearly didn't like anybody.
I was gonna say I don't think they have any pressing needs that they're trying to address right now.
That's part of the issue. There's only so many things they really needed, and they achieved it by getting a tight end, and they've got a couple issues on their O line, but the time to fix that problem is long gone.
Yeah, you're not gonna find somebody here that you're gonna
What
throw
I
in
mean,
as
so
starting lineup.
just stack stuff for next year at this point because there's nobody available line wise to help you. And Russell Wilson's used to playing with a bad O line. If Jack was here, what would he?
A lot of history on that mountain.
Yeah, what was Jack's comment? They have 2 linemen on their entire team that would
Two
actually
starting
be
caliber, yeah.
starting caliber anywhere else in the league. That's not good.
I don't find it hard to believe that the
I
tackle they drafted earlier is going to start this year. Considering
Ooh.
I think their current projected starting tackles are a 7th round pick and an undrafted free agent, or a 6th round pick.
That's
Recent undrafted free agent and 6th round pick.
this all goes back to the idea that they used to have that guy who was their line coach who was like I gotta look his name up, but he was like kind of like an older guy. He was like a living legend who used to coach up all the terrible Seahawks lines. And ever since that guy retired, they just haven't. They're stuck with all the players that are below replacement level, but they don't have that magic sauce to kind of get them to perform above their level or scheme it properly. That
Yeah,
was always
The last one I can remember is Tom Cable, and that was not a magic man.
no,
Any means.
no. It was not Tom Cable.
Yeah.
The magic about Tom Cable was that he was employed for as long as he was.
Just kept getting jobs.
Just kept getting jobs. That was the magical thing about that.
I mean, Adam Gase was pretty magical. How fast, how many jobs that he got, and this also how fast he just burnt out of football in like any capacity. Like he was an offensive coordinator for a high school team last season, right? And they were terrible. Also,
I think that's right. I think that's correct. Ever since he lost that argument with Le'Veon Bell. Also, you know, it's bad when you type in Adam Gase and that weird New York Jets photo is his actual like Google. His
The one where he has like the
eyes just bulging
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually like his Google profile thing when you Google Adam Gase. That's the photo that pops up. I think that's all you need to know, really.
Yeah. It's one of the weirdest press conferences I've ever seen in my life.
It just puts it makes Peyton Manning that much greater for winning a Super Bowl with this guy.
So true.
It was just like calling the plays of Peyton Manning was like, yeah, gets the line, Omaha, do all this stuff, completely change up the entire play. And then they win a Super Bowl. And in that case, gets 2 jobs, gets a lot of money, and then he's just not in football anymore.
I mean, I don't think anyone's rode coattails like Adam Gase has.
Probably not. Josh McDaniels, maybe. But at least McDaniels theoretically
He still
has
had
the
success, though.
value. Yeah. But you've got Gase that was one of the best things about it was that was a legitimate conversation at one point. Is should Peyton Manning be listening to his coach? And everybody was like, no.
No, absolutely not.
No. Like, no.
And then the Dolphins hired him And then the Jets were like, you know what? We want some of that. And then they hired him.
He cratered the Dolphins
want some
so
of
hard.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's wild.
He just wanted to take out half a division by himself and
It's
be
So
like,
mission accomplished.
Single-handedly.
Yeah, mission accomplished. He wrecked the Jets for years. Like,
This man made Ryan Tannehill and Kenyon Drake look terrible. Kenyon Drake was just so disinterested.
Kenyon Drake made Kenyon Drake look terrible. That's
yeah,
brutal.
that's
Let's put some respect on Kenyon Drake's name. He had a few good plays.
yeah.
Plays.
I was gonna say
Plays.
games. Yeah.
the only thing that came to mind for me
Plays
was that,
is the appropriate term. Yes.
But I will say, you
Got
get Ryan.
talent.
Everybody gave up on Ryan Tannehill, and then he gets out of there and gets to a real coaching situation at some point where he doesn't have to learn a new playbook every year, and then
Yeah.
like
He's
goes to
in
the
the
playoffs.
AFC Championship. Look at
Yeah.
that.
He's not great by any stretch of the imagination, but he's not the bust that
He's
people thought he
better
was.
than Adam Gase made him look. Like,
That's right.
Adam Gase made him look like he was just a full-on bust. Doesn't know what he's doing. That's why I had so much faith for Sam Darnold.
Once
You might be
again,
the only
round
one.
recap presented by Underdog. Back end of the third round, what sticks out? For me, it's
The Niners
Tolbert
just love running backs. That's
in
what
Cowboys.
sticks out to
That's
me.
what sticks out for me.
I mean, obviously Willis is the low-hanging fruit. He's going to a good situation.
Yeah.
Tannehill's contract could be up after this season, depending on how Willis looks. So, and it's a very promising, even being a third-round pick like your projection showed. So the Willis is just. I think this will reassure some people, even though he dropped. He went to
Yeah.
a good spot, and it still has the promise that it did before.
Lions just selected Kirby Joseph. So now all my hope for a safety for the Niners is gone.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'll have to back out of this here.
Oh
I
no.
have no reason to watch anymore.
I've never seen so much.
That was his hope.
All right, we can come back to that. I don't know how to feel about this one, but the Commanders at 98 just took Brian Robinson, running back from Alabama.
Ooh, okay. Actual highlight package here.
Robinson guy. I think he's good, not great. What I don't love is the fact that Washington felt the need to spend a third-round pick on a running back after they already brought back J.D. McKissick when they already had Antonio Gibson. So now really not loving the shares of Antonio Gibson because I feel like they're going to bring in Robinson to be the bruiser at the goal line and just they're killing Gibson's pass catching with McKissick. They're killing the goal line carries now with Robinson. What's the value?
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
No.
I mean, Gibson has had his injury history and everything else, but I still don't see a third-round running back being a viable option to, a reason to spend that kind of draft capital.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, Robinson's good, not great. Like he's a solid player that should be able to take the ball whenever he's called upon. And like the player comp Gus Edwards, like he's going to go forward. That's for sure. It's just so all right. Jarrett Patterson's done, I guess.
Yeah,
but he's not going to do anything in the passing game for McKissick. And Gibson is supposed to be the guy, but this just puts question marks in there.
No, I think this now becomes an interesting proposition because I think what you're looking at is a kind of a three-headed monster type of situation with each of them having their own weird roles. But the problem is that if you take the goal line work away from Antonio Gibson and you cap his pass catching, as Steve pointed out, what's left?
but I mean, what's so baffling is the fact that when he came into the league, Antonio Gibson is a former wide receiver converted to running back. Like what?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they refuse to give him the pass catching opportunities just makes no sense whatsoever to me. And now you bring in a bruiser to essentially be the goal line back. I don't think Robinson even gets enough carries to be relevant between the 20s. Like his role is going to be a vulture on this team. And I absolutely hate it.
Similar to Gus Edwards, actually.
Well, and that's just it, though. Last year, they were quick to put McKissick inside the 5 for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
They would use
And this
Gibson
just
to get
cements
down
that.
the field.
Yeah.
And then once they hit the 5, put McKissick in and just do some handoffs like that. It didn't make any sense.
So he falls into this weird like nexus in my model at an 8.09. And I say that because you have, ironically enough, Trey Sermon, Miles Sanders, and Chuba Hubbard, who are all at about an 8.3.
God.
And then behind that, you have Anthony McFarlane, Michael Carter, and DJ Dallas, who are all at about a 7.7. But nobody comes in right at that 8 range where Brian Robinson is, unless I go further back.
I'm
It's
not
just-
excited about any of those.
No, there's no reason to be excited about him as an individual
Not
player.
excited about
It's
any
just
of this.
they're adding another body
Yeah.
to the backfield to hurt Gibson, and I just don't understand it.
Rivera's mentality has been confusing ever since he got to Washington, really, because
Well, I don't even know if it was just when they got to Washington. But...
Well, he also has Curtis Samuel that he wants to give handoffs to.
Oh, that's an
Yeah.
interesting one. So this is one I'm much more interested in. David Bell is
Oh.
the pick for the Browns.
Oh,
So
okay.
how about that? Top wide receiver on the board going to Cleveland, who desperately needed the help.
I'm a little confused as to how they're going to set up their wide receivers, because you have Cooper, who could possibly go into the slot, and then have Bell and DPJ outside. But if you put Cooper outside, I don't know who would go in the slot. But Bell's the epitome of a go up and get the ball guy. Good in the red zone. He can track the deep ball, as you can see, but he is the contested catch king type player.
Yeah. Well, again, Anquan Bolden is the comp here. He was my pre-draft 14, wide receiver 10. Played a lot outside, not much in the slot, to your point. So I don't know if the idea is that they're going to move Cooper maybe more inside now that he's lost some speed, maybe lost a step, or they think Peoples-Jones can play on the inside. But yeah, it doesn't look like they have a true slot wide receiver at this point. But to me, I would take David Bell over Donovan Peoples-Jones all day, every day to be the other outside receiver with Amari Cooper. And again, he's young. He's got the skill set. I think he's going to be good for them.
They only have, 2 more years on Donovan Peoples-Jones anyway? Is that what that is at this point? He's he's on his rookie deal.
Yeah, and
Sounds
this
right.
was his second year.
So
Sounds
we're
right.
going into year 3
Right.
Yeah.
this year and next year? Yeah, if you're not totally sold on it, you got to start making other arrangements. Maybe they put Higgins in the slot. They're so on and off.
Higgins is in
that.
Carolina.
Yeah,
Okay,
Higgins left.
he's gone anyway. So there you go.
Next is Jakeem Grant.
Oh, you could technically do that. You could technically put, because I remember that the Bears didn't want to pay Jakeem Grant what he wanted, and the Browns did. So you could maybe put Jakeem. The problem with putting Jakeem Grant in the slot, because teams have tried, is that he's at a much higher risk of getting hurt. Yeah, he's not really
Yeah.
designed to do that job. He's great at it when he can do it before he gets hurt, though, because he's incredibly fast. But he's just not really built to take that kind of punishment.
So it's a good pick. They needed wide receiver depth.
It was need, and they got it. So
Yeah. He was productive in college, as you can see. And there's not much else to say. It's just going to be something to see as to how they handle. the
You
wide
like the
receivers.
fact that he's going to play with Deshaun as opposed to Baker. That's
Right.
He's-
Oh,
yeah.
100%.
That's a
This
feather
is
in
a
your
good
cap.
situation for him.
This reiterates the viable dart throw.
right. Comes in with a 7.8 rating, so lands right between McCole Hardman and Michael Pittman on my list. And for those wondering, yes, that does mean he goes ahead of Christian Watson in the scale here. So
Take that, Green
I
Bay.
got on before Christian Watson was drafted, but I feel like Christian Watson is just a bigger, stronger.
he's a more physical wide receiver. But again,
more
Watson?
physical.
Physically gifted, not physical.
yeah. That's what I meant. So.
Yeah.
Bell's the probably most physical receiver in the entire draft.
Let's see. Backing out further, Josh Reynolds from 2017 is in the same zone. Same with Kenny Galladay.
Galladay's a similar style.
So that's right
I
around where
forgot
we're
his
looking.
name for a second, but I feel like Christian Watson is just a bigger Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Yes.
We
We talked about that as well. That was
We can go back through that again because Phil was not here for that.
Yeah.
I missed it. I missed all of the trash talking on
the official like scouting report from NFL Films and NFL.com is that the player comp for Christian Watson was MVS. So the internet was having a good chuckle at that at the Packers' expense.
Aaron Rodgers hated him.
Yeah. They replaced Davonte Adams with MVS 2.0. So
Who they let walk.
Younger MVS.
I mean, MVS isn't exactly old.
but even still, he is technically younger. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a true statement. It's just not by much.
So are we back to Arizona?
No, Arizona selected an edge rusher from Cincinnati at pick 100. At 101, the Jets take tight end Jeremy Ruckert from Ohio State. So we do actually have that one as well.
The Jets
very quiet. All of your highlights.
Yeah, we're going to get to use a bunch of highlight packages here. Going to kill some time so Mike doesn't have a lot to go through tomorrow.
Thank God.
James came through.
I just don't think there's much to get excited with Ruckert. He's an expectation of just like, yeah, he's there.
It's more of an NFL pick. He's a better pass blocker and run blocker than he is pass catcher.
I was going to say the highlight package Steve made is actually misleading because what I want to see is clips of him setting like trying to help set the edge.
Yeah, but that's not fun.
I know, but that's what his job will be.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's what he's
Well, biggest strength that says it right there: blocking. Luke Stocker is the player comp. That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, the third tight end on a run first offense. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. He's going to be a blocker that occasionally finishes in the top 5 at tight end because he catches a touchdown and does nothing else. One catch for a 7-yard touchdown, and he ends up in the top 10 a couple of weeks out of the year.
They would have to have even with the Jets being thin at tight end like they are, they would have to have a litany of injuries for this to matter, really, for fantasy purposes.
Even with a litany of injuries, I don't think it matters.
They might even sign somebody
from a fantasy perspective. So
he is the right size to be a really productive blocker. Then the Jets once again make a pick that is very anti-Jets. They're having a great draft over there. They're kind of stocking up. Pretty interesting.
Niners East over there. Okay.
They've been turning the corner ever since, and this is a weird thing. The Jets had been being run by the actual owner's brother, because the gentleman who owns the Jets during the Trump administration was actually the United States ambassador to the United Kingdom under Trump. So he was gone for about 4 years, didn't run the team at all, kind of couldn't. So he gave it to his brother to run. And at the end of the Trump administration in 2020, he fired his brother and took control back over. And that's when I noticed that the picks from the Jets stopped being nearly as hilarious. So that's
wild.
I don't know how. There's got to be a different timeline where that never happens, and the Jets that winner up playoff team.
Being that brother, you're minding your own business, and your brother who owns a professional sports franchise has to go be an ambassador to another country. He's like, hey, do you mind watching this while I'm gone?
Right. Are you going to be busy later?
Yeah. Just feed and water it, twice a day. Everything will be good.
I know nothing about football. Yeah, that's okay. It doesn't really matter.
It's fine.
These are the Jets. It's not like we
So
They're
now
used to
that we
winning.
are getting near the end of day 2 here, we got 4 picks left. It's important to look back at the free agent market. So we come into it, a lot of these aging veterans, they don't get their deals because people want to see how the draft plays out, if they can get their guy, or if they want to pay somebody more money to come in. You've got guys like Tyrann Mathieu, Jadeveon Clowney, OBJ, obviously coming off the injury, Jarvis Landry, Julio Jones, Eric Fisher, Akeem Hicks, Will Fuller, Melvin Ingram, Trey Flowers, Dwayne Brown. There's some decent names still on the free agent market right now. Who do you think gets snatched up after the way this draft has gone? Because I still think there's teams with obvious needs at wide receiver. Like we've already talked about, I have no idea why they took a running back, but Washington, I think, could still use some depth at least at wide receiver. They need it. Like Dotson is okay, but I don't know. It was their first round pick. They're going to utilize him there. They still need depth in Tennessee, but that obviously didn't end well for Julio Jones. They obviously need depth to go with Drake London in Atlanta. Am I missing anywhere?
But I'd be surprised if Baltimore didn't.
Baltimore,
pick
that was
somebody
the other
up.
one.
And I think that one, that could be a nice Jarvis Landry destination.
Sure.
It would make a
I think
lot of sense.
Niners are
any of
all
those guys really.
lacking in depth at the receiver position. They only have 3 signed right now.
That's true.
So, I mean, maybe Julio just because of familiarity with Shanahan, but I don't know if he's going to want to go be like the 3rd option or 4th option because Kittle's there too. I mean, but it's a possibility. But I like Landry or maybe even Julio for the Packers, but I still don't think they have a number 1.
It would not surprise me if Jarvis Landry wanted to go there and stick it to the Browns. That wouldn't surprise me. But there's also been the rumors that he's still interested in coming back to them at the right price. It's just, what is that price?
Yeah, and could they afford it given all the money that?
Well, I mean, having Deshaun there definitely changes things. Like I made a face, but then I forgot that the quarterback is not the same situation. So it's an entirely different team now. So that would make sense.
I mean, if you're looking at fit alone and you're not, going among rumors or anything along those lines, I do think that Jarvis fits best in Baltimore. Would be a good spot for him. Will Fuller would make sense in Baltimore because of the role that they just lost, and he won't demand as much money and freak out if he doesn't get 9 to 10 targets for the few games that he actually is on the field.
Right.
Green Bay needs to do something. I think that they should sign somebody. I don't think they will, but I think they should sign somebody else.
Right.
Because Lazard and then Watkins and then you got Randall Cobb. I don't think Watson's going to do anything the year 1.
Mike, over under on Sammy Watkins plays 5.5 games.
I'll take the over barely. Like I was thinking like 6 or 7 was my expectation of how many games he'd play. So I'll take the over by a little bit.
Okay. All right. That's.
I feel like it depends where he ends up because I feel like he has a lot of soft tissue injuries. So if he goes
so you've got Sammy Watkins and Randall Cobb, like over under they play a combined full season. Like
no.
Oh my!
Combined,
oh my! No.
I think Green Bay would. I think Julio would be good in Green Bay.
Sure.
Just as a body that when he was on the field, he played well.
Yeah.
He looked good, made great catches.
Yeah.
I liked Phil's idea of the Julio reunion tour. If he's cognizant of the idea that he's not the one anymore. If Julio can accept that, I love that idea. I think
he understood that last year, even the few games he played in Tennessee with AJ. I think he was okay with being the second fiddle.
I think just having Julio in the locker room would be great for like a young receiving corps. So there's a lot of value add, even if he's not productive on the field.
Got a good run through here.
That have, young cores.
So at 102, the Dolphins took Georgia linebacker Channing Tyndale. At 103, the Chiefs took Wisconsin linebacker Leo Chenal. And at 104, the defending champions took their first pick of the draft, and they got offensive lineman Logan Russ from Wisconsin. So back-to-back Wisconsin players. Now it's the Niners at 105 to end the night and disappoint Phil one more time.
If it's not like Tariq Woolen or Kobe Bryant, then
Kobe Bryant would be a good one.
Phil's disconnecting the stream to go write an angry email.
Yeah.
And put it on the Reddit.
I'm going to leave a scathing review on the 49ers Stadium Yelp.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. 1 star.
I was not satisfied with what is it.
It's a wide receiver, Danny Gray.
But it has
Athlete
to be.
out of
All the
SMU.
safeties are gone. Oh, it already happened? It was a wide receiver?
Mike's like in the future.
Yes, Danny Gray, wide receiver from SMU.
I mean,
back-to-back picks replacing Debo. I don't even think do I have Danny Gray on here? I don't think I do.
nowhere on I don't even see this guy. How far in the future?
Nope, I do not.
Mike's in the future, but the Niners are in the future. This guy is not even anywhere near my board. I have no idea. The Patriots drafted this guy. Ran a 4.3 40-yard dash. He is 5'11". He's like the same mold as Debo and Brandon Ayuk. I mean, they just like that size of person, I guess. So I don't know. I don't know much about Danny Gray. I didn't watch a lot of SMU football.
Nobody did.
Yeah, that's a standard.
Why would you?
Gambling.
So,
Oh yeah, sure. There you go.
yeah. But
yeah, what a terrible pick. What an awful terrible pick.
I mean, I knew that the wide receiver was lacking in depth, but I mean, I just feel like corner and safety were such pressing needs, and also.
But why fix the defense when you can draft stuff you don't need?
Yeah, there's not much to work with here. He's an efficient wide receiver. It looks like, 2.89 yards per route run, but on an offense that didn't throw it extensively. So congrats.
Tackle. Is he a new yak bro? That's what they're going for? Yak bro.
He is a good yak.
Let's see. He had a 4.33 40. His top comparable is John Hightower. That's not great.
Oh, that hurts.
Excuse me?
There's a reason he didn't make my top 50.
That hurts.
Excuse me, John Hightower.
That's not a comparison you're looking for in the third round.
I would forgive people for not even remembering who John Hightower was. He was only in the league for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, with the Eagles.
Yeah,
Other comparables are TJ Graham, Quez Watkins, Tyron Washington, and Darius Slayton.
So he's an NFC East fourth wide receiver.
Play style is Quez Watkins. So yes, he's a fourth string special teamer.
Niners, you wish for a player comparison of Darius Slayton, you end up with one of Darius Slayton. That feels right. Feels like this is the appropriate time to wrap it all up.
Phil, I am so sorry.
We went from sad Mike yesterday to sad Phil today.
Yeah,
so.
this is.
I mean, when your team has needs and they don't address them, it kind of feels bad. But another running back, another receiver, we're all good.
I got to tell you, I'm looking through all of this here. I charted statistics for 53 wide receivers in this class that could potentially come out. Not a single one of them is Mr. Gray. So I got nothing for you, Phil. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm sure there's a lot of highlights on YouTube of SMU games.
Oh, I'm sure there's a ton. I do have a highlight reel for their tight end. Would you like to see
If you could see Danny Gray in the background.
some Grant Calcaterra, if there's some Danny Gray blocking.
Yeah. What number was it? I'll look for it.
Yeah, roll it. Roll the tape.
I couldn't even
wide
tell you what
receiver
number he
number
was.
He was number
was-
5, Mike.
He was
He was
definitely
11.
on the roster.
He was number
That's
5.
for sure.
Gonna roll
Yeah,
the tape.
I
Just
don't
on
even
the
have him
sideline
in
with
the.
his helmet off.
Yeah, he's not even in my player database. So there you go.
Just to, twist the knife a couple more times.
Yep.
I mean, that's how you use a 3rd round pick. The compensatory pick, some players are just compensatory.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, okay? I mean, Tutu Atwell wasn't in my database last year either, and that worked out really well.
Well, I do like that idea that instead of it saying Gray on the back of his jersey, it should just say
It
compensatory.
just says compensatory.
Yeah.
I like
Go
that.
full XFL. Just
I
let him
like
go
that idea.
nicknames, and he's compensatory.
We
from
should
now
just
on.
make, we can just make the actual Mr. Irrelevant pick wear Mr. Irrelevant on the back of his jersey during the season if he
Right.
makes the team.
For the 1 year. Mhm. Yeah.
And then any compensatory pick, that's your name this year.
All right.
See how long you stay in the league.
Well, I'm glad that they're going to address the defensive back situation in the later rounds like they do every year. It's on brand.
So,
Feels good.
It's been
Very excited for Aaron Banks to play a snap next season as I watch Asante Samuel do things that are good.
Why does John Lynch hate defense and secondary?
as a
Because he
defensive
plays-
secondary
he played
guy.
Defense.
Right.
He's real uppity about defense because he was a defender. So no one's good enough for him.
he's got
Oh, I
too
see.
high a standards. is what you're
Find
saying.
these guys in the later
Okay.
rounds that are high value, and he's just like, yeah, sure, we'll draft some obscure wide receiver that no one's ever heard of. except
Somebody
for-
that I can teach up because of my experience. I can impart this wisdom to you. I don't need to spend up on.
Exactly,
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay.
I guess they're just sold on Hafunga. I can't even say his last name. The guy that
was
got
the-
touchdown. I think it's
That was the
guy.
Magic Johnson approach to talent evaluation, and that worked out so well for anyone.
Also
Who,
a Lakers fan, so that also hurt me. a lot.
Jesus Christ,
There's no winning.
I'm Los Angeles.
I can't
Let's
win.
just look at these compensatory
I can't
picks.
win.
So I am in pain right now.
We like Bell,
Yep.
obviously going to
cool.
Cleveland.
And we don't like Robinson going to
Don't
Washington.
like Washington. And again, it has nothing to do with him because I don't think he's good. I just think them adding bodies is a bad sign for Antonio Gibson.
No, anyone who has massive shares of Antonio Gibson is pretty annoyed right now.
Yeah.
The
Pretty
standard-
irritating day.
The standard cutoff for most running backs that you're going to take shots on and things along those lines are going to be on day 2.
Yeah.
So if a team is willing to draft a running back on day 2, even though they have a very good starter and a complimentary back, it's odd and it doesn't make sense.
So that brings us to the next point here. So best available right now, right? Top on the board for me is Isaiah Spiller. Coming in, he was my 4 overall RB3. That's obviously got to change because he didn't go in the first 2 days. This is a similar situation to Kenny Gainwell last season, where I was very high on Gainwell. He was a top 5 pre-draft pick for me, but he didn't go until the 4th round. So just he's got to move down. That's the process. That's how it works. So Spiller could land in a decent situation, but I still think he's going to end up outside of the first round in rookie drafts. As much as I hate it, Kenneth Walker is going to end up in that first round somewhere. It's just wherever you want to take him, and wherever that is going to be too high for me.
Yeah, I wasn't very confident in Spiller. I thought he would go on day 2. I'm very surprised he didn't. But there also weren't very many running backs that were taken. I thought there were going to be more than, I think it was 4.
Mhm.
So Spiller's going to be a 2nd round dynasty pick. And that's going to be just a dart throw depending on where he lands.
Right.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on, and that's not different from even before this all started. The landing spot for Spiller, very
I mean,
important.
he was thought by many as the number one running back coming into the offseason
Right.
for dynasty purposes.
By many, kind of
Until Brees Hall,
until-
there was a conversation between Brees Hall and Isaiah Spiller for a lot of the offseason.
That's
Then
fair.
the
I guess I'll
combine hit.
rephrase that. From my side, I've never been big on Spiller. It's just not
Yeah.
something that I've been a big fan of. I think his talent level is a little bit overblown, and he got a little bit exposed at the combine. But at this point, landing spot is going to determine whether or not that's even really worth anyone's time. Because if he ends up getting buried on a depth chart here, there's just no upside left. And now the commitment, as Steve will point out to you every year, draft capital matters a lot. Because now the commitment to him wherever he goes will be pretty minimal.
Yeah, it's still Hall number 1. And when we're talking about just specifically running back, Walker has to be 2, Cook has to be 3.
Yep.
And then I guess Robinson. I
think he'd have to be. Unless somebody goes to an insanely favorable landing spot.
So you had said you had Hall, Walker,
Cook.
and then Cook.
Yeah.
And I won't put Robinson next. I would probably go White.
Yeah, I mean, he was the higher rated guy for me overall. I just don't see the path to him getting there. But
I like the upside chance of, Fournette getting hurt, and then
Sure.
maybe they like the fact that White had played well, so on and so forth. Just his practicing or something along those lines.
100%.
And then I'd still keep Robinson lower. I'll probably take more dart throws at some
I
random
wouldn't have
running
Robinson higher than the 3rd round at best, just in like overall. But he's going to go higher than that just because of the draft capital. So it's just not somebody I'm going to have, and I'm all right with that.
I mean, I'm going to be interested in guys like Dameon Pierce, Pierre Strong, just guys that have the ability to get on the field.
Like I
Zamir
said,
White.
Spiller was a higher rated guy for me. So was Tyler Algier from BYU. Just he's a bowling ball on a football field. So I enjoy that. But he's basically Kenneth Walker, but can catch the ball. So to me, that tested out better. But Kenneth Walker had the benefit of going to Michigan State. So he gets the exposure, and he's the one that's drafted higher. Kyron Williams out of Notre Dame, he also tests out fairly well. So depending on landing spot, he could be an interesting flyer. But these are all guys that I would take, like you said, Pierre Strong, even Zonovan Knight. These are all Sincere McCormick, all guys I would want over Brian Robinson, depending on where they land.
Yeah. And then even when it comes to like wide receivers, top guys I'm thinking are Justin Ross, Calvin Austin, Khalil Shakir.
Yep.
And it's going to depend on what the NFL thinks of them because, as we saw, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 4th round pick, made an impact first year.
Yeah. And again, that's all landing spot too.
It's all landing spot. Yeah.
Well, and like Amon-Ra St. Brown was a 4th round pick, broke out, great second half, and it ensures nothing, right? Because without that draft capital, they spend a lot of money on DJ Chark in the offseason. They claimed Josh Reynolds last year off waivers, and then they spend their 1st round pick this year on Jamison Williams. So they went all in on wide receiver after they already had Brown, who had a good rookie year as a 4th round pick. So even still, draft capital is king.
That's what keeps you around.
There are some interesting guys on the board. A lot of guys that I had rated ahead of Velus Jones, but I don't want to get back into that. That's just it's too raw.
Well, Steve, it wouldn't be the Bears if they didn't have one heartbreaking moment in there where you completely overreach.
One mind-boggling pick, yes.
You completely reach like a full round ahead for something that you did not need to do. That's classic vintage Bears, as we know.
I mean, I think that this day can be brought down to 5 players, and that's really it.
Yeah.
Brees Hall, Kenneth Walker, George Pickens, Skye Moore, Malik Willis.
And that was the bulk of it.
That's what you're looking at for day 2.
Yep. I still think keep Tolbert on the radar, but
Mhm.
that's even then that would be 6, and I'm with you there.
I mean, you're basically rounding out the first round of most rookie drafts between the
Well, people
first
are going to
round.
say Watson should be in that as well, but again, I disagree with that.
Yeah. I'm not going to throw him in there yet.
Yeah.
But between the first round wide receivers and those handful of players, you're almost done with the first round of most rookie drafts.
Yep. It's going to be very interesting. Well, I've got a lot more projections to do now, boys. So it's going to be a fun weekend for me. But
Yeah, the NFL's not been kind to you and making you retread over ground you have already done, because with all the trades,
that's good. It happens. There were no trades today.
There were no trades today, at least.
I didn't have to completely undo a lot of stuff. I'm good with that. I can make that
Debo
work.
didn't go for a second round pick.
That's right. He's still there, Phil. You still got him.
It's a win for me.
He's going to play safety next season. So they're
gonna
replacing
pay
him
him
on offense, but
The
he's
more
going
pay
to
him
play
even more money.
Pay him $30 million to play through.
If Debo was playing safety, we would have been in the Super Bowl.
Probably.
would have caught it.
Probably.
For sure.
No way.
Well, Steve and I were talking about this last year. The 49ers were legitimately like a Super Bowl caliber team. It's like they're in that classic trap. You're a quarterback away because everybody was healthy.
It's my pinned tweet.
So, yeah.
49ers are a QB from the Super Bowl.
Even when they went to the Super Bowl, they were a QB from the Super Bowl.
Exactly. They were a QB away.
We almost did it twice. Should have done it twice. We would have.
It's not bitter, though. Not bitter.
Bringing up old things.
All right.
This has
Well,
been a
thank you,
very
gentlemen.
positive-
Thank you for your time.
Positive
Thank you.
day.
I am out tomorrow, but
I
Mike
am
will
also
be
out
back
tomorrow.
with Mason, and it'll be the two of them running the boat tomorrow. You guys got a lot of guests coming through, I think.
I think we have a couple guys
Handful.
revolving dooring.
You've got Nee coming in at some point to break down IDP again. That's always a treat.
There you go.
That's,
Well, we've got plenty of IDP to break down.
I was going to say, Nee has
Draft.
more work to do than just about anybody.
We're going to let him talk for like 2 hours just based on the first 2 days of the draft. Then he can talk about the third day.
That's right. And I will be I'll be tuning in to get the live reactions of Jordan and how the Colts have bungled this up. So I look forward to that more than anything tomorrow.
You've just enjoyed everyone else's fandom misery.
Yeah,
Because
It's
we're
it's
Bears
nice to not be
fans.
me for a change.
We're Bears fans, okay? And we never get anything nice or impactful or anything, and we're bitter about it. But hey, at least our team didn't draft Taekwon Thornton in the second round. At least we didn't do that.
Got that going.
Nobody here did that.
Yeah,
My
why
favorite-
didn't we mention him in the top 48?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's
I don't know.
really weird.
It's an oversight on our part, clearly.
Mhm.
What I will say is, Steve, remember when we were like looking at the videos and you were sending me like clips and I was looking at them and I'm like, oh yeah, look at these highlights of people owning Baylor. Just like I kept bringing it up, like all these Big 12 guys, they all have highlights of just owning Baylor. It's just so many
And
highlight
all the
reels
Baylor
about me.
defensive players that have gone so far.
And they drafted Taekwon.
Mhm.
This is something that stuck out to me. Like,
Yeah.
what is going on over here?
All right. Well, there you go. 2 days down, 1 to go. We'll be back with coverage tomorrow. Until then, everybody, keep up the nonsense.